Hi, my name is Pedro Aguiar, also known as Shib Xiao. I'm here with X7 News. Right now we're doing a little bit for the NLC, trying to find fans in the street looking for a potential viewer. I see one just down there. Let's have a look. Come chase it down. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me. Sir. Excuse me. Hi. Are you perhaps a fan of the NLC and X7?
Yes, actually I am.
Oh, lovely. Could you tell us your name and a little bit about yourself?
I'm Roger. I have a wife and 2 kids.
Divorced, maybe?
Potentially, yes.
Yeah, I thought so. So tell me, do you know X7? Are they a favorite team of yours, perhaps, or just a team that you know?
They're one of the teams in NLC, yes, that I do support, but unfortunately they've been.
Well, that brings me to my first questions. So tell me, what is it that you like, from a negative note to a positive one? What do you like about X7 and what they've been doing this split?
I mean, I liked when they were winning, you know. I missed the days in spring when they won the split, you know. They're doing really well at E-Masters too. Mm-hmm. But yeah, now it's tragic.
Okay, so you like when they were winning before? Okay, now tell me, what do you dislike about X7? What really gets on your nerves when you see them play?
When I watched their level ones, unbelievable. It really, really, really triggered me.
Terrible level ones.
As a fan, unbelievable.
I must say, you look oddly familiar, sir. Any celebrity look-alike that you might have?
Maybe Jackie Chan, but not sure.
Oh, all right. And what would you like to see from X7 in the future as they progress through the split?
I mean, as one of the most loyal and only fans in NLC, I'd like to see them win and actually, you know, play the game properly. Otherwise, yeah, that's pretty much it.
Well, thank you so much for your time, Roger. We'll let you get back to your day. That was Pedro Aguiar from X7 News. Right back at you at the studio. Well.
Enough blind jokes. Stop asking for more.
Hello everyone and welcome to the Lee Sin Jungle Clear Challenge, and I'm together with Taxit from Australis. We're ready to kick this off, and before we do though, how are you doing?
I'm pretty good. It's a pretty interesting challenge. I never did this before, so we'll see how it goes. Hopefully I'm not gonna be the worst one.
So tell me, what is the thought process of making a full clear with Lee Sin, and what are you gonna use?
Using my abilities to fast, you know, on the map, use my W and flash. I think I have to go fleet, if that's the only thing that like helps on the camp. I don't know if any of this helps, probably not.
Over the heel may help, yeah.
It's a hard part. I think maybe like Nimbus Cloak is good and Absolute Focus.
Nice.
That's the only thing I could find that's like good for jungle, but I don't know.
Okay, in terms of summoner spells, why flash?
It could be Ghost, like to run fast on the map, but I think flash is better because I can like use my ward jump as well. And like when I walk to mid lane, maybe I can use my flash.
Okay, let's see what happens and lock in, and let's move into the Summoner's Rift. Okay, the question now, yeah, get the pots, and where are you going to start though?
I think I should start red to get the red buff and then deal more damage. But I'm not sure, like I honestly don't, maybe the other thing is better.
What is the skill you're going to start with? Because there's a big question between the E and the Q for players.
Yeah. I think without leash, if I start E, I can use my Q to get close to Crux. And then I can use my flash later. So I think I'm gonna try E, but I'm not sure what's like best. Because it's something about like if I get leash, maybe the cooldown is different and I will have Q up again, but I'll try the E. We'll see what happens. Maybe it's bad.
Everybody picks the E because of there's 1 second cooldown faster for the Tempest. Yeah, instead of the Sonic Wave. So let's see how it goes. 30 seconds away. And if you can tell me, where do you expect to be at the end of the ladder? Like, when we're done with the challenge, where do you expect yourself to find yourself?
I mean, honestly, like if some of the other players knew that this was gonna happen, maybe they like prepared some strats, but I am hoping for like middle pack. That's probably it.
Do you have a specific time in your mind that you want to achieve with the full clear?
I actually have no clue. Like, Lee Sin, I'm not sure. I don't know. Like 3:30 maybe, I don't know, man.
3:30, okay, that's a good window, and there we go. He starts on with the red, gets the double auto attack, is going to go back to the Crocs. And where do you think you're going to use the flash though in this challenge?
I think I'm gonna flash over mid lane, then use like Nimbus Cloak speed to run faster.
After the Raptors.
Yeah, but I'm not like 100% sure.
Okay, 50, you get the Q, that's a good clear.
I already like one auto tag, I think. But it's fine. It's fine.
And the big question though is, can you get the Tempest full clear on the small ones? Everybody is attempting to do that one. It's really hard to get the second cooldown on that one. 5 seconds. If you miss one Krog, you have to go back.
Yeah, I'm just playing it safe.
Seems
I
like a
think
good
I'm
one.
flashing now, I think.
Instantly to get the Nimbus Cloak. Okay. Full energy. Okay, one touch on every single one. That should be enough to kill them, no, Taxid?
Yeah, this is intense, man.
Okay. The damage from the knife.
Come on.
Oh, okay, close one. The hop, okay, but the cooldown though is way bigger now. Oh.
Yeah. Maybe I trolled it. I don't have attack speed now.
Oh no.
I think I trolled it. No.
Oh no, Taxid. 250, by the way, you still have a long time. Ooh, the Q! Okay, it's enough to get the burn on a wolf. Are you going to do the double?
Yeah,
Are you going to do the double? But how can you pull him now? You don't have the Q.
I'm just waiting. It's fine.
Okay. Good aggro management.
Imagine if I die now. Please.
Nah, you cannot. It's almost done. 350 though, this seems like a good clear though. Getting low, 1 HP. Oof. 320. You're getting so low. The smite.
No.
Okay, 327.28, I think. Is your smite bugged?
Wait, I thought I had to do the crab as well, dude.
No, you don't.
Wait, really? I'm trolling then. I saved my smite for the crab.
Hi everyone, my name is Mari. I'm a content creator for X7 Esports, and I'm very excited to be giving you a first ever weekly recap. So this is just where you can come find out about how X7's been doing in their NLC games, you know, just whatever's been important, just some highlights and everything. So let's dive into this week, shall we? So this week was against Nairiki and Bifrost, and we smashed it. The boys did amazing. They won both games, 0 losses. Now, both games seem to be quite easy, honestly, and not very challenging. They did amazing, but what I particularly want to highlight is MC and Temp's play in the mid lane in the Nairiki game. So this was the first game of the week, and they went 2v3. They smashed it. They got 3 easy kills. They didn't even die. It was brilliant, and if you haven't seen that, I would highly recommend you do. Although these 2 victories were amazing, looking at the table, we definitely need to keep this momentum up. So we're excited about week 5 in particular, versing our friends JJXL, but we're also excited about getting our revenge. This is the perfect time. You know, we've won 2 games, like keep this momentum up, boys. They can do it, and I believe in them, and I'm sure you do as well. That's definitely a game to watch out for. And yeah, that was all for this week's recap, and I'm excited to have you join me for the next week's. Hopefully it's not a perfect week for us, but let's find out, shall we?
Enough blind jokes. Stop asking for more.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Lee Sin Jungle Clear Challenge. I have the pleasure to be with X7 jungler nowadays, MC. Welcome back. How you doing?
I'm doing good. Thank you for having me.
Are you kind of nervous with this challenge?
Yeah, I feel like some junglers have like mastered the art of clearing, but I think I'm fine. I think I can manage.
Okay, so you have to pick Lee Sin, but runes though, and some of the spells. What are you taking?
Regular runes, but I'm gonna take attack speed. For a bit of an edge in the clearing
Is
department.
that all you're gonna do?
Yeah, I think then I'm just fine.
So you think Conqueror is going to help you in the jungle?
Oh, I could take this technically. Oh, wait a minute. Okay. This should be what I want. Okay.
Okay, I got
Yeah,
it.
let's go.
Okay, it's locked in, by the way. Gathering Storm doesn't proc until later in the game, so that's a rune that's not going to be useful. It's done. It's up to you. It's up to you. Oh, that was a fast one. You took the flash instead of the ghost, by the way. I want to see where you use the flash because it's all about tempo. It's all about
Oh,
tempo. MC.
I forgot about that. I forgot about that. It's okay. I think I can make. If I start bot, maybe 322.
322. Okay. Let's
Could be a
see.
bit faster.
You cannot use anything from the practice tool, by the way.
Yeah.
Everybody use the
totally.
custom game. You're in practice tool. You cannot use anything. Tell me something, MC. Where are you gonna start and with which skill are you gonna use?
I'm gonna start red and go Q. Then I think I'm gonna go into E. And then W.
Why Q?
Q deals like the most damage to like single target. But usually you want to take, if you solo start, you might want to take W. But since we're just doing it for the speed, I'm just gonna take E.
You do know
'Cause,
that E is lower cooldown, don't you?
Yes.
Not just asking, man.
Yeah.
I'm not trying
But
to
this-
mix it ideas. I'm just asking.
Nah, it should be good.
Okay, so we're gonna get a Q start to begin with. Tell me something. Why don't you have shadows? What is up with you guys in shadows?
I just have it like on the lowest thing.
And a weird
Just for the-
resolution as well. Why is that? Because I'm getting a lot of that.
For me, it's like it used to be for the FPS because I used to play on a laptop,
Okay.
but I've kind of got used to it. Like I feel like high settings can be like overwhelming. So yeah, I just go lowest thing.
Do you believe if you picked Nidalee, you would be faster than with Lee Sin on the full clear?
Yeah, of course.
Why is that?
I mean, Nidalee just clears faster. Also, I played her a lot.
So Lee Sin is mostly about getting the ganks, the early ganks, and all that.
Yeah.
If you didn't main Nidalee, who would you main?
I think it's between Graves, Lee Sin, and Rumble. I
Oh,
kinda
so
like
it could
one of-
be Lee Sin jungle.
Yeah. It's one of my most favorite champs.
So can we say you're
Whereas Nika-
practicing to bring him to competitive, like the full Lee Sin?
Hopefully on next patch, because this patch or the live patch they buffed Lee Sin a bit. So hopefully he's good again to pick.
You feel him being fast now?
No,
Huh.
I'm a bit slow.
Am I getting on your mind as we talk?
Yeah, you are.
I mean, that's not you're getting a little bit low though. You're getting a little bit low.
It's okay.
Durability patch for the win, I would say.
It's just a bit slow.
You told me 320. You're now at 247, 48 before the Wolves. Are you still a believer on a 320?
Not really, no.
Okay. Are you going to attempt to do blue buff and grump at the same time?
Yeah, I am. I have to flash here.
Okay. Wait, did the wolf die?
Yeah, he died.
Okay.
Oh no. This is really bad.
315. He calls upon the grump.
Oh no.
We grump.
I think I'm gonna be the last in this challenge.
I don't know, 328. It's running a little bit late for you, man. At least from the time when you were saying 320. Okay, 333.
Yeah, I think with Zarya we can dive. Yeah, because Uli will be bot side. Yeah. And our bot can go for bot side camps and we can try to dive. Can you move already, Ericsson?
I'm moving now.
Yeah, push this and we will dive on this wave.
I'm moving.
Just dive Camille. Yeah.
Oh, look now.
I mean, you can get stun here.
Yeah. She's dead.
I'm coming top, guys. I'm coming. Don't be scared.
Okay, back off now. Tank.
Nice.
Nice.
Okay, well played, guys.
Good job, guys.
Fucking Inters.
Enough blind jokes. Stop asking for more.
Hello everyone and welcome to the Lee Sin Jungle Clear Challenge with Soft coming in from Eminem and okay, you already got the skill. leveled up the Tempest. Explain to me why Tempest though. You're the first one, I guess.
It's lower cooldown. Basically, that's it. So Q is better if you get a pull because it's based on miss and health. But since I don't have a pull, it's gonna do like less damage overall compared to E because of the extra cooldown. Basically.
That's the 500 IQ strategy. Everybody's going for the Q. Maybe you can.
Is everyone got the Q really?
Yeah, most of the junglers are going for the Q. Tell me, like Toxer came in with a 327 clear, and he forgot to smite. Can you top that?
Oh, that's actually pretty good. How much does a smite save? If he smites, if he smites Grom,
like
I think it would
325, 324, something like that.
Yeah, probably saving like 3 or 4 seconds. Yeah, maybe I can top that. I'm not sure, to be honest.
Okay, so we start with.
No one full clears with Lee Sin. You pick like the worst champ. Who full clears with Lee Sin?
That's the idea, specifically. That's the idea. You want to go in the jungle, you want to gank? Nah, we got you on the full clear. But you brought in the ghost. I think it's the first ghost we see. Where do you think you're gonna use it, or why the ghost?
We're gonna use the Raptors to run towards, I think. Maybe Flash is better, I'm not sure.
We don't know. It's up to you, man. It's up to you. Okay, starting with the Tempest. The damage is not as high, but at least you get a lower cooldown. Do you think starting with the Tempest is going to annoy you when you go into the Krogs? Because you do need 2 Tempests on the Krogs to get the full clear.
No, I don't think so. I just won't use my second.
Okay, seems fast. Get the Q, get rolling. You got the prog of the knife coming in on that one. Oh, and you're cutting the little Krog as well. So you're not only looking into the timer, you're also looking into excellency on the clear. How you feel
Oh my
right
god,
now?
it's so slow on the nerfs. Then so bad.
Oh man, but we are all playing on that one. Okay, getting it. Oof! Oh, the little one. You gotta kill the little one. You gotta kill it.
No,
No,
do
you
I
gotta
have to?
kill it.
What, for level? For my level? Do I have to?
I don't know. I don't know. Soft.
No, I don't know. I don't know. It's fine. It's fine.
Okay, you got that one. It's clear. Tempest is going to be enough. Seems good. Ghost has been used. Every single
There you
raptor
go.
goes down. Okay, you got the safeguard as well. Okay, how are you looking? How are you feeling, Soft?
Oh my god, I missed up my Q.
How are you
It's
feeling
fine,
now
man.
with timer?
I'm feeling okay, but I f***ed up my wolves.
Are you nervous now? Oh, you missed the wolf as well with the Tempest. Soft. Soft. Okay, easy clear, easy clear. 3 minutes in, you still have the smite available. You want to pull in the Krog? Are you gonna pull it with the smite? Are you nervous?
I think I can do it, but...
Tell me, but what? But what's up? Tell me.
I think...
321, 322, oh, 25, 26, 1 second faster than
I missed on my wolves, man. It's fine. It's fine.
Are you happy with the result, though?
No, I griefed it, but it's okay.
Thank you so much for the
It's
challenge,
whatever, man.
Soft.
It's whatever.
It's
Yeah, no problem,
whatever.
guys.
Hey, it's whatever. It's a good one. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
Soft.
no problem, guys. I'll catch you guys later. See ya.
See ya.
Bye.
Ari is pushing in. They've got vision around that mid lane now to no JC. Stop that Ari from playing quite so. Oh, Flipper misses. Vanas to the Vault Breaker, but does hit the Cease and Desist. Temp, though, has now managed to get the Spirit Rush off this time. Now the Cyclone going back through an arrow. Taken so down low. It's still going to be a use of the hostile takeover into the bailout. Gonna try and stay alive. An MC and Tempt make the mid lane a 3-4 none. Be into the big stun though from Tempt, and now the turnaround starting to come through. Diamond flashing in, getting as much damage down as they can. MC pops the ultimate in turn. Death's hands flying through. Diamond into the Chaos Storm, smites the Herald, trying to stay alive but falls down anyway. No option for Azumi's heal. I think the mana was getting a bit low as Fury trying to get out of the way. As Chasey will get there as they don't get over the wall. A misclick on the Blast Cone, and Bifrost are falling apart in this game. as a defensive tool, it means that the side lane plays aren't really as available as Diamond's going to run into a Tiller and force him into a difficult position. Can keep jumping forward with the audacious charge, but there's a wild growth to keep him alive. MC's coming over now. There's no ultimate for Diamond Prox. I don't think that they can keep him alive very easily. Can Highway get in? No, he's too late. He doesn't jump in time, and now Highway jumps to a corpse and gets taken down. Really want to make a Hot Fuzz reference at this point. A real southern West Country accent from the UK on you. But I'll avoid that one. For now, it's Odie! Talking about south? Never mind, yeah, his health bar went incredibly south, and now Diamond dies afterwards, as does the Yuumi. They're made of paper at this point, and just getting torn through. Absolutely eviscerated, shredded. Other words that involve destruction.
from Berlin Spandau for another day of the great Northern League of Legends Championship. We finally hit week 5, day 1, which marks the last day of the first half of the split. Moving forward, we only have those rematches between teams. And my name is Alexandre Archarão Maia. And if you're worried that you're stuck in here alone with me, don't worry, man, I got you covered. We have, for the first time in the studio, coming in from the 2nd division, Solari alongside Trouble. Welcome to the one. Who are you? Tell me.
I am Solari. You just, who am I? What am I? But hi, I am Solari. I come from Division 2 and some other leagues in Europe as well. But it's my first time here in Division 1 and I'm super excited because there are some familiar faces in the teams and just some teams that I'm super excited about. So we'll see how it goes.
What other league you were talking about?
She will kill me if I do it, but I'll still do it.
I think it's something about a league that took like our seeds last EU Master.
Oh, come on.
Plummeted. Ultra League, is it called?
It is.
All right, right.
We need to have a conversation then.
If a league is not significant enough, I just forget, man.
Okay. Is that your introduction, Trouble?
Yes, hello, happy to be here again.
Happy to be here again. And talking about again, on the caster's desk, we have the duo with the longest hair at NLC. It is Nightmare alongside, sadly, Hiprain.
Sadly? What are you talking about?
We're going to row our way out of the studio at this rate. Let's go. I can't go. My headphones are going to fall off. Anyway, hey, we're here. We're back. We're finding new and opportune ways to transport our way across the studio.
Exactly. And
to your screens.
And I've got a little fact for you guys.
Do you?
I
Tell me
like
the fact.
to give you a fact. Do you know snails sleep for up for 3 years?
That's like me on a weekend.
They've also got bare teeth. Not literally bear's teeth, because a bare tooth is
They're a bit small for bare
teeth.
teeth.
A lot of them. Yeah.
I knew that they had more teeth than pretty much any other life form. That's pretty cool.
That's my snail fact. They have.
We have nothing else to offer you here. We'll be back later to tell you even more inane facts. Back to you guys.
Also, I think you're spreading wrong information to the people at Asheram. The most long-haired duo cast would be me and Hiprain.
I guess. Okay, Nightmare got demoted of the long-haired list. Well, talking about lists, let's talk about the 10 teams that are part of the Northern League of Legends Championship. So, as it stands out, we have the top teams from the Nordic region alongside the UK. I could talk about these teams all day long, but what better way to show you than on a bloodbath from the previous day? Let's look into the recap from week 4. Day 2, starting up with Astralis versus Riddle. Trouble.
You could talk about them all day, but we will instead. That was the match for 2nd place. Astralis versus Riddle. Both teams tied up with 5 and 2. And as you can see, Astralis right here have pretty much secured every single objective that they came across, except one. And unfortunately, this one on our screens right now, I feel like Astralis, even though they played the early game really well, they secured a lot of these neutral objectives. When it comes to neutral objectives and Riddle, that are so decisive in team fighting around them.
I feel like decisiveness is what was lacking here from Astralis, actually, because you can see Riddle jumping straight in, and Astralis were a little bit unsure whether they should continue with the Baron, whether they should do something with a vision around the pit, actually, because they were surrounded by red wards, actually. So that might have been actually the thing here that allowed Riddle to take everything in their hands, apart from other things that helped them as well. But we'll talk about it later.
Talking about decisiveness, I mean, JDXL with another very clean, dominant victory as well. We criticized them a little bit at being undefeated, but not necessarily clean. Their past 2 to 3 victories have been very decisive, very early game dominant. The Volleyball did wonders towards the bots of the map. Emin is bringing the AP Zeri. I remember I was stuck on a cast with someone who was like, why is he bringing out the mana? And I'm looking at someone, I'm like, why is he bringing out the mana? Sam, tell me. But yeah, that's JDXL in a nutshell, I guess.
And not just that Zeri, but also that damage coming from Zeri. I couldn't keep my eyes off of it, honestly. But this right here, just how much control is there available and how much more of the sustainability is available for X7 in this fight. It is just absolutely mind-blowing how they keep going and going. Yeah, we have the longer team fights and fights in general right now with the durability patches, but this fight is something just otherworldly.
I feel like X7 have actually woken up, and I really like what they have drafted in this particular one. The Fiora for Chasey, we know him coming from the Korean Challenger Series, where he is on a split push, he's a more dominant champion. MC facilitating, and then Antilla getting ahead on that Tristana, but you also like a lot. Asher, and coming into the Vanilla versus Ricky one. All I have to say right here is, yes, Vanilla played really, really, really freaking well, but Flipper was on 0 kill participation the entire game of the Volleyball. So for me, it was like, done with an incredibly insane performance on the Volleyball. MC with another incredibly insane performance on the Volleyball. And Flipper's like, don't you worry, guys. that champion is balanced. I promise you.
Not a good day coming in for him, but to top off the entire day, we did have Singularity, the last game from a few members, we'll talk about that later, versus Eminem. Eminem on a losing streak, but finally they break the curse.
Can we talk about how do we always have the Baron fights that are just so decisive for everybody? But here, look at it. They're going into the Baron pit. There's only 2 members, so still 3 members are alive on the enemy team. And Viego. Can we talk about Viego, because the way he turns around the fights around the Baron pits is just absolutely insane, and just the major objectives in general. He takes them, he steals them, he takes in, he's like, thank you very much for the pull, but I'll take it from here.
And I feel like talking about Viego, we also had Sof in the interview, and he was like, that darn Fiddlesticks, man. It was so oppressive to play against. It was so annoying to play against, because once you walk into Fog of War, you never know where Fiddlesticks is going to jump off of, right? And all the fear and the CC piling up on that, it was very annoying to deal with. This is why it took a while for Eminem to figure out how they wanted to break Vision into Singularity's base and end up the game. But I think the biggest takeaway from that is that Eminem finally, after 3 games of throws after throws after throws, they secure the second victory in the split.
Then we have that big question pop off. Is this enough for the team that always builds in some sort of leverage and then they cannot finish off? But this day was really important because for the first time NLC Summer Split, we finally have a team isolated on second spot. Riddle coming in, finally isolated themselves, kicking Astralis into the 3rd place, while Bifrost also lost their game. And if you look into the other ones, it is X7 rising a little bit, while Nuriki goes into 7th place alongside with Vanir. Singularity still struggling to get that first victory.
I feel it's really important, again, to reiterate, we are literally on the last day of the first round, which means now these teams today are going to round up playing everyone, and then they're going to start playing everyone again on Wednesday. I'm looking at X7 right here, because unless they manage to secure this victory and go 5-4 today, they will only have 9 games to try and reach up to a JDXL that's already 8-0. They're 4 games ahead of them. So I'm thinking X7 were first last split. Right now they're chasing to even get in the contention of playoffs, and I'm seeing Eminem only 2 wins away from them, Vanir, Nuriki only 1 win away from them, so I'm starting to get a little bit worried.
Is that anything that pops into your mind as you look into these standings, when you look into JDXL completely undefeated? What catches your attention on this one, Solari?
The middle of the board, to be honest, because as always, when we come to the middle of the split, you kind of have already the idea of what is going to happen on the very first places, on the very last ones. But in the middle, this is where the fight happens. This is where the games are the absolute bloodthirsty, because you never know till the very end who's going to end where, and everybody really needs to fight for those spots to progress further.
And you talk about this is the last day for the first half of the split. So let's see what teams are going to be facing against each other for today. Hit it with the schedule. There you go. JDXL versus Eminem. Yeah, I was like, there you go. JDXL are going to face off versus Eminem Gaming. Let's see if the curse was broken and they can finally take on the undefeated team. Nuriki versus Riddle, Astralis versus Dusty, the middle of the pack you were talking about. Then we have Bifrost alongside with Vanir, and X7 more aggressive now versus a new team Singularity.
Can I quote Viperoon? Okay.
Do it.
You guys remember the little slump that X7 were in, where they were picking like Viego, Azir, Senna, and they still managed to lose with it on the 3rd try that they had. And Viper was like, man, this X7 is just not looking well, and Singularity are looking for a victory. They might as well have their chances versus X7 because they could pick up a freebie. Now, I don't know if this is still the case because X7 looked much more decisive and aggressive than they did back then, but I'm sure Viper will be watching for that one.
What about you, Saladi?
Oh my god, I'm looking at this 4th match of today, Bifrost versus Vanir. I know I am biased, some Polish players here and there.
Okay.
Coming from the Polish region, I cannot look at anything else, but still, I really want to see these 2 teams clashing together because both of them have looked pretty strong, having their ups and downs, obviously, but I really want to see how they're going to fare against each other.
And I keep talking about changes, so what is happening in the league community? What is happening at NLC as well, or even LEC? So without further ado, I'll toss it to the news with Hey Brian and Imeta.
Hey everyone, and welcome to the news. I'm Buttered Bread, joined by your mum, as we're getting ready to break down all of the news here at the NLC.
Hang on.
I know that face. I know that face.
I was say, like, news to me. I'm a parent now, apparently. When did that happen?
You're a motherly figure to all of us.
Well,
gather round, children, for your story. It's not even bedtime. Okay, now it's your bedtime, I'm saying, because I am your mother.
No, they did stay up and watch. Anyway, so let's see what the news is going on with today. So, first of all, the Blue Essence Emporium is returning tomorrow to be able to get yourself some chromas and all those goodies.
I know, unironically, this is the thing you've been most excited for to say about the news on every segment you've had so far. So tell us why. Why?
I mean, like, you get chromas, man, for free.
Yeah.
If you've been playing League of Legends, which I hope you've been doing, you can just burn that blue essence, get some chromas. I'm hoping the new GP skin is on there because I've been playing a lot of that skin and I don't actually have any chromas for it yet. So nice to get some new ones.
I have every available Ari chroma because of course I do. But last time, like my second champion, Quinn, who I play mid lane, it's not as bad as you think. I got one of the Warden chromas in that. I was really happy with that. So yeah, I'll be looking forward to that too.
Yeah. Also, we've got obviously big thing, XL, the new kings of Europe all of a sudden. You know, we've got Markoon in the jungle as well, an ex-NLC player.
Alumni.
4 and 1. I had 2 and 4 in my head there. 4 and 1 right now after week 2. They're at the top of the standings.
Yeah, tied with G2, who of course G2 did give them that only one loss, but still tied up for that first place. Looking really coherent. Came in with a really good meta read. They had a really good ability to kind of understand how Zeri was working in their drafts. They laid down the mousetrap using the Twitch, which they stole from a Go Rogue, which of course Slurry will know from the Ultra Liga. And actually Youngbuck admitted to that one on Twitter as well. Either way, come off to a really flying start. And now we're trying to see, because we know that the teams are quite close in terms of the NLC team and the LEC team, if they'll start trickling down towards the NLC 2. Already top of the league here. Would love to see them push even further beyond, of course, and even Astral is looking pretty good in both of those leagues right now.
Well, speaking of the NLC and our home region, obviously Veneers, some changes going on. They're switching things up, so I'm going to let you break this down for us here.
Yeah, because Hesero is not playing today. Now, we don't know whether this is a temporary change, whether it's a permanent change, but Coach Flash has been talking about needing a bit of a mindset change, maybe something about the atmosphere in the team. I'm personally a little skeptical about this. I think Hesero, of course, was back on Granite, I believe it was, back in the day, but came back into the NLC this split and had some really good games. In fact, the B-roll, which the replays that we saw of that last game, really good Gnar performance. So when Dreampole comes in, filling actually quite big mechanical shoes in my mind.
Yeah, well, when we think about switching up, obviously the big headline is Singularity. A major switch up here. I know, Namari, you're very passionate about this, so I'm again gonna throw the ball to you, and you can kind of talk to me about, you know, your thoughts on the Singularity switch up.
So with the changes that we have now, effectively everyone from the starting roster of Spring has now gone, and that was, of course, the starting roster of Summer 2, besides mid lane, which changed a number of times throughout. Coming into the season, Singularity posed this project which they had this year of taking in university talent and developing them. All of that talent is now gone. I see this as a battle to avoid relegation, which they kind of have to do. They weren't looking on form, but to me, it's a real crying shame because I know there's a lot of talent within the university scene. Seems like Singularity couldn't actually develop that roster beyond its current point, which I believe is really sad. This is a bit of a desperation move for me to try and avoid that relegation. Of course, we'll have to see how those Div 2 teams stack up against them because likely it is going to be Singularity down there, even with these last-minute changes. Have to see how they do.
Well, it's time for us to throw it back over to the weather and travel with Big Red Flag, so over to you.
Thank you so much. Person I don't even know how to pronounce his name, and my mom apparently. So thank you so much for being on the NLC broadcast as well. Every single time Hiprain is on the caster's desk, it's a mess.
Oh, imagine, you guys see this, imagine what happens in rehearsals, that's all I'm gonna say.
Oh, you can't. It's crazy. It gets crazy. Like Bronze Q completely going ham. I'm just going to tell you that. And we keep talking about changes. And like Kazakh says,
going to say bronze.
Change is good. And we have a specific team that made a lot of changes throughout the spring split to summer split.
Which champion?
Kazakh.
Change it. Okay. Thank you.
I said Kazakh usually says this.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, you
Trouble is kind of troublesome today.
Yeah.
Let's look into Riddle. So in Spring Split, they added an entire different roster. Now they're just popping off on Summer. Explain to me, what is Spring Split Riddle?
Okay, I feel like stylistically, these two rosters, if you will, clash. The old roster of Riddle with Keks, MC, Sloki, Fatichan, and Nukes was revolving around MC, who is now in X7. I feel like the fact that he was surrounded by Slowq, who played a bunch of these AD fighters in the mid lane, like Aurelias, Yones, Yasuo's, really complemented the champion pool from MC, which was a lot of these AP damage dealers like Rumble, like Nidalee, Diana. And then you have the two rocks on the sides of the map with Fatih-chan and Nukes, who can play a little bit more defensive, or Kex on the other side of the map, who even pulled Shen in playoffs versus Excel and caught them off guard. Of course, this iteration of Riddle did make a pretty deep run in the playoffs, eliminated JDXL as well. They pushed them out for the third time in a row in playoffs. And then transitioning into this roster, I feel it is more around the solo laners than around the jungler.
And now we jump into the summer. It's a little bit more warm. Solari, can you run me by what is happening with Riddle right now, the way they're playing? And specifically, I think you were talking about the way they look into the side lanes as well, pushing and all that. Can you guide me through that one?
Absolutely, because I feel like this is the defining feature of their playstyle on the map. They have a lot of, like, very high individual level by player, but what they do on the map together, it is incredible because they always have a lot of pressure on the map throughout the side lanes, throughout all stages of the game. I feel like you can pretty much tell that everybody is part of it, but I feel like the biggest part is Jax Blanc, that top laner that they have. I feel like it's the crucial part of how dominant they can feel on the map throughout the game, because there is constant side pushing, there is constant split pushing coming from Jax Blanc. You can see, especially whenever there is a big objective coming on the map, something we saw already today in the replays, there is Jax Blanc somewhere else, but he's not just chilling there. He's making sure there is pressure somewhere else. He's making sure that the enemy team has to stand on their toes, because there is something happening somewhere else. Like right here, look at it. Everybody's at the Dragon Pit. Everybody's having fun there. Jax Blanc is at the side lane here. He is going to join the team leader because he knows he's needed there, and he's still a very crucial team player. Like, there is still a very good team play potential in this team, but he's needed there, but he also knows whenever he's needed somewhere else.
And I feel like this iteration of Riddle, obviously we'll see the lineup once again. I'm going to ask for production to bring up the lineup once more. I feel like this particular iteration of Riddle, and like Solari said, the fact that they do always have that side lane pressure is because the team now is surrounded around their solo laners instead of the jungler. They're bringing in Stefan, who is more of a facilitator. We've seen him on the Viego over and over again. He's making sure that Jax Blanc on the top, Vlad in the middle, thank you so much, production, for bringing this back up, are always covered by their jungler. And I feel like bringing in Kevo is a big star here, because Kevo has been one of the best weak side AD carries that we've had on the NLC for the longest time now, and Nash is that button that you need for every single engage. So you've got extremely strong solo lanes, a facilitator jungler, a weak side AD carry that barely ever dies and always does his job when it comes to damage wise, and then Nash will pull the trigger for the engages. So if we look all the way to Spring, it's like get MC ahead, MC will carry. If you look over to Riddle, you have so many more options.
Everybody can carry pretty much.
And this is a team that we are talking about, and you really want to see results. You really want to see how they're faring out in the summer split. Well, let's show you how they're just climbing and climbing the mountain. If you'll take a look at the part, play day 1, play day 2, they hit some bumpers. Why was that?
I mean, okay, play day 1 and 2 was the first week of Riddle, and Riddle had a little bit of a shake-up on the roster. They couldn't play with their normal roster that they have right now. They needed to have Jax Blanc over in mid lane. They pulled Rudolph, I think was their sub-top lane up in the top lane, and they also brought Reye in instead of Kevo as a sub-ADC. So you can imagine that, like, the whole dynamic and the way they wanted to play was completely split apart, and also, like, having your top laner playing mid with, like, something that I think Jax Blanc pulled out the Renekton. It wasn't, like, the greatest, but I feel like the fact that they've sort of come back that quickly is huge for them.
And they're fighting teams that everybody is afraid, and they're just climbing non-stop. Obviously, when we go into those rematch, this is full on stonks right now. What do you feel when you see a team just climbing this way to start with?
It's a little bit scary, should be scary for other teams, but what baffles me here is that usually whenever a team is starting to play with the roster that is not the final one, so they're playing with the substitutes, after they get the final roster together, it usually takes them some time to start climbing up. It takes them some time to get well played together. Here, it's a completely different story. All the players finally get together, boom, they start climbing. It's very scary.
And I would say we're just building up for the rematch between Riddle and JDXL, the undefeated versus the Stairway to Heaven. Now, we talk a lot about the players, and that is really interesting in my opinion, so that's why we're going to play a new game. This is a game that we don't need the buzzers, because this is Who Goes There? Okay, who goes there? Oh, straight up into this, but I need to explain the rules, okay? Wait a little minute, and I'll explain to this. So, we have a topic, player KDA. and I'll let Solari start, but let me explain the rules, yeah? You'll say a name of a player that you believe is in first place. If you decide like, okay, I found the one that is in first place, you get 4 points, 3 points, 2 points, and 2 points because they're tied up. You don't need to find the one that is in top. You just need to, okay, maybe this one is on top, and I'll show you if you're correct or incorrect. If you are incorrect and there's none of the, like that player is not on the table, you get an X. 2 X's, you are out of the topic. We have 2 topics for today. Who goes there? And the first is player KDA. So tell me, Solari, in your mind, who do you think is on the top 4 KDA of the Northern League of Legends Championship Summer Split 2022?
You really want me to get eliminated, right?
No, I just want you to get it wrong. No, tell me, who do you think?
I will start biased again. I will go with OD.
OD. Let's see if OD is on the table. It is not. It is not on top KDA, but he's fairly close, by the way. I'll give you like, I won't give you a point. I'll give you an imaginary point. What? This is an imaginary point, only for me, okay?
Okay, only for you.
Okay, Trouble. You are the trouble on these game shows.
Yeah, I'll go with Eminence O'Clock.
Eminence O'Clock on the player KDA. Who goes there? Top KDA. Eminence is on, not on the top 4. Oh, we got a double X to begin with. Solari.
What?
Hit me up with another name. I got you there, didn't I?
Eminence, my dude, what's up? Please.
I was actually going to throw his name too.
Uh-huh.
So now I'm a little bit
I
lost.
did this for you, don't worry.
I'm going to give you time to think about it. And while we're thinking about it, okay? Solari, and give me the answer afterwards. I need to thank the person that gave me this blazer, by the way, is that one standing there. It was Solari. Solari knew that I wanted a blazer, a white blazer for as long as I live. And she brought me a blazer for a different country. So thank you so much, Solari. I'm not going to give you a free point, by the way. So tell me the name. I just gave you more time.
I've been going on.
Yeah.
I brought you cookies.
What? Oh, really?
I do.
Where?
I just didn't give you them because I ate them myself.
-1 point. Okay, no. Solari, who do you think is on the top 4?
My God, I'm gonna get eliminated so bad.
Give me a name. Give me a name. It's fine. It's fine.
Bloody.
Bloody?
Yeah.
Solari. It is wrong. He's not on the top 4.
Why would you give me the hope with that face, man?
Eliminated. We go on to you, Trouble. This could be you. This could be you. Okay. Top 4 KDA in the league.
Cabros.
Okay, finally! Finally, it's not on the top board. You get eliminated as well. Let's show each individual.
No, can we have one more try?
One more try. Okay, Solari, one more try. Okay. I'll be nice. Oh, you were not thinking about that one, were you?
No.
I'll give you a hint. We talked about him previously.
Hey.
We talked about a lot of players, by the way.
Yeah. She's not getting hints. That's a little bit unfair. Trouble, you want to go first then?
Yeah.
Okay.
Get eliminated first.
Ooh.
Plank.
Ah, nice. No, he's not there.
Really?
Oh, I'm so not.
Gotta be kidding me.
Last one for you, and we will reveal if you don't get it. Solari, this could be you. This could be the game changer.
Focus.
Who goes there, Solari? Who goes there?
0.
No. I mean, they got 3 shots. Let's show it. Stefan with 8.2, Dan with 7.6, Kiba with 7.1, alongside Sinkux as well.
Why are junglers with the highest KDA?
That is a good question, but I'm not making those right now. Let's go on to the next topic. Champion KDA. Now it's about the champions KDA. We have the top 4 tie as well between the last part. Like
What does
the
that
last two
mean,
champions.
champion KDA?
Okay, tell me, which is the champion with the highest KDA in Summer Split NLC 2022? Okay, you raise your hand, give it to me.
Volibear?
Nice, it's not there.
What?
Yes.
No.
You were really happy about that one. We talked about
I know which Volibear ruined it for me.
Okay. Since Stefan is highest KDA, I'm expecting Viego to be high KDA as well.
That is such a good reasoning. That actually is really 500 IQ, but not enough. That is incorrect.
Oh my God.
Oh. Can I leave?
Camera, look at me. I'm loving this. I am actually loving this. Solari!
I'm not loving this.
Okay, the thing is, they're trolling right now because the champion could have been played once, for
It
example.
could be.
Yeah.
With
There's
31
one.
KDA.
31.
Oh!
You have 1x. You have 1x. You want to try?
Yeah.
Do it.
Samira. Michigo popped off twice. No. yes.
Wait, Trouble. I'm not going to lock it in. Solari, give me your answer.
I'm gonna go wild here. Xayah.
Zaya?
Yes.
Zaya is nowhere to be found.
Oh, come on, man.
Think about Samira. 2 ways popping
Lock
off.
it.
1 game, we got 0 kills. Think about that.
Samira.
You sure?
Samira.
Do I lock it in?
Samira.
This is your second.
Yes. Michigo,
It's
please
not
save
there.
me.
It's not there.
Okay, we get one more. We have
One
to find
more.
something. We have to
Let's
please.
start
Yes.
with Solari.
Wukong.
Wukong?
Yes.
If you look into the
It has to be,
table,
it has to be, it
on
has
the
to be.
4th spot, it's not Wukong.
I'm taking this jacket back.
Oh no! 1 point for Solari. No, okay.
I need to try one last.
One last shot. One last shot.
Nautilus.
What?
Nautilus.
Nah, that's not a good one.
I shouldn't lock it in?
No, you shouldn't lock in Nautilus. No, you shouldn't. You shouldn't lock in.
Okay, I got it. I got you.
Okay,
I got you too.
last one.
Which?
Seriously?
Yeah. The rat.
I cannot give you more freebies though.
The rat. Go.
For the first time, and who goes there? We finally got someone that didn't get a single answer as well. Let's show it up on the first one with 31 KDA. It is Graves, my dude.
No.
Popping off into Tom Kench in 2nd place. Senna in 3rd one. And to wrap it up, a favorite of MNS, it's LeBlanc.
Graves. 31 KDA.
Yes.
Who participated in creating this game?
Okay, should we go for the fastest round? I mean, that would be a fast one, guys.
Okay.
Okay, super fast. So,
One last.
this is going to be different. This is going to be
focus on that.
about who has quadra kills in NLC. They're all tied up.
Me.
4 players. I'm going to go for a speed round. So, I'll ask you, and then I'll ask you. Who has a quadra kill?
Michigo. On Samira.
Michigo on Samira with a quadra kill. Show me. Michigo, you got 1 point.
Another second one as
Okay,
well.
who else has quadra kills? You want to test?
Oh my
No pressure, no pressure. Look at me.
I have all the pressure.
Look at me. No pressure.
Oh my god.
You got the answer? Give me a name.
Just give him a name.
Oh my god.
Think about Astralis.
No, wait, stop.
I stop.
I'm gonna throw Jack Splank in there.
Jack Splank is not there.
I'll find all 3.
Yeah.
MNS.
You, yes.
Spec.
Yes.
Kerberos.
Do you want to lock in the last one?
Grisbeck for sure. I'm locking in.
Chrisberg? Show me Chrisberg. I heard the sound, so Chrisberg should be here. There you go. And we only have 1 more.
Kerberos.
No. Hey.
Hey, I found 3.
Hey,
I found
Solari.
I found 3.
He has a 0 on his name.
Is it his 0?
I don't know. Show me.
Wait, Audi has a 0 on his name, no?
That was my first thought.
Is it a 0?
It's Audi, no? On Twitch.
That is a good try.
No?
It was the last one, production. It is correct. S0 as the last one.
Okay.
So Trouble is coming in with 3 points, though. Trouble in with 3 points, and you get 1
I literally
point.
said Michigo in all 3 games.
You did try to go for Michigo. That was a nice try. We do talk a lot about Michigo. He's doing really well with the Samira on the bot side. And that's why we're going to jump on to the pregame between Eminem and JDXL. But before we do that, we have a little conversation with Vincent. And why doesn't he enjoy level 3? What is happening?
I mean, you already know this. We're expecting to go undefeated and go deep in new Masters. I think it's pretty realistic. It's not 100%, right? Because nothing is, but I would say it's likely. In NLC, like, no one really worries me. In new Masters, there is some teams, but no one, like, specific. I mean, the only concerns I have against, like, a lot of the teams are just us taking it not seriously enough and just beating ourselves. But yeah, I'm not really concerned about them. I mean, it is a conscious playstyle. I mean, of course, I'm not consciously dying, but the way I play is like something I've like tried to do, but I still have a lot of refining to do on it. I mean, the thing I'm like mostly trying to achieve is actually having a lot of impact on my games, because a lot of AD carry mains, they say, I can't have impact, my role, like I'm so team reliant, stuff like this. But and then you look at them play, right, and they're just sitting behind, like auto-attacking only when they're like 100% safe and they're sure they can't die. And it's like, of course you're not gonna have any impact like this, right? So I try to like play more aggressive and play to the limit, basically. Like the reason I die so much is because I often like misjudge the limit, just because I'm not yet like good enough at it yet. But yeah, I mean, if you look at every like world-class AD carry, I would say they kind of play the way I do, just better, you know. Yeah, I mean, the obvious one is Uzi. Like, when you watch Uzi, you just think, okay, how does this guy do this? And then you like look at it, and he's playing ridiculously aggressive for what his champion should be able to do, but he's playing it so well and like so thought out that it doesn't matter, and you just feel like you can't do anything against him. So that is kind of the playstyle I'm going for, just obviously not as good. Yeah, I think so. I mean, me and FGG, I think, ended up synergizing really well. I mean, even before we started playing together, we already kinda had like similar thoughts on the game and like how we play. And like while playing together, we like refined it even more and like got on the same page more. So, I mean, it is kind of like a just natural playstyle thing, but it also is a bit of like we actively pushed towards playing like this. Yeah, I mean, it is definitely very different than any other mid laner I've played with. There is like a specific playstyle you kind of have to adopt as a team to play well with MNS, but it is worth it, you know. Yeah, I mean, I just want to say, like, the way we're playing right now, like, it is not even like 10% of how good we can be, and we're already like just winning, right? So just keep watching, and hopefully we're gonna get to the 100%, and then it's gonna be really scary.
So this is not even 10% of what Excel can do, right? So we at least expect them to maybe beat Riddle in playoffs, should they face them in playoffs. And two, I just want to reiterate on the fact that Vence said, you know what, there's a bunch of AD carries that just chill in the bot lane and they never take risks. I always take risks. We know, mate, you're topping the death board for AD carries. Like, we know, we're aware.
He's limit testing. But the test has been a long one, by the way.
He's getting F for effort at limit testing.
That is an F. There you go. And now that we're talking about Eminem versus JDXL and the way JDXL are popping, obviously, Eminem finally broke the curse. Can they break the unstoppable JDXL, though?
I think they can. I think the early games have looked very decisive. I think, if anything, after all of these teams that I've seen so far, Eminem go in with a game plan. They know exactly what the game plan is, and they execute. Yes, do they fumble late game? Yes, they fumbled 3 times late game, but that's because they drug the game out for so long that one death timer equals 50 seconds, equals you're playing 4v5 or 3 versus 5 or whatever, so the opponent team is going to end, right? But I feel like if Eminem play their aggressive playstyle, Michigan, Samira, Shredder on his Nautilus, roaming around, there is Eminence in the middle who has overextended a bunch of times to either take a trade or push a wave or try to go for the solo kill, right? And if Shredder is there, if Soph is there, they can very easily punish. So the answer is yes. Is it going to be easy though? Don't think so.
We always go to the top side, we go to the jungle, to the mid lane, but I would like to focus on the bot side. We have a really good AD carry that was predicted on 3 times on the game, by the way. And is it enough to get a lead on the bot lane?
That's the issue I have with Eminem here. I don't know if they are enough in general. Does it sound rude? I hope it doesn't. But look at that. We have 2 teams who really love playing very aggressively from early on. They have very aggressive early game, middle game. But what happens then is for JDXL, there is a smooth transition from early game to late game, and they keep the aggression and they keep pushing the momentum. Eminem don't. They have something just happens to them and they drop it if they get to the late game. So if they just win in the early stages, they have a chance. If we get to a late game, if we get to a long one, I'm not so sure if they do.
Also, blessed for her saying, "I'm sorry if I'm rude. Welcome to the NLC."
Welcome to the
Sitting literally
NLC.
next to me, and I've roasted Venza.
And welcome to the champion select as well for the first game, M&M versus JDXL. Oh,
We've got
we've got
Wow.
lights. We've got lights.
Production.
Nice. We're
Fancy.
popping as well.
Nani?
JDXL on the blue side. We do have a lot of specific bans. Do you allow the gatekeeper, the destroyer of junglers, then to take the volley bet again?
I definitely don't think you should give Volleyball to Dan. I think he has looked the strongest among all the teams on this champion. The champion is extremely safe to play in the early game, doesn't lose, and if they're 1v1, so I'm thinking Volleyball should definitely be banned. Zeri potentially should be banned, just because there is that flex between Venzer and Eminence, between AP and AD, and you definitely do not want to be dealing with these like weird champions that you're not necessarily sure how to counter yet, same as when the AP Kai'Sa came through, right?
Oh my god, yes. But definitely agree with the Volibear just because you don't want to have this early game enabler. Might be some different picks in jungle. I mean, Volibear is already there. I'm thinking about Wukong. It's not necessarily that much of an early game pressure, but that is the transition for you into the team fights. So you might want to get rid of that thing too.
And I feel like if Wukong is open here, you just actually snatch it away. But think of all the other things that you have to handshake. There's a Lucian, the Lucian Nami bot lane, there's the Zeri that's still out, and there's the Wukong and the Ban Sylas, right? So it means that JDXL, yes, they get their first pick out of the jar, but that means that the other two PAL picks are going to be going the side of M&M.
And there is a possibility for a very strong bot lane pick right now for M&M with the red side with 2 picks available for them. They could go with, again, as you said, something like Lucian Nami, or we have so many different things available. Like I'm thinking Ezreal, for example, if you want again to have this transition, that could be the champion that you might want to go with. Also going with the support that will allow the roaming.
If I have ever in my life seen JDXL B1 for MNS, if I have ever in my life seen that, this opens so many opportunities right here, because you're B1 for MNS, you give him something very relatively safe, very hard shoving lane with the rockets, especially after level 6, right? Something scaling into the later stages of the game. Saying this, I don't know what kind of mood JDXL are in, because like you mentioned, Lucian Nami is still open up and available, but like Eminem have picked Wukong, something that likes to be aggressive and active in the early game as well. And then I'm thinking, okay, Volibear is at the picture, so if you do pick Lucian Nami, what other jungler do you have for Dan to sort of complement that aggression down ball?
We saw a Shyvana jungle as well, so this could be an interesting one, as Lissandra is going to be picked versus the Corki. It's Torok, okay? I wouldn't like to say this, but this could be something different than Corki mid.
I think this is Spot, who overextends in JDXL. Spot, whoever is the weakest link in the early game, and I think potentially that could be MNS, right? Again, overextending for CS, overextending for the trades, overextending for the solo kills. You do that versus Lissandra, Wukong, you are more likely to die. But then again, JDXL reply with a very, very strong late game scale in bot lane as well, in the likes of Zeri and the Renata. Now they've got an AP carry mid, they've got an hyper AD carry in the bot side of the map. I'm expecting, honestly, the rest of the map to be pretty subtle for them as well. I think this is full-on we scale boys from the side of XL.
Where do we focus now on the ban part? Because the jungler has been picked for M&M. JDXL are still looking for that one. And if they can nullify Dan, that is a big piece of the puzzle for M&M.
They still need something for the early game, because yes, they have a lot of scaling, but the early game is not going to be easy for you with the picks that are already coming from M&M. They want their lanes to be solid, they want their lanes to be as safe for them as possible. You might want to leverage on that, you might want to take something with the possibility for early game aggression, something for the top lane, for example, something they can dominate the lane.
I'd say here you ban Naren on for sure.
Yes.
Because this is something that scales into the late game, gives items to Zeri and Corki, and you just chill on the map and you don't die, basically, right? But I really do like your question about the junglers, because I feel like now Dan is going to be pushed into a hole where does he play Viego? Is he gonna bring out the Viego, something that's more passive on the map? Is he gonna go for the likes of Nocturne, which I don't necessarily think diving into a Lissandra with Nocturne is gonna be a piece of cake, right? Or do you bring up the Shyvana? Like, you just start farming, but I just don't know how volatile that is playing again into the Wukong, right? So I think top lane is a little bit of head scratcher. The Gangplank is a pretty good shout right here for the side of M&M as well. And I'm just wondering right here, what does Kryze bring out? Because Gwen is still in the works, but you already have a Corki that scales pretty well into the late game with AP on him. So I would like to see potentially even an Ornn coming out from the hands of Price.
You were talking about that you wanted to see the Nautilus on the bot side alongside with Semida. I mean, you might get one.
You dump the Ezreal down bot lane, you start roaming them up. You've got so much setup, right? He locked it in, Shredder on his Nautilus. I think he had something like 97% kill participation the first time he actually played it in the league. The setup with Wukong, Lissandra, Nautilus, this Corki should never survive that mid lane phase.
He shouldn't. Question is he going to? Because there needs to be some enabler that is going to make sure that Corki leaves, because the team is going to be busy with something else. I'm looking at that Camille, that is actually a perfect thing. She's going to survive the laning phase. She's not the strongest one early game, but she can stay pretty safely. And then when you come in the later game, she can tug somebody down. She can pinpoint somebody. I'm looking at Ezreal with a lot of mobility available for him. You want to take away that mobility in the team fights. Camille is going to do exactly that.
Is this the first time we've seen B5 for Excel's?
No.
Sorry, I just felt sick.
It's still the bear. It's still a bear.
Okay,
and the Phoenix
I
and the
am
Tiger.
the biggest hater when it comes to Udyr.
Oh my god, yes.
I do not like the champion. I do not like what he brings to the team, because I feel like JDXL would have had so much more had this been maybe an Ornn and a Shyvana, right? Something that's so strong in the late game. But right now, possibly, Dan wants to take the battle with the Wukong, with the Udyr. He feels he's stronger there. And I think, if anything, Udyr is really good at sort of hovering around lanes, right? Making sure you protect Eminence in the early, making sure Venza doesn't die on that level 3. Nameplates off. I am really siding with Eminem right here. And nameplates on, actually, because knowing Shredder is on his Nautilus, knowing Chimera is on his Lissandra, knowing Soph is on the Wukong, I think these are 3 S-tier picks for the side of Eminem. And if they can make it work, if they choke down Eminence into the early game, it's going to take a long time. I think JDXL's composition is actually shining.
Before we see the Summoner's Rift, Solari, I like to ask the question, who do you think is going to take this game? So I'm going to throw it up to you and then into Trouble.
Honestly, I'm gonna go with the same as you. If we take away the nameplates, M&M definitely have this with the pick. Again, it comes with the execution. Are they going to scale well in the late game? Are they going to survive in the late game if we get there? But just in general, the composition is much better for team fights, so I'm with them.
M&M for you.
Yes.
What about you? It's okay.
I said Michigan 3 times in a row. Look at it, I'm going Eminem. I'm going Eminem. I think I really like what they've got. They've got their S-tier picks for every single player on their team, and I just cannot wait to see how the early game is going to work with so much setup in their hands.
Early game could decide this one. Is this the undefeated JDXL moving on into the entire half of the splits, or Eminem can finally break the curse? I don't know, but obviously the casters are going to tell us as we jump into Summoner's Rift. Hiprain and Nightmare, what is happening?
I don't know, man. Hello and welcome to the caster desk as we're getting ready to go into our first game of the end of the first round robin here at the NLC. We're seeing things like M&M picks here coming in from Trouble going, you know what? I think they got it. And
yeah, there's a lot to talk about with the drafts. We'll talk about that when we get into game. I do think that there's a lot of risk for what JDXL are running. I can see it working out, but it's going to take some good execution.
Yes, I completely agree with you on that. I think there's definitely some strengths from this team, but there obviously are some question marks on how they're going to pull it off. But JDXL are 8-0 for a reason.
They are.
They are one of the best teams in the league, and I think their biggest thing is they are the best team at early game. They've got themselves an Udyr, a champion who is very, very powerful early, very impressive early farm. Obviously, you're going to be able to actually smash through the camps, get on the map. You know, you got the bear slap, you got the flash, you can set up for ganks yourself. So I want to see what Dan can do on this. But Eminem, maybe predicting a little bit of shenanigans.
Can they upset that just by doing some weird level 1 stuff? Now, you do have a Nautilus, great level 1 champion, and of course Ezreal, not bad at that level 1 Mark 2, but they are just going to only find themselves some wards, the defensive ward, and of course one onto that red buff on the bottom side of it.
Yeah.
Just seen that intro to the Rift. You know, it's been a while since we've seen the Duck. We haven't seen the Duck, lovingly called Sothoch, Destroyer of Worlds, for a little while. I wonder what's happened to it. You talked about snails earlier. I'm worried more on the foul variety.
Look, Kalim's gone.
That's it. That's where the Duck's gone. They've devoured Kalim.
Devouring players, one after the other. Oh, no.
Oh, gosh. Well, let's see those minions and jungle camps go the similar way into the void as they are taken, as they start spawning soon.
Get chickened down by Dan here. I want to talk a little bit about scaling them.
Yes,
We've had a little look on the early game, but how are we looking on the scaling side? Because on M&M, I see the likes of, obviously, the big one is the Gwen.
Yes.
You know, the Barber coming out, obviously going to be able to really get into the late game and be a complete nuisance. Obviously, Kryze, as we move later, in a solo lane, is going to be very, very effective at split pushing, taking towers being a problem there. You've also got the Corki and the Zeri on the side of XL. You know, but MNM, you know, they got a good mid-game spike with this Ezreal Mortalist as well. So, you know, I want to get your opinion on the scaling of this game and how you think this is going to go.
That is exactly where I was looking towards as well, because I look at the lanes from MNM, and I look at that mid-game, completely on board with you. I think that if JDXL take poor fights in mid-game, you're going to get hit by a Nautilus hook into a Lissandra ult, and your first target is going to die incredibly quickly. JDXL needs to play very, very well around making sure that they can follow up and pile onto the people diving onto someone like Dan or FGG that gets caught out of position. In the mid-game, I'm not sure if that damage threshold is going to be met by a Corki and a Zeri. Late game, I think, can do, though. So, for MNM, what we're going to have to see is that is the HUD from the void happening on screen right now.
The ducks in the computers. Quick.
Oh, Caleb, it's coming for our scoreboard! But yeah, I think that if MNM pile too heavily onto one target, into like a big one and two of the rockets, Zeri going crazy, and then Camille chasing you down, MNM could run into the problem they have had all of this split, which is, cool, you got good early game, sometimes that can last into the mid game, and then late game just falls apart. That's what we've seen almost entirely throughout this split. So I'm wondering if JDXL can survive through to that point. Of course, that won't even be an issue, though, as if we go back to what you mentioned earlier, Udyr can be that kind of the baton pass, that pass from the early game into the mid and late game. Udyr can prop up some of your lanes. You know, Lissandra into Corki can be quite punishing with the mid-jungle 2v2. Top lane, we can already see that Caleb into Kryze, taking good trades. And
oh, no!
Speaking of that, the Ignite's gone down.
He's dead. And he's chugging the potion, but no. Kryze! Just about survived there. But Soft's coming in with the old monkey bop. Dan's about as well. Ghost gets popped by Dan and catches him with a bear stance, and Soft actually feeling
don't duel this.
Burn. Flash comes out, and Dan, no flash available, but M&S is coming in. Chimera as well. Soft has to smite the crab to stay alive. And he jumps back in and steals it away. Now Dan has to be careful because Caleb is chasing for more. Dan receives a haircut, and M&M find first blood, but Chimera will fall to M&S. M&S is on the wrong side of the map with only cleanse up and available, but M&M, low HP, need to be very, very careful as M&S is coming in.
Oh, he just misses it!
The monkey bomb's not enough, and Kryze's Ignite will get him a kill! 2 for 1 in favor of JDXL.
Our adaptive defensive from Camille getting that physical damage shield was so huge, gets them just about the ability to turn around that trade after the stun misses. And Dan, I think, makes completely the right choice, you know, ends up seeing Soft over that wall, pops the Ghost and says, look, we got to fight. After that, calculation just goes a bit awry, though, because with the Wukong has that smite, and also importantly here, gets to get the double DPS, tanking up that stun from the clone. Actually, the clone doesn't end up hitting him, but same way, that clone gets a lot of value out, and you already were losing that priority in that top lane. Kellen was always going to get there first. It's such a coin flip play for JDXL, who've normally been, of course, very active in the early game, but rarely to this extent.
Man, if they stuck together, there was a world where Kryze went down there, or at least
100%.
2 for 2. Dan now making his attention, or at least his I forgot.
Presence.
His presence, there we go. He's going down into the bot side. Just going to look to pick up his Krugs for now, but we'll keep an eye on him and see if he decides to actually make some plays towards the bottom side of the map. As Caleb now just catching this wave, obviously has to deal with the fact that Kryze has picked up a kill, but large wave pushing constantly into Caleb. Caleb going to be pretty happy with the way the lane stakes work for him, as he is actually down a level on Kryze, and Kryze has got double buffs. So
that's the thing. The double buffs is pretty big there, right? Because we were seeing some fairly good trades coming out of Caleb in the early levels. We know that Camille can suffer into Gwen, even with Gwen getting nerfed on subsequent patches. But now we have to start tracking something else, because we can see that actually bot lanes have just reset, and supports are starting to get themselves onto the map. Shredder has that flash, has the ignite, has all sums. Of course, both supports have that. And they're just making sure they're around. And if you do have another big play, like they were looking for in mid lane there, supports are starting to get to the point where they can get lost in that kind of radio static. So watch where those supports are on the map. They might be the difference maker in the next 5 to 10 minutes.
Yeah, M&S only has one cleanse. Can't deal with all of the CC from a Nautilus and a Lissandra combined, so it is a bit scary.
It's like the, you know that one scene from The Matrix, the dodge this! Hook comes out of nowhere and you only got that one cleanse. How do you want to follow that at one?
No, I didn't know where to go! So I just smiled at you because I'm nothing. I'm sorry, friend.
Gosh.
I realized that there was 2 options there.
A red pill and a blue pill?
Awkwardly laugh and look really stupid, or make you look stupid and just not react. So I chose to make you look stupid.
I tend to do that without much help, so thank you for that eventuality. But
that was, I'm sorry, little one. that was my moment with you there.
Gosh, well, okay, so we're heading back towards this top lane and seeing what was being felt around there. Of course, this was top side pressure once again from Eminem. See KLM pushing beyond that turret. I do think Eminem have played fairly well at denying Kryze. Kryze has been such an important factor for JDXL in this league, in this entire split so far. I do think Kryze has been our best top laner, and cutting him away from resources, making sure he's not going to get as much CS, as much experience. I think that's a pretty good way to go about making sure JDXL can't go into a strong mid game, because of course Kryze is on a big playmaking champion for the team.
I like the way Shredder was just kind of holding that bush. There was 4 people bot lane, and he's like, I'm going to pretend.
Hold the line.
I'm going to pretend that, like, I have backup. If I just sit here and someone does step up, maybe a hook or maybe an auto attack or something will scare them off from potentially diving us. Obviously, we're still on the durability patch. These towers still do more damage.
Yes.
Yada, yada. You've heard it 100 times before. We know. But there is still 4 members diving those 2. Still has a pretty good kill potential. But
JDXL have been the team to tower dive, and also XL and the LEC have also been doing that. Of course, JDXL were turret diving mid with their mid lane Zeri and then the Volibear at light level 3. Now, with an Udyr, you still have some ability to get that targeted CC, lots of early game damage. It's not the same as a Volibear, who seems to be kind of uncontested in that regard right now. But still, there were some options. I wonder if that early game scuffle towards topside maybe just deprived JDXL of the resources they potentially would like to have used to go on the aggressive, though, in any other play.
Well, it looks like we're going to see Shredder go walkies. Flash is now back up and available for MNES, so not being punished in that window where there's no flash. And now with that Hex Drinker, with obviously the rockets now up and available, MNES able just to be a bit of a nuisance. It's going to be a while, though, before you get that horrible Corky level where you've got the Ludens, you've got obviously the Mirror Mana, and you're just chunking people constantly with the rockets.
Also don't have the package right now. Of course, it's 8-minute mark been hit, so Herald has been started. We did have a... Actually, no, JDXL, I don't think you want to commit to this. This doesn't seem like a good fight.
Yeah, they're still coming in. They're trying to collapse him forwards. They're going to lock one down. Looks
FGG's double 6.
And they are looking for Kryze. A big ultimate from FGG, though, as the hostile takeover does so much work.
Oh, the reset!
They get a second there for MNES as well. M&M, it didn't look like their fight, but they turned it around. They made it about them.
And you know why that happens? JDXL, kind of off the radar, I didn't spot this while this was happening, managed to get level 6 onto FGG. This is something that some of the very best teams in the world showcased in Worlds 2021. Damwon here would start rotating their support around the map and get them early level 6. That hostile takeover was instrumental in that Herald fight. And then they walk away without that objective, sure, but with a handful of kills. And it's so impressive to see them turn up to this fight and say, yeah, we'll take a fist fight.
Absolutely beautiful. As we see the fight again, there it is. The hostile takeover hits all 4 M&M members, and it is just doomed from there.
And this is going to be something we have to track as, oh, hell, even see Kryze getting the bailout, right? Even at the end of that, not even a single kill on the other side. They hit their power spikes and they hit it, but now we have to see later into this game, that might be another thorn in the side of M&M, because you're diving onto that first target. That's what we said. Well, 1, there's going to be a bailout on it. 2, you're going to have to deal with the hostile takeover. And that means it makes it so hard to get that backline access. So FGG already had such a glow up this year, from being one of the weakest supports in our league to arguably the best, actually showing off another clean team fight.
I think the big thing as well from this fight is, we were talking about how M&M, they need to kind of pressurize and play around this mid-game. We're now 10 minutes in. They are down 2,000 gold, actually 3,000 gold now, as the gold just ticks over to 18k in favor of JDXL. So XL, 3,000 gold league, sure, there's a Rift Herald, and that's going to be able to net back some cash, and if you can turn that into first Tower Blood with plates, that's a big injection into cash. The likes of Kalen would do amazingly with that, the likes of Mishigu as well. If you can get that gold into those 2, then maybe that mid-game dream can still come alive. But XL, they want to get into the later stages of this game. That's when they're feeling comfortable, and that's when they're going to look to push. If M&M don't ever get that good mid-game, and JDXL just can get free scaling, then this game is really rough.
It's done. At that point, you just put it to bed at that point, because, again, all that gold, 2 kills and assists going over to that Corky. Well, of course, that first blood was, well, that first whatever it was ends up getting a bit dangerous.
The package!
Ouch.
It saved him. Chimera couldn't click him with the arc as he got knocked back.
And of course, he would have been unstoppable, even if he does that. Chimera jumps in, just takes a whole load of damage for it, doesn't have a teleport, and suddenly Chimera's stuck in now an extra part of this laning phase.
Oh, they're pushing for it.
Even less HP. Still got Cleanse, still got Flash, still got, of course, the base Valkyrie too. M&S is sitting so happy here, happy days.
Yeah, and it's going to be so hard to kill him with the Hex Drinker. I want to see this Rift Herald kind of get ignored from the bot mid lane and actually get looked to put down in the top or the bot. But they're still, once again, going for MNES, going to wait it out as long as possible. There he goes, caught by the Cleanse, popped out, everything used by MNES, and he's able to return so much damage in.
But even with that, you've lost most of your HP. Top lane, similar things happening.
Kalim's trying to get the outplay, but he can't do so. Cries will take him down. True damage from the Precision Protocol just stacks up way too hard, and Eminem just losing out across the map here.
He tried so hard to shut down the top lane too, and they are losing across that map. Suddenly, M&S 2-0-1, top lane 3-0-1 out of nowhere. JDXL completely off to the races.
Yeah, XL now just set up for complete value in this game. Words are eluding me right now. I don't know what I can say, man. They got 2 dragons, they've got the better late game, and they are ahead.
And the third lane
is in for a whole world of hurt. The bear slap under the tower. Dan's going to take 1 shot. He's not going to take the second, and that is a clean as can be tower dive from JDXL.
And they hit 3 lanes in as many minutes. It's mid lane with the ability to just push off that Lissandra. No, doesn't really lead to the largest amount of gold. At least Eminem gets something towards this top side. Chimera's going to hang towards there too. It is going to be...
Nah, they lost.
Full tower going down, but is it going to be first? It isn't. It's going to be second. Don't even get that extra consolation gold.
No, it's just a bit of gold into Kalim. Shared with Soft there. Kalim very happy with that, considering Kryze is 3-0 and got a whole level on him. But still pretty rough for him as Kryze actually looking to interrupt the recall. Soft catches onto the clone. They got the Cyclone if they want to keep this up, but they are just going to have to back off for now. That red buff ticking away a little bit here, but in comes down onto the flank as Kalim as well. MNES coming in, the rockets are coming down, and Kalim is going to try and keep Soft alive. Soft flashes out, but now Kalim is the one in danger. Soft has to throw the Cyclone down, and he is popped. It's another 2 kills for JDXL, as M&M are just melting at the seams.
And JDXL are just calling M&M at every play now. They're calling their bluff and saying, yeah, we'll fight. Heck, Kryze has even been so disrespectful, he's gone cooldown boots. He's into double AP solo lanes. He could have gone for those Merc Treads, could have gone towards more defensive build and says, no, I don't need them. Give me that extra cooldown reduction and the ability haste on the table. This is flexing the muscles from the top side of JDXL. Kryze, again, we kept talking about, this guy is probably our best top laner in the league. This guy is someone you want to shut down, and they gave it a good try. But they let him into the game around that Herald fight, and this is what he does with those resources. So confident on the aggressive front foot, and Chimera and Shredder just over the wall going, yeah, good luck with that, we're not buying in.
I don't know what M&M can do at this point. The gold lead is already at 14 minutes, 6,000 gold in favor of JDXL. They've got items starting to come in on all fronts here. You've got the Triforce, which is already finished on Kryze, and he's now working towards his next item. Like you said, boots too. Everybody has got a full item other than FGG. That's fine. They're quite happy on that. Let's look on the other side. Chimera's still not finished up their next item. And if you actually compare them to MNES, MNES has Hex Drinker, Lost Chapter, and a Muramana, and boots too. Chimera has Kindle Gem, Lost Chapter, boots 1.
Yeah, it is such a huge difference. It is ridiculous how different the itemization is right now. You also have the 2 dragons on the side of JDXL, and they're 2 good basic dragons too. A little bit of scaling damage, a little bit of percentage resists, and M&M have to deal with all of this. It does mean there are shutdowns, and it does mean there are objective bounties to play around. They can get one of those objective bounties from that bot side of the map, but it is such a small amount in what they have to make up, and they are constantly behind the play now. You've lost all of your outer turrets, or at least you have done just now, and you are going to lose vision from that. You're going to lose the ability to find the engages you want, because I think the one way you do get back into this game is a Lucky Nautilus hook. It's a Lissandra Wukong over the wall onto someone that hasn't really got the vision to protect their own pushes, but when you're losing all of this positioning on the map, it is so hard to do that. M&M, they found a little bit of a way to do this around Bifrost in that one hugely late game scenario they had. But doing that against JDXL, 8-0, looking to beat every damn team in the league, it's a very different situation.
It is. I think there's also, you know, like you're saying, there is obviously, when you're playing this kind of a comp where you have just individual pick potential, you have that big wombo combo, you're not going to win a team fight off it. There's no way, not at this point. but you could find those picks. You could find those shutdowns. You look at mid. MNES, yes, he's got Flash and Cleanse available to him. He's also worth 500 gold.
Imagine
That's
if
a big
you could
shutdown.
combine summoners. I'm taking Flens this game. What about Heal Gnite?
Ignite.
Heal Gnite. It's the Yuumi summoners.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Who needs mobility at that point? What else have you got?
TP Ghost, but I don't know what you call it.
Teleghost? That just sounds like a phasmophobia boss.
Ghosty port.
And you know what? All we say about that, it's still about as coherent as M&M's game plan after this point, because what the heck do they do? I mean, at this point, you're sat here and you are preying on mistakes. Everything that you can do proactively is very, very limited.
Yes, unfortunately so. I mean, Soft just loses over half his health.
Yep.
Just for walking into his jungle because there is a ward there. Chimera's taking a lot of damage as well. MNES doesn't even have his Ludens yet. He hasn't even got a fully stacked Mirror Mana. This is how far Soft is behind. He's getting absolutely melted by the Corki.
I'm going to ask the observers to do something which might make the viewers avert their eyes. Can we have a look at the individual gold? Look at that! Look at the mid lane difference. That is absurd. What's that? 4,000 gold? 3.5 even?
This is like every Corki's dream. Because
every person is like 1,000 gold over their lane opponent.
If you play Corki, you know that he's a champion that really likes a lot of different components for different items at once. Hence why you get the Hex Drink of the tier and all that kind of stuff. As we are actually in the midst of Soft just getting taken down. Cries unstoppable. JDXL getting a Dragon on the other side of the map as well. They are looking...
They can't stop winning.
So good. It is just jobs everywhere, boss man. They are looking so good.
Now the question is... how do you deal with not having Baron on the map? Because you've started to get dragons, that's good, you're on soul point, that's awesome.
Oh, he's at the package on the head, and he is dead. MNES takes him down. JDXL get tier 2 tower, and M&M are trying to scrap some level of defense together. Luckily to them, there's only 3 waves to deal with, but Dan, Herald on the other side.
He's got his Ludens now, that's what happens. He's got his Ludens, he had that for that fight. I was going, well, maybe it stalls out because they don't have the Baron. Well, they have a Herald, they have the package, they make the big play, and JDXL, I'm really impressed actually at how they've managed to find increasingly more effective go buttons. In this game, I was like, yeah, actually getting this many advantages early, sometimes it stalls out, you know, it's a little hard to do those tower dives still at different points. They're so far ahead, they're so coordinated, they put that vision advance, they're doing it by the book, and they're making it look flashy at the same time.
Do you remember when Herald used to give a Baron buff basically to like a single person?
Yes!
That was the original
Was that when it
version
was the really derpy looking Herald as well? Like
I thought it always looked the same.
No, it used to look a lot more cartoonish. In fact, do you remember the Star Guardian PvE event? It was in that for a little while. They used the Herald model for it.
Yeah, which we're not getting back in the next card.
Which is really sad because I loved that event.
It was
same with the Odyssey one too.
It was
many hours.
I like our PvE.
Yeah. Do you remember that? Do you remember the Odyssey one? Everyone would play Ziggs and just like continually satchel themselves into a corner to get. That was the whole thing. If you didn't play the PvE League of Legends expansions, they were really good. Those events, they were really good. I enjoyed them a lot.
I want more. I want more PvE events. They were so much fun.
Maybe we can get one with the Void. Maybe that'd be a
really cool actually. Yeah. That'd be a really cool one. I'm sorry we didn't get like a Ruination one. When the whole
but then I also looked at the Ruination event in general, and I wasn't entirely on board of where the story was going. So you know what?
I agree with you on that. Would have been cool though to have.
It would have been.
Had like.
You could also just play the Ruined King game, which was also great.
Yes, I need to play that still.
It was
I have a back catalogue. I always have a back catalogue of games. I know we all have it, but I am horrific at
well, maybe by the time we tune back into this game, M&M will have, again, found a way to actually play out this game, because I'm coming up with a blank at this point. They've tried there to fight for Vision. They've tried to find those picks, and it's just not happening so far. They are grouping as 5, but they're on Vision. M&S has complete domination over the range here too.
There's no package, I don't think.
It's just no good angle for M&M.
No, he's coming in. There's a teleport being thrown down though, and it looks like this might be the final nail in the coffin. W lands in instantly.
Oh my god!
It's just turning on each other. M&M are falling apart at the seams. They're able to find one in response, but it is not enough. The damage is not high enough, and M&M are swiped. They are cleaned from the rift. A triple kill for Cries, and JDXL only lose Venza.
And it is as the Baron spawns just a minute after it's entered the rift, it's going to make a swift exit. JDXL, they managed to clump M&M up. M&M were trying to go for that last gambit, try and find that pick, that one thing which might be able to turn around the game. And JDXL, they even have the luxury of waiting just 3 more seconds to get that Baron buff onto the AD carry and say, nah, let's go reset anyway. This is how it all started off. It's a deep teleport. They had full information about this. They knew how this was going to go all along. Credit to M&M for piling onto that first target and saying, yo, we just got to go for this. But FGG has that ultimate ready, able to just close down the entire team composition, a full team hostile takeover, and they get absolutely nuked.
It was an explosive fight there for JDXL. And that gold lead that we've been hitting on time and time and time and time again is just irrelevant. XL are too far ahead as they have been absolutely smashed in this game. But there is still that pick potential. They might be able to kill one. There might be just a little bit of pride on the line here. If they can take prize,
my
no,
God.
Michigan just loses half his health to a rocket.
Gosh, well, maybe JDXL are playing PV at this point. Looks like the level of power is, again, increasing to get further and further. More items after that fight. Inhibitors, towers going down, and
I think it's over. Ooh.
Continuing to push up that ante, so far ahead, both in this game and in the league. Chimera's going.
He's flashed in, he's trying to get everything off. Oh, it's again! Another hostile takeover! Rips through M&M, and they will fall one by one. Soft Cyclone will do absolutely nothing as he falls down. M&M are clean swept. It's an ace for the side of JDXL, and they can close this game out with Baron. The towers are under fire. Number 1 falls. Number 2 will be quick to follow. 23 minutes on the clock. JDXL finished the first round robin undefeated.
Beat every team in front of them. We knew this team had hopes in spring, which they didn't match. Went out in that first round of that playoffs. They had to fight back to, in this split, get back onto our radar. And by God, they've really done that. They are now, by far, the best team in the NLC.
Undoubtedly, statistically speaking, everything you can look at, they have just absolutely slayed it. They've looked so good. M&M, you know, like you were saying, really poor spring for them. They didn't hit the mark they wanted to, didn't make it to the European Masters. And now coming into this game, coming into this season, just on complete form. And it was like you said earlier when we were actually talking about them in the news segment at the beginning of the show, they just seem to have such a good read on how to play the meta. You know, their LEC team have a really good early game. Their NLC team have a really good early game.
Everyone else has to take notes on them. At this point, they are this far ahead of the meta and of the rest of this league that they are one of the teams to watch across the entire ERL system.
XL close out with another win under their belts, but we are going to pass it over to Arkarom and the rest of the desk to break this game down. So over to you.
Thank you so much. 23 minutes victory coming in for JDXL with 20 kills, only 2 deaths. That's almost 1 kill per minute for JDXL.
They have finished the entirety of the first half of the split completely undefeated. And honestly, we had our doubts at the beginning because, yes, they were still undefeated at the beginning of the split, but it didn't look as clean. Their last 4 games have looked squeaky clean from everyone, except some level 3 deaths here and there, but we forget about those. But I just want to talk about historically for Excel, what does that mean? Because come spring, they played really well, they were dominant, they kept losing to X7, they kept losing random games to an Astralis that was struggling back in spring, and come playoffs, they fall to the same nemesis that is Riddle to Excel, 3 splits in a row. Coming into summer, they look much more decisive, they look much stronger. I agree with the caster disc as well, they look much further ahead in terms of patch and understanding of what they want to do and how they want to play. And honestly, I feel if a team is able to pull a victory off of them, it will be a huge fit for them.
It's still half of the split. What can we expect through the rest of the split? Obviously, there's a lot to take in for JDXL, but you saw them play. You saw how clean they are. Is there any part of the game on this one that you can look and say, they still have to work on this?
Yeah.
That is a good reply. Because this team fight symbolizes that, no?
Yes.
Can you guide me through this one?
We talked about removing the hand plates and then giving the victory to M&M, but here, look at the execution. Everything comes to the execution.
Nameplates on, baby.
Exactly. There is no possibility for M&M to get to the back lane of JDXL just because of how mobile it is and how well it positions in the team fights. And then there is the opposite story for JDXL. They can get to whoever they need to catch and kill first, and they just do it. They don't see any obstacles for themselves.
I feel like if we're
Last
talking
one,
about cleanness, and if they could like 100% figure this out, how to make it completely clean, I think M&S on that first roam in the river, that first fight, the 3 versus 3.
Yeah.
It could have been a little bit of a fast roam, so he's
Yeah.
crashed in the way, but come on, it's M&S. Like, he'll go for the solo ball over helping a teammate any time of the day, you know?
And that is a team that goes undefeated on the first half of the split. JDXL facing M&M. Obviously, we're praising JDXL, but M&M in paper had everything they needed in terms of picks. Was it execution, or is JDXL on another level?
I feel like this was the first time that I've seen M&M where I'm like, you've gone in without a plan. It feels like you've got so much setup. M&S is playing Corki. He's very susceptible to getting ganked. Even with the Valkyrie, you can follow up with Flash and the Tomb as well from Lissandra. You've got a Nautilus, you've got an Ezreal down in the bot lane, so your Nautilus can actually roam. So you've got all the setup tools in your hands to make this work. And we know that Corki always wants to be shoving in his lane, sort of being a nuisance, right? So they had their openings, they never took them because every time they tried, FDG was in the mid lane, Dan was around the mid lane as well, and M&S was always kept very safe. So that win con that we said, where it's like, maybe M&S overextends, his team is there to keep him safe.
The plan was just not there. On the other side, the plan was completely in full effect. And this is why, for the 12th time, I guess, I have the pleasure to talk with the coach from JDXL. I'm kidding. I love you, man. It's Torok back on the show. And look at that smiley face.
How is it 12 times in a row if you've only won 9 times?
He calls me on Discord every day as well. How are you doing, Torok? I see that happy face. Obviously, this is a perfect split, at least half split for you. How are your feelings?
I'm doing very well, Akram. Are you hearing boss music yet, or just holding on?
Mates, we still have half split, and you know that. My confidence is still high that you guys will slip. Okay, but Torok, look at me. Last split, you were constantly saying, yeah, pick Corki B1, I'll punish you. You bring a B1 Corki. You bring in the Udyr into the jungle. Where's the Torok I know?
I just really wanted to get the win, and
sacrifices
when it push comes to shove, you can just lock Corki. You know, it is okay. You just it's fine. Enemy team, you know, they don't need to punish us. We can get away with it. It's just enemy teams can't get it into us. You know,
are you falling
if they
prey?
Get Corki, like what happened last week, right? Remember, Dusty picked Corki on blind. They got Zeri mid, right? So you know, we'll still punish Corki blinders, but you know, until people do it to us, it's fine.
Are you falling prey to the meta? Are you becoming a slave? Nah. We all go through that point, Torok. You're losing yourself. But hey, at least you're winning. Trouble.
Okay, so I have a really big question here because seeing a pick for M&S B1, for me particularly, is mind-blowing, right? Because this guy has so many champions. It's like, we can leave him for later on and we can give him a counter pick and he can get all the solo balls he wants. I want to know the communications when the draft goes on. Was it M&S being like, coach, we need to lock in Corki here? Or was it you saying, you know what, you pick Corki B1, it's a win? Because there was also Wukong in the mix, there was a Lucian in the mix, there was a Zeri in the mix.
Well, there were two things that went on here. So me and M&S had spoken about picking Corki early on in the draft. That was like an understanding that we had. We hadn't talked about it B1, but then we saw M&M's bans, we saw what was going on, and even though we were like, oh well, we can still go Zeri here, M&S just turned around and said, give me Corki. No other champ, give Corki. And I was like, say no more, you know? So, you know, when your mid laner asks that strongly for a champion, obviously when M&S asks PP1 as well, I'm all for it.
Second question on the Corki thing, right? Corki is a champion that's very easily punishable as well, and they've locked in Wukong, Lissandra, and Nautilus, and obviously you might have felt that your mid lane might be under fire, because we've seen evidence like overextending for a creep, overextending for a trade, overextending for a kill. Was it something that you guys actively kept in mind and made sure that FTG is there to cover, Dan is there to cover, and so on?
It was actually really funny. Before this game, all of the coaching staff, we were in M&S's DMs, and we were like, right, this team, all they're going to do is gank you mid. They will stay there forever. They will stand there. They will do whatever they want. They're going to gank you, right? Just make sure you don't die. They'll run out of steam eventually, all right? Like, Chimera can't play after 6 minutes anyway. So just like, please, just
don't die. They'll lose the game anyway. And then obviously everyone else had that understanding as well, right? So yeah, we were aware of that. And as soon as they looked in the Lissandra Wukong, I mean, Chimera had been spamming Lissandra and Solo Q all day, so we kind of knew that was coming, and you know, we were ready for it. So yeah.
So Eminence goes into game and his coaching tip is just don't die, Fivehead.
Well, it works.
No, it's understandable. I mean, if you have someone to die at the beginning of the game, it's Vezir. You can't have two of those. So it's a good plan.
Exactly.
It's a good plan.
I mean,
Thank you, Torak, for the interview.
I mean,
Obviously, I'm kidding with you.
So Venza
Tell me.
can't die, you know?
Yeah. Just last word from you. Can you give me a quick summary of the first half of the split? A fast one.
Really fun. Hope we can do more.
Okay, let's see what happens. Thank you so much for this, Torak. I'll see you soon. And congratulations on the first half. Undefeated. We'll see the second half. I love this bantery. Yeah, we're just attacking each other. But there you go. And those quick tips also help you. Like, you know the focus is going to be on the mid lane. You know that you need to play safe. And you can carry in the late game.
I'm just surprised. I'm just surprised to see that Eminence was like, you know what, coach?
Taking that
Look me
agency.
cocky, B1. It's like, it's not a solo bolo champion from what I know. And it's a very hard scaling into the late game champion. And you know you're going to be susceptible to having the entire enemy team towards you like flies in a beverage, you know? So I felt like Torak hit the nail on the head as well. He's like, every coach was like in his DM, he's like, just please don't die. Everyone's going to be mid lane. You're not playing 1 versus 1, you're playing 1 versus X, you know? It's just fun to see. And I think that Eminence also performed, right? He didn't die at all.
And I know you don't have one of these back at your league, but how is it feeling Eminence to play in the mid lane and watching it?
It feels good. It feels good. Another thing that feels good actually is that Renata from the bot lane, we just discussed it before going here. I haven't seen a very good performance on Renata when she's actually adding value to the team fights. But here, finally, I saw it in like at least 2 team fights that happened. I could see that Renata ultimate being used where it needed to be and actually turning the fight around. Not that it needed a lot of turning around, but still it was there and that still mattered.
FGG, it's FGG. I would say looking into Eminem right now, I do believe we have Chimera waiting for the interview. And no, we're going to look into the standings to see how this affected the day. Obviously, JDXL, first place, 9-0, completely undefeated. Eminem takes a little bit hard on this one because the distance is getting bigger.
Remember what we said, right? I'm looking at the former champions right here. X7 Esports, 4 wins. They're sitting 5 wins away from even trying to tie with JDXL, right? So you're looking at the top of the standings and they're so far away, you only have 10 games left. 10 games left and you need to secure 5 of them to reach JDXL if JDXL start losing. So you can see how the gap is sort of becoming larger and larger. And I think for X7, they need to start picking up victories right now if they want to make sure that they're secure for the playoffs.
Now this leads us into the second game of the day, which is going to be a fun for you. It's going to be Nuriki versus Riddle. But before we do that, we do have the fan on the street coming in from Nuriki itself. Take a look.
Hi, I'm Osku. I'm a streamer from Finland, and I'm a big fan of Nuriki Esports. Nuriki is going to win their games because of Finnish sisu and obviously Finland. In Finland, we don't say GG, we say perkele, torilla tavataan.
Oh, I learned something new today.
Okay, but
I can't pronounce it.
I would love to know what actually this means because I can't.
I hope it's GG, well played.
I hope it's not. That's why I would love to know what it means.
Okay, we have that question mark. Now, bigger question mark, you were talking about Nuriki and the way you really enjoy that team and all that. Do you think they have what it takes to take Riddle, though?
I'm not so sure. I am never 100% sure, but here, like, my sureness levels are completely somewhere gone because I don't think so. I'm looking at Riddle, and no, I don't think so.
We did talk about them in the our story arc for the pre-show was mostly about Riddle and the way they're just forcing themselves into the top of the mountain, the shadow of JDXL. It's a lot to take in.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Nuriki are going to have a mountain to actually climb to try and beat Riddle because the strongest part on the map is that bot lane. I think Azata and Abagnale have been absolutely freaking fantastic. We also saw Azata on a more aggressive pick last week. And when we talked to him, he's like, well, we're trying to play a little bit more aggressive in the early game, possibly. I don't need to get out of laning phase and start scaling at that point, right? Maybe I can come out of the lane phase already fed onto that Lucian. It didn't work that well, but it still looked like it had sparks of hope. When it comes to Riddle, I think they've come into complete form right here. Their solo laners are just so freaking strong that honestly, yes, I love this matchup, but I want to see the rematch versus JDXL. I feel like whenever this comes out, we're going to have to create like the biggest announcement of a match of the week on that moment, right? But right here, I feel obviously Riddle have the upper hand because they have the stronger solo laners and the stronger jungle, and I feel like top of the map is just so important for the game, right?
It is important. It's going to be Banderas versus Jaxplank. We talked about Jaxplank, the way they split push constantly. You think it's about, okay, we really need to pick something for Banderas, because if you look into the KDA, you see the difference. Jaxplank is a beast.
Okay, a little bit of a difference here though. It's people gathering to stop Jaxplank and Jaxplank killing whoever is in front of him, right? Whilst Banderas is trying to side lane, he's like, I just see top lane here. Maybe sometimes even a jungler. That's why you see like the KD a little bit lower. But for Jaxplank, it's like, no, you need to bring 2 to 3 people to try and stop him. He'll kill 2 of them and run away.
Yeah. No, I don't know what to expect from the top lane in this game, to be honest, because these are 2 very strong top laners. But I'm looking at the way they play through the game. They have kind of similar concept in their mind of how they need to be to execute their game style in order to be helpful for the team. But I feel like, again, like in the previous game, the difference lies in that very execution.
And let's see how they execute that as we move on to the champion select of the second game of the day with the light show. Riddle versus Nuriki. Obviously the Jenks and the GP should be banned.
Yeah,
aside from that, Trouble.
And GP, but like when it comes to top lanes, I find them to be such similar styles for the teams. But Riddle know very well, as you mentioned the pre-show as well, how to play against Jaxplank and how to play around the pressure that Jaxplank gives for his team, right? Obviously, Gangplank is going to be taken away.
Yeah.
I think Jax has to be taken away, knowing how Banderas really likes his Camille, she really likes his Fioras and things like this. And Jax is not the easiest one to play into, so I'm expecting maybe the Jax ban to come out. It's also not very enjoyable to play Gwen. Banderas has played the Gwen. He does favor the champion to play that into the Jax as well. So yeah, maybe go towards top side of the map and then take sort of like that S tier pick that remains. Maybe the Zeri, maybe the Wukong, maybe the Volibear. Don't take the Volibear, Flipper, take the Wukong. Take the Lucian, take the Zeri.
See how it goes. Senna is going to be banned as well alongside with the Yuumi. And if we're talking about easy execution for Nuriki to be able to actually fight Riddle and look into the team fights, we have to bring back the Jaxplank. He can just split push. This is one of the only teams at NLC that are comfortable with the split push still.
I feel like yes, and JDXL, but they don't do it to the same extent because I feel like JDXL have like a completely different identity where they can use the split push, but they can also play as 5. So far, I feel like Riddle, it's been their bread and butter to play for the split push. Is the MNS again? Oh my god.
Another one.
Okay, so this is more of an Aero pick than it was an MNS pick for me because Aero really likes to play control mages or scaling champions like the Victors, the Orianas, the Ryzes and things like this. So I feel like Victor does really suit him. Stefan, if he takes away that Volibear here, we could
highest
also...
KDA player.
Exactly, highest KDA player, and we can expect a lot of action in the early game.
We should expect a lot of action in the early game because as much as we talk about the top lane and as much as we talk about the individual level, the jungle and the support are 2 parts. They're connecting everybody together. And here you already have the jungle that is going to do it. It's going to be the enabler of the early ganks. It's going to be a very good enabler to get to the back lane of the enemies. Now you just need to follow up on that. You need to give Volibear the lanes where he can go and have the trouble. Are you okay?
He's falling asleep. This is a 40 minutes.
I'm just going to take a nap for the Quirky Azir here. It's fine, guys. You do the rest
wait,
of the
we have aggressiveness coming to the bot side with Kalista and Renata.
I'll take this.
There you go. Talk about it.
Kalista Renata is probably the strongest 2v2 lane that exists. I saw it in the LPL, and that particular bot lane is able to take down Lucian Nami in a heartbeat. It's one of the hardest ones to pivot, and Braum is going to have a really hard time on catching the Kalista and also playing into a long-range support. I like this one much more. Mind you, the Senna has been banned, so that Seraphine could either go as a carry down the bot lane or even as a traditional support.
So it's still a question mark coming in from Riddle. They're not revealing a lot as we jump into the second part of the ban phase. We do have Wukong disappearing from this game, and we have one jungler. We need to know where Flipper is going to be, and they had the opportunity to take the Wukong. They ditched it. What else do they have in mind?
I feel like that might hurt them just a little bit because you've got the Kalista down in the bot lane, and I'm thinking, okay, what other champion can you potentially use in the early game to juice up all that early game power that you have on the bot side of the map? All ST junglers right now have been taken off the board. The Volibear has been picked and the Wukong Viego are completely out. And I'm like, the only other thing that is aggressive in the early game is usually Lee Sin. Flipper does play the Lee Sin, but do you fancy playing it into Seraphine, Azir, and Volibear? I don't think so. So I'm not sure what Flipper's move will be here, actually.
It could be either Lee Sin or Xin Zhao, actually, because I'm having such back flashbacks to the spring split from this pick that I would not be surprised to see these two champions appearing here, but they're not feeling so well anymore. And as we progress from the early game further, yes, Travel, that is going to be Ashe Seraphine. Oh my god, I am loving this bot lane so much from both sides. There is a lot of proking that can happen from both sides, but especially from Riddle, and just the way they can control the lane.
So Ashe is one of the #1 counters to Kalista because you can proc a slow on her by just auto-attacking. It's the same thing as Lucian. It's point and click, you put that down, and you've destroyed the lane. And I think right now, with the Seraphine Ashe, you're going to have perma-prio towards the bot side of the map. You've got so much sustain, you've got so much lockdown if you want to with the arrow. And I feel like Flipper is going to have to be perma-active in the early game because that bot lane is going to be perma-pushing from the side of Riddle. But one Trundle pillar, and you can actually pull in a kill on the bot side of the map. I wouldn't be surprised. This is Jaxplank that we're talking about. And he does like split pushes, so we're looking into Aurelia. Oh, sorry, it's banned. Like Camille, the Tryndamere, Darius can also work here as well. This is scary, right? Because the opponent team has Renata. Tryndamere has a lot of crit on him, as well as attack damage. So if he does join the fight, and he does get hit by the hostile takeover, it's going to be very grim. If he accidentally auto-attacks his Seraphine, for example, and 100% to zero her into auto-attacks, right? So I'm expecting to see a Jackson completely taken away from the other 4 members of his team, and the core unit that remains behind for Riddle is just insane in taking control of our objectives.
Yeah, this is probably going to be Tryndamere taking a vacation from his wife and not meeting her throughout the entire game. Ashe will not see Tryndamere. Is going to be split pushing the entire game. Last question, who do you think is going to take this one? Riddle or Norika?
Riddle. I'm all in for Riddle here. I'm
sorry,
100%. But yes, I will be with Riddle here.
The sands have shifted. What about you,
I've
Trouble?
banned both of them. They're playing Corki Azir. I digress.
She digresses on this one as claps are appearing on the room. Both casters are in favor of Trouble. Who do you think is going to take this one? Nymeta and Hiprain.
Like, I'm not about this Corki Azir stuff. I know it's.
I'm actually more interested about what Artron was saying about Tryndamere taking like a holiday from his wife. Are there some Freljordian marital issues? What's happening here?
I think it's because he doesn't want to get hostile takeover and then smack his wife with a big sword. I think that's wait. Oh no!
Things you didn't think you'd be hearing on broadcast today. Well, with that aside, I agree with...
Get him off camera quick!
I agree with the logic of it. In terms of like the hostile takeover into Tryndamere's auto attacks is going to be insane. I do think that with what that team's bringing out, you really want this to be a very solid 4-person unit when you have like the Death Ball of the Ashe Seraphine, which is effectively going to be untouchable. I would actually advocate for a W spam Ashe in this game. I think you want to play completely arranged. I don't think you ever want to be getting into range of that Kalista. And you know what? Riddle agree. They've taken Nash onto the Ashe. Is Kevo going to be playing the Seraphine as the carry? So it's going to be the support playing that Ashe has Comet, hyper-ranged, hyper disengaged from Riddle. I love this a lot. Let Jaxplank do all of their split push.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I think very, very nice pickup here. It's going to be interesting to see, you know, what the build is going to be, because obviously there's a couple of versions, but it's slightly because it's support Ashe, it'll probably be that Mandate build like you were talking about.
Mandate or Duskblade, it's something with ability haste, most importantly, right? You max your W as you will normally do, and you just get loads of ability haste. You can go towards a lot of lethality items. We see them a bit. Something like an Eclipse is also not awful if you want to be higher damage, but Dash already stacking the mana flow, already getting some of that support item damage too, of course, in the Spectral Sickle.
And Norika actually moving in as a 3-man unit here. Flipper hunting Nash down, but there is that Blast Cone. They can just clear the wall and instantly caught out by a little bit of poke, but Riddle, Need to be a little bit careful here. It looks like they are just going to have to give up their blue. They're actually going for the full reset, so it has to walk all the way back
That's
and
actually
waste more time. I actually like that. Nice bit of waste on time there.
Yeah, exactly, because you blow the blast cone, that's one thing which wastes time. You reset it fully, wastes a little bit extra time, just removes a couple of seconds. When you have Stefan on the volley bear, who's already clearing through their first camp, they're just slightly further ahead comparative to where they would have been without that. Now the question is, what can Riddle do with what looks to be a split map state? Stefan is spotted heading over to that other side of the map, but what can you actually do at this point? What's this slight amount of timing brought you?
Yeah, that's the key thing, because obviously they could potentially look for the likes of a dive, but said over and over again, dives are quite hard to pull off now with the towers doing more damage, people having more resistances, and it is also an Ashe and a Seraphine, so you have the shielding, you have obviously the slows, it makes it very hard to pull that off. So, what's going to be the lane stay elsewhere? What can they look to take with that? It might bleed into the mid lane, it might bleed into the top lane. We'll have to keep our eyes on, you know, what they want to do.
For sure. Because when you have a split map state, your lanes tend to play accordingly to that. We see that Kevo and Nash not wanting to push up too far, not wanting to contest this. Of course, you're going to lose that a little bit against a Kalista anyway, who's so dominant in the early levels. Top side, Vanderus really not wanting to get involved with this too early, but because the wave's been pushed in, it's stacked, it's a dive.
It's a dive indeed. They got the teleport in as they're looking for everything on the Kevo. Kevo flashes away, but he does go down as the Tor's taking so much damage. Vladdy trying to get a little bit more out with the Sand Soldiers, but there's nothing they can do. They are out of options. Kevo can teleport back to the bot side, but an absolutely flawless dive there from Nariki, and maybe Vladdy losing a little bit more here.
Oh, he doesn't have mana. He has no mana. That's a flash blown.
He's going to have to now that the pillar's gone down. Vladdy trying to get
over.
Just enough
about.
mana.
So close. I was looking at that thinking, okay, level 3, still pretty high mana cost even at that level, and Nazir can really run through that so quickly. But this is what happens when you get these split map states. You end up getting these tower dives. We talked about durability patch. A little hard to pull these off. Of course, tower damage was tuned down just the patch after that in 12-11, and then get to this point, that's a kill. It's still the teleport back into lane for Kevo. It's not the end of the world, but it's still gold onto that Kalista. If Kalista gets ahead, maybe you can start using that as a wrecking ball, and your 4-man unit as Riddle that wants to be staying safe, that wants to be able to hold lanes with impunity, maybe that becomes a little bit more difficult.
And this is a good start here for the team that are behind in the standings to the likes of Riddle. Nariki, 3-5 right now. So being able to get a win here just as we get onto that halfway mark, pulling yourself up a little bit in the standings, but also pulling someone down from a higher rank as well, obviously gives you a bit more breathing room as you move later in. And, you know, you also got to start to think about things like the head-to-head.
Especially when M&M just beat Nariki the other week too. That's actually really important when they moved up to the same game score as them. Started that 3-5 record. Now Riddle, we were touting them, and I think very reasonably so, as the second best team in the league. You're unlikely to be in a head-to-head with Riddle if they continue on their current form.
Yeah.
Even as Nariki, but still those wins end up meaning so much. And the confidence you get from beating what is one of our top teams in the league would go a very long distance, you have to feel.
Yeah, but there is, you know, there is always that unknown factor. You never know. We didn't expect XL to get knocked out in playoffs. So
True.
Thought they were going to make finals.
By Riddle, of course.
They got knocked out, yeah, by Riddle. So there is always that, you know, you never know. This second half could not go as well for Riddle as they want, or it could go really good for Nariki, and then suddenly that head-to-head could come into play. So it is all these things, you know, crucially, it's just about getting a win. Like, if you go down, if you boil it down to its very corest point, it's just an extra point on the board, puts you in a better position for playoffs. But there is obviously all these other factions. There's the, obviously the kind of momentum you build up, that confidence you build up. You just beat a team who people think is the best team, second best team, sorry, in the league. Well, if you did that, then maybe you could be the first. Maybe you could end the XL.
Well, looking at how XL did this
hard.
last game,
I mean, that's hard. But, you know, there is always these little things to kind of keep in mind, right?
Yeah.
And
we'll keep that on the radar.
Yes, exactly. So something to kind of track for later. Obviously, they are only 1 kill ahead. They are only 700 gold ahead. It's not like this game is done and dusted because they pulled off a lead.
I was about to say, we are kind of going, at that point.
We're going very hard on, you know, how well they played, but we also, they do need to close this out. They do need to make this work, and it looks like they're repeating their attention towards the bottom side.
Because time, Stefan is here, will be here in time, has Flash. think likely, Naruki, I don't know if you want this. You don't even have that many rockets.
No, they don't, and they are looking for Nash. The shield's on for Nash for the moment. He's able to dodge one another racket, gets himself the heal off. A hero chasing for the kill as Kevo takes down Abagnale. They do see a hero get himself.
Vladdy has 6.
Here comes Vladdy. He's got that 6. He's got the shuffle available. Azator under fire as he will be going down. A hero will lose his life to the tower. No, he won't. Nash is able to pick up the kill, and it has just gone monumentally wrong as Naruki lose out was Riddle cashing on so many kills on the bottom side of the map.
Okay, it's way too early in the game to have something like a package. You don't have yourself the Fate Sealed, or rather the Fate's Call from Kalista to reset aggro. You don't have yourself so many important abilities in this dive to make it clean, and Stefan was there in time. I understand wanting to shut down this bot lane split. You split that map in your favor, but this one was so much less well executed than that first dive, which we were just praising them for.
Well, we'll have a look at it again. They thought they had it. There was all the summoners but Nash's flash, and
you only
that
have
made
one,
the difference.
You only even have one rocket. Well, look at this. You have one rocket. Yeah, you have them regenning through, but you don't even have your full complement of weaponry, even on arrows. Corki at this point, you get 2 kills. You do kill that bot lane, but at what cost? I think when you're going towards these bot lane plays like this, giving gold over to anyone on Riddle is really dangerous, particularly that Azir, who's going to be so high damage later into the game too. And giving gold to anyone on this bot side of the map, in that situation, is not really what you want.
Yeah. The thing is like, Nash isn't your typical support. This is obviously Ashe support, so getting gold on the Ashe means you get that much closer to these items. Obviously, building the Mana Mune is the first item.
Yes.
Wants to obviously have that tier stacking up and work towards that. But like you're saying, the likes of a Dustblade, the likes of a Mandate, obviously Mandate quite a bit cheaper, so probably will be something like that as he is the support.
Yes, probably.
But, you know, if you can get that and the Mana Mune earlier, this Ashe is going to be a nuisance. It's so irritating. I'm sure if everyone's played an ARAM at this point versus Mandate Ashe, and it is unfun at times.
It's the latest thing to come out of the Howling Abyss in all of its worst forms. And now, we are getting to that point where Herald is on the table. If you manage to get this and break open side lanes, Naruki don't feel too happy about that. Of course, you have sizable advantage for Jaxplank in the top lane, and that will become an increasingly large issue. This is going to be a battle between how much can Naruki manhandle the death ball of Riddle when they get those 4 people stacked up with each other. And you can do that when you have package, when you have so many engaged tools on your Kalista too, but you need to stop them from getting ahead. Let's see what this Herald will lead to.
Oh, Subjugate's been thrown down from Flipper onto Stefan, but it looks like the Herald will be resetting momentarily. Both teams are trying to deal with it, but it's going to reset as Jaxplank's in the middle of everyone. Pops himself the ultimate to keep himself up for now as he heals off the Q. He's going so low, though, and Jaxplank able to spin away. Now Vladdy has to shift over. He's out. Naruki going to keep the attention up onto the Herald, start it up once again, but Nash is about, but Nash doesn't have 6. Kevo does, though, and with that Encore, this could be a big opportunity. The problem is, no one has the health because Riddle was scattered going into this Herald, and Naruki weren't, so they will take Herald.
And look at the difference between this and the last game we were seeing on screen as well. We know that Riddle, Naruki trying to challenge each other. Riddle, arguably the second best team in the league. JDXL, when they came to that Herald, they had a level 6 on the support. Neither of these teams had managed to achieve the same in this game, and how big would those ultimates have been? But neither team really willing to pull that trigger. Instead, opting to save many of those resources. But what that means is that Riddle aren't going to get that kind of freebie ticket to smack down one of those outer turrets, which would have been so important for their composition to unlock this Tryndamere to be a real win condition for them. Naruki gets to steal that one away. Riddle only get their first dragon at 10 minutes. It's not like they get themselves a very early first dragon. They're not really setting the pace for objectives in this game if they want to, again, play a larger map and kind of force Naruki to play to the beat of their drum in side lanes.
Alrighty, well, 10 minutes in, and we're seeing Riddle obviously struggling a little bit off the, sorry, not struggling a bit, having a great kind of recovery from what will seem to be a bit of a rough start. Now, they do obviously have to worry about the fact that the Herald has just been picked up by Naruki, and it feels like this game's very back and forth. It's very hard to say, oh, this team is definitively winning right now. Obviously, the momentum meter is leaning a little bit towards Naruki off the back of that Herald, and they can snowball that into future gold injections into the team, but this still is a very back and forth game. Naruki pull off a good dive, then pull off a bad dive, then pull off a good fight at the Herald. It's that ebb and flow of just kind of momentum in and kind of aggression for these teams.
And for me, it feels like it's more like setting up for that later game, right? Who's getting this gold and how does that affect the map? If actually Riddle had gotten more gold into Jaxplank, yeah, actually they're ahead right now, but maybe that would have allowed them to play more safe in the format. Nariki, though, they have themselves a Herald, they have themselves a package. They're happy at this point to make the next big aggressive play. And if this next play works out for them, who knows what can make it work. But losing that package, losing that ability to go forward, Riddle, I think they're very, very happy with that. It means that a super power play. Okay.
Oh, that could be pretty good just for poke. I don't think they're fully committing, although Hero in trouble here. Vladdy may just one more auto. He's got it. Now he's got to deal with Flipper. Shuffles him back under his tower. The flash comes in, and the backup will be there as well. A 1-for-1 in the mid lane.
But then you have to get Herald on that mid lane. No one's there. That is actually, for me, bit of a mistake. It's going to force out a teleport from Kevo, but it's only the Seraphine, not the most able to stop this from going down. Gonna be 3 plates minimum. It's not the whole turret, but Riddle, seriously, feels like Vladdy feeling the individual play without understanding the consequences of it.
Yeah, that was a pretty disrespectful play there from Vladdy. Able to get the kill? Sure. But like you said, 3 plates go down in the mid lane, big gold injection over, and it comes off the back of Riddle actually playing what happened before that very, very well.
Sure.
They kept Stefan around so the dive couldn't go down.
Wasted the package.
Yes, they wasted a lot, and I think that was, he got baited by the package being used. You can see, they survived this dive bot lane because it's just not going to happen. And then this arrow hits, and then Vladdy goes, I'm gonna take
Sweet,
it.
cool. I feel like when you were calling it out saying, oh, this is actually gonna be a good poke, I feel like that would have been the better option.
Yeah.
You just force the Corki out of lane, you don't get to keep them in lane, Herald has to be put off the table again for another 30 seconds, another minute, another reset. Vladdy, I understand going for that 1-for-1, and it feels good making that play, but as soon as you die, you gotta be thinking, crap, that's gotta be a bit of a mistake.
Yeah, that was, you know, unfortunately, maybe a misread from Vladdy. Bit of miscommunication. They're coming in with the arrow. They are able to hit it. This time, Vladdy has got that divide up, and he's going to bop him back. A Hero can't even get out. Much better dive. And this is that ebb and flow. One mistake comes into another mistake, into another mistake, and each team finding these opportunities to punish each other. That wasn't a Hero playing bad. That was Riddle playing well around the fact he was just mispositioned.
Also, it's great vision control in bot river. Whenever you lose vision control in bot side river, expect those arrows to be coming out at the most unexpected times. You don't have the ability to see that arrow flying down the river to give yourself advanced notice. And yeah, Observer's pointing that out. Zero vision for Arrow trying to spot that arrow coming. It allows Nash, of course, to fire that from such a long distance. And nowadays, remember, ever since the changes earlier this season, Ash Arrow speeds up over time. That thing comes at you so quickly. So Arrow kind of being punished for the good play of Riddle. Punished by, rather.
Yeah. And also, kind of hitting on what we're talking about the top lane, we expected Jaxplank just to be playing this game isolated. It's very hard to play into the likes of the Renata. If she does hit the hostile takeover on you, you are just going to rip through the enemy team. And already been able to pick up 3 plates, and as the plates fall off, a big gold injection to Jaxplank has now finished up the Gale Force when you look at Banderas, who's building towards that Divine Sunderer, but is a ways away from it. As Vladdy and the Hero just take a light trade here versus each other, but they have got Abigail about, they have got Flipper about, but Nash is also in the vision. No ultimate available, and there we go, shifts out to safety, and that's that vision you were talking about. They knew they could play it this way.
Yeah, and the Riki haven't really done their due diligence in clearing this out just yet. Of course, Dragon's spawning in 20 seconds. It's not going to stop Nariki entering the river, but they don't have package, and they are still going to have to deal with a number of ultimates. Luckily, no Ash Arrow on the table just yet, but Nariki, as soon as they enter that river, realize they can't stay and make a swift exit.
I think the Emperor's Divide and the Encore is too big of a threat right there, as Banderas misses the ultimate onto Jaxplank, and it looks like Riddle is just looking to start this up, but Flipper going to clear out this ward and just threaten himself coming in, but Riddle have already got the inside track. Arrow goes to the goalpost. The Dragon is secured there by Vladdy, and the hostile takeover lands onto a couple of members as Flipper jumps in for, but Stefan will make sure the Flipper goes down before the bailout can go off, but Banderas has joined the fight to take down Kevo. Stefan's able to move away. Nash has to flash away, hits the slow onto Hero, and at the end of the day, Dragon for the side of Riddle, but they trade out 2-for-1 in kills.
I mean, it was a 5v4, but the question is, do you actually lose a turret off of this? If this leads to losing mid lane out of turret, I think I'd be willing to call that a Nariki slightly favored trade, because you get to, again, stop Riddle from holding a defensive line while Jaxplank eventually starts running over the rest of the map, but they're not going to get that mid out of turret. It's going to be minimal advantages at best, not even going to be quite able to finish that bot one. Riddle, get that Dragon, get the trade a kill, even at the bit of a loss in numbers. I think they're very happy with how that play ends up with all the collateral involved.
Yeah, Jax Plank here also just threatened by the pillar, but can just helicopter away. As we head back to this dragon. I didn't see how Vladi stole it. I assume it was just an auto or a Q to take it. It was the Q as he passed forward to get Flipper.
But you can see how dangerous this is, fighting front to back against that Renata. Seen this so many times since this champion's come into meta. Just reaches the backline regardless of where you are. You see this oncoming wall of red, and you're like, okay, let's not go stand in that. And you have to bail out of that fight, get yourself out of a DPS dealing position. But Nurki, even with that, not able to get a particularly clean fight. Banderas, though, gets some gold finishes up that Trinity Force. Actually opting not to go to the Divine Thunder. I think probably just valuing the extra kiting potential of the move speed on this item in this game. But is that going to be enough to now stop Jax Plank in a sideline, who is going to be continuing to get more strong in the 1v1?
Oh, pillar comes down just to zone Riddle and away, but maybe a potential dive here. You've got obviously Stefan who can turn the towers off as Flipper. Stepping forward, right now. He is going to be in so much trouble. A great little bot back there with the handshake, and they're just going to send Riddle packing. Abek now doesn't have that ultimate. If that was up, be very, very different fight. But Banderas gets flashed onto, caught out by the Encore, and Stefan shall take him down. But it looks like Naruki turning their attention towards this mid lane. Going to look to pick this tower up, and Riddle, they're going to have their work cut out to defend this. I think they're just going to have to give it up and trade for a tier 2 in the top side of the map. As an arrow does land, but that's only going to be a little bit of poke and just a bit more time to clear the wave.
Vladi on a hair trigger again, just immediately willing to jump in. They do lose a number of turrets for this one. It feels like, again, Riddle maybe not quite calculating the full map state. Maybe they thought, hey, we're probably going to lose these turrets anyway in the next minute or two. I feel like they could have defended them, but as it stands, Naruki taking 2 turrets for just that inner.
I'd argue a pick, and obviously the tier 2s are worth 550 gold.
Yeah.
Might be worth it trading your mid inner, your mid outer and your bot outer. Like that bot outer definitely falling. Mid obviously hurts a bit more because it opens the map up and it allows the team to kind of rotate more aggressively and place better wards down.
I think my worry is, Riddle, you stack dragons, you're likely wanting to go towards those dragons the later the game goes because you want to be stacking towards that Infernal Soul. Absolutely, very valuable objective. Yeah. You haven't got any of the bot side outer turrets. And unless Jax Plank starts to get really good damage on that bot side, you're going to now struggle to get the same level of priority you've had to stop fighting before. I mean, Nurki have that great ward actually just in that. Oh, was that spotted by the Hawk shot? Oh, that would actually be a really good pickup if they managed to get that one. That ward's got a lot of value in it so far. But Nurki have the structures on the bot side of the map. I think that in terms of the strategic placing of those structures works out for them right now.
Flipper is 3 levels behind Jax Plank, and Jax Plank just doing a quick DPS check there. Has got the Warhammer, the Zeal, and the Gale Force finished up for
4 junglers.
Couple Leandries for Vladi and Kevo as well. So a lot of poke capability. And a hero actually about to fully finish the Muramana along with that Luden's Echo.
So Leandries, by the way, don't stack. You actually don't get a double dot from both of them. So if you hit the same, they actually don't stack. I only learned about this from a Reddit thread the other day when someone was like, yeah, I play Zyra mid, so I do a load of Leandries burn damage. And I noticed whenever I'm doing Baron, I'm doing less damage than I thought. Only the first dot applies. It won't be overridden by a second dot of the same type. And have to see if that actually drops the combined team fight DPS. It's still a good item on both of those champions. How much damage can they do in this situation, though?
They're going to throw the Encore out. Stefan has to ult out to survive. That is a big burn. The Encore and the Stormbringer thrown down just before the Dragon spawns up as Jax Plank. Again, DPS checking. Obviously has the heal from the Q, so it's feeling pretty comfortable to do so, but did burn Ghost there. Banderas about to heal back up with the ultimate, with the Mega Gnar, so gonna be okay.
So that time it was a hyper proc from Gnar, gives you that burst of move speed. Of course, Trinity Force gives you that stacking move speed as well on those procs and that passive, and that was just enough to dissuade Jax Plank from going for the all-in. Couldn't quite get into that active DPS range. Herald, very important play from Riddle. Packages here to answer. Trying to stop that down to the mid tower. Oh, Abnel!
He gets himself the handshake, pulling Nash in. They throw the ultimate down, and Nash is going to hunt him support. Here comes the package. Out they go. Kevin's able to survive for now as a hero in trouble. Vladi teleports in, caught out by the pillar as Azator jumps over the wall, finds himself a double kill. He's looking for Vladi. He gets shuffled back, and he's taken down by the Pigeon Man. Beautiful pickup for Vladi, but Naruki have found all the kills they need. Maybe Jax Plank's feeling it. Now the hostile takeover's been burnt. The Dragon will go down in the meanwhile, but the Gale forces forwards. He flashes in, looking for Hero. One more auto attack should just about do it. He helicopters forwards and takes the kill. The Dragon still up, and Stefan has got his smite, has has not got flash though. He's trying to get close enough, and Stefan's looking to steal it away. He's not going to be able to do it too early. The arrow comes down. Vladdy's got low HP, but he's got the damage necessary. Stefan goes golden, and now they chunk for Flipper. Flipper falls, double kill for Stefan, and Riddle absolutely wipe the fight.
It's again back and forth and back again. Riddle put down quite a telegraphed herald. Nariki have an answer ready and waiting in the package and waiting to go back in to them, but they overstay. They go too deep, and Azator goes to that hero play, gets punished. It all falls apart. The house of cards tumbles down. Riddle get themselves the rather, they don't get themselves the dragon, but they get themselves a huge amount of kills and a Baron start.
This is going to be scary, though. That poke from a hero is going to be such a nuisance as the arrow hits onto him. He's charmed. He's encored, but he has survived. Losing the AD carry, though, as Vladdy stepping forward. The bailout won't come down as Banderas has nothing but sand soldiers poking him out, taking him down. In jumps Vladdy. Double kill for the Pigeon. Stefan jumps forwards, and they continue the onslaught. Abigail will fall down. Burnt down. Triple kill for Vladdy. And Riddle once again coming up huge in the team fight.
Riddle just slap about Nariki in the last couple of minutes. They get everything they want. They get the fights back to back. Peel off for that Baron, and a couple of ill-fated teleports and aggressive movements towards it land Nariki even further into the deficit. The game has absolutely been torn apart by Riddle in a handful of minutes.
Just flawless stuff here from Riddle. There was some moments in the beginning of the game where we went, oh, Nariki are looking like a challenger. Then two fights back to back go like this, and Riddle just come out on top.
Yeah, you don't even have the real space buying tools in this fight. You don't have yourself the hostile takeover. Banderas comes in late in an awkward spot without having that Mega Gnar. You kind of have to be there. I understand that if you want to try and turn that fight and dissuade that Baron, but felt like the worst kind of position and timing to be in after that point. I think it's like you channel the teleport and you go, this is not the best place to be in. Goes down after that point, and Riddle in such a huge advantage at this point. The amount of gold that they've managed to get after this point gets them. It's okay.
Oh, what an ultimate, but the charm! They turn it back around though. The encore and the hostile takeover results in the death of Nash. Nariki find a way to fire back.
Dude, but it's only the death of Nash. They get themselves Banderas with one of their first real team fight presences found in this game as Mega Gnar, but what more can Nariki do? Is this actually going to break the Baron push? That's a lot of resources used, and Jaxplane has Ghost and all.
Oh, he is chunked out, though, heavily. Look at the damage they're capable of putting out. Nariki, they are not out of this game. You can see some serious damages. Actually looking to chase. Go, Abigail, I choose you. Vladdy is shut down. Not an amazing ultimate, unfortunately, but they do find a follow-up there as Kevo gets a skill shot off just on the curveball and able to catch him away. But Flipper not done here.
Asher, that's coming in fast.
It is coming in super fast from downtown. Hero able to dodge away as Flipper threatening it as Jaxplane may just look for the chase. There's so much damage from this Corki, man. Ouch.
And I'm actually willing to take back that thing. It's like, oh, they only killed Nash. How much do they get from this? When the extra push, the extra kill they get in the fight after that point, this does start to stymie what Riddle want to do with this Baron. They're actually not going to get as much out of it as they would have liked. They don't get themselves an ability to break that base. They are going to walk away, of course, with all the kill gold, the gold from killing Baron, and a lot of other things from that phase of play, but it's not going to be the same tower destruction kind of bonus that they're going to get, and Nariki gets to hold at least a little bit of territory on their side of the map.
And the big thing is the fact they got no towers. Yes, it was a big injection of cash for them, and it gave them a little bit of presence on the map, but they didn't gain any towers, they didn't gain any gold off the back of that, and it buys time for Nariki. You've now got 3 items on Azator. He's got the Hurricane, he's got the Gwynzus, he's got the Immortal Shield Bow. You've almost got 3 items on a hero as well, but they are looking for Abigail here. He's going to look to get caught out. He may just have to desperation throw the ult down as he bailouts himself, and Vladdy will take him down. That is a bad pick to lose 40 seconds before the Dragon.
Riddle's timing of the Glycerol on point. Knew that phase call wasn't available. Can't save the Renata, who goes down. Kind of wastes the flash at the same time. Maybe just panics a little bit as that happens. So now you don't have your support up for contesting vision or contesting the fight around this third dragon for Riddle, which they're almost certainly going to pick up. But you didn't want to do that.
Into the wallop, the Ghost is procced, and Jaxplank's going to try and kill Pandaris, but he is slowed. He has nowhere to go. He flashes away, so he can't get caught out by the E. But Jaxplank, both summoner spells and ultimate burnt there. Pandaris just loses a little bit of health, but now Riddle first onto the dragon, and it looks like it's just going to be a give up here for Nariki. It's only the second one for the third one for Riddle to pick up. So actually, sole point, I got my dragons modeled up there. What Nariki had way more dragons than they did.
But why does Aero pick up the package now? What is he doing with it? Or maybe he picked it up for that dragon and goes, oh, well, you know, I want it available for that next one. Goes on cooldown, but it's kind of, I have to say, Aero's package timing hasn't really been utilized by Nariki. I felt like maybe they could have gotten a dive off at some point. The Aero misses again, but those things are so fast, man. Ever since that changed,
it's a short cooldown. It's already a quarter gone.
It's ridiculous.
It's only just flown off the rift.
Yeah, and it's got the, of course, the second rank in it, level 11. A lot of CDR on top of it from the Imperial Mandate and the coal fields build up on top. And now imagine what happens when you play this with even more gold on Aero. Crazy, right? Get all of that ability haste down on it. And, yeah, well, wish you the best of luck dealing with that one. As every time those ones hit, it's probably a kill if Jaxplank is nearby. He has 3 items, the Sorildus, the Navori, and the Gale Force as well. That Trinibit does so much damage. It doesn't take that much help to take down your priority target. Even if Nash is missing them, you're right though, it's on a very low cooldown. Nariki has to play so respectfully.
It's back!
Right, it's literally already back.
I think it's probably like 35, 40 second cooldown at the moment.
It gets pretty close. And actually, can you hover over that, observers? Any chance you can hover over that? The ult cooldown? Just for pure scientific curiosity.
We need to know.
We need to know. Wait, we could just hover over it to see how long it takes.
Unless he's going to fire it, and then we'll keep our eye on it.
Maybe next time I'll just start counting on my fingers next time they cast it. Come back to the good old days. You know that Moscow 5 never timed summoners either? It was like, whatever, we'll just wing it. One of the best teams of all time didn't even time the important cooldowns.
That's what I do, so I must be one of the best players.
There you go. You must actually be one of the legendary Moscow 5. Nice to meet you. We hear your teammate.
35 seconds, by the way. 35 seconds, and it may spell the doom as he gets a double shuffle. Vladdy, what a play! Goes golden for the style points as Stefan tanks the tower to make sure Vladdy can shuffle out. A coordinated effort by Riddle, and a beautiful kill there.
Oh, that's that gets damn close. Heal comes in from Nash. I was like, hang on, why is he burning? Wait, that's why he's burning. Got that item involved now. Flipper looking to chase him down, but there's even an Azir turret stopping them running forwards.
They can't do much here as Azator throws out one. The ultimate goes a little bit wide. They get a massive ultimate. They go berserk under the tower as Nariki get a kill, but the base is in tatters. Banderas gets the ult back. He's onto Jaxplank, but Jaxplank has his ultimate up and he's not able to kill him. The tower shot won't be the end of Jaxplank. He gets out of 195 HP. Beautiful pick up here, but having get himself caught out. The flash comes down and down he goes. Now looking for another. The teleport is coming in from Vladdy. He might try and go for more. He can't do so. They're going to turn their attention towards the Baron.
Riddle, after a certain point in this game, just decided, yeah, okay, we're going to hands check them. See where your hands are on the keyboards and on the mouse. And they've just completely outclassed Nariki on the individual skirmish level. I think in the early game, and most of the mid game, Nariki were holding it pretty even with Riddle, and that is a testament to how strong this team is compared to Spring. But Riddle are just on another level right now.
Half his health is gone. Vladdy not feeling it. But you saw it here again. I'll just poke him out with rockets. And the arrow came towards him and went, nah, I'm out. Peace.
Gosh, he's going to need full complement of artillery to start making a dent into Riddle at this point. Does have actually gone for the Horizon Focus, extra cooldown reduction on that, of course. And you hit the long-range rockets, it will give you that damage amp over. I've actually not seen that I've built on Corki before. I can understand the logic, but it feels like I need I need to spend this gold on something. This one's a cheap item for kind of the stats I need.
Yeah.
And now you kind of sat there wondering.
More pen from your Ludens as well.
Yeah, true.
Passive.
Yeah.
So, you know, it is probably just, I'm not getting the items I really need, so let's just invest in at least something so I have something. Because he is capable of doing a lot of damage, but obviously Vladdy, Death Cap, Void Staff, Luden's Echo, Zhonya's Hourglass, Pen
you versus the mid they tell you not to worry about.
Yeah, literally.
gosh.
That pigeon do be hurting as a Tor
Ooh,
able
swing
to
and
dodge
miss.
away on that 35-second Ashe ultimate, as they are just going to push up with the Baron, and this time Riddle should be able to use this to solid effect, as it feels like Noriki's opportunity to hold on to this game is slipping quickly out of their hands. 25 seconds until that soul comes up as well, and that is going to be a big one to watch. Abic now has all the summoners up and available. A hero, no package. That's probably the big
huge.
crucial.
Oh, that's a
Jump
great
in!
ultimate.
It's a free-man charm! Down goes Abic now, and Riddle will chase for more. Jax Plank on the flank, looking for Flipper. Vladdy gets the shuffle and the slam down onto Azator, as it is only a hero. It is only Banderas left, as Jax Plank will go down to the tower. No, he won't. Yes, he will. It's a comedy of errors, but he will fall. Shut down, picked up, but it doesn't matter because it is only Banderas to held, as they've got through 2 towers and a Nexus to finish up, and Banderas doesn't have Gnar. He doesn't have any fuel left in the tank, as he will fall down. The towers will be quick to follow. It's an ace for the side of Riddle, and they put on a performance and a half here. 31 minutes on the clock, and Riddle will take down Noriki.
It is so hard not to enjoy watching this team play. In spring, Riddle were the team that Hero played to save their skins. Now they are the team that Hero plays just because they can. This team has so many members. Every member of this team can make the game-winning play. And we saw incredible Volibear plays. We saw encores which really turned those fights. The Ashe arrows, everything went well for this team. This is a stacked roster of individuals. Riddle is seriously, again, cementing themselves at the top of the table. It was closer in the early and mid game than I would have expected from a 3 and 5 team. I think that is testament to Noriki, but they were the second best team today, and you could see that in the individual outplays that just came out in spades from Riddle.
Riddle looks so clean in that game, and we are going to let our analysts talk a little bit more about that. So over to you, Arkaron.
It was clean at the end, but not that clean at the beginning. We actually thought that Noriki would finding something with the Kalista on bot, with the first blood as well for Flipper and all that, the assist, 100 kill participation you were saying.
I think the team from the start of Noriki played it really well, because they're like, we're going to first pick the Corki, then we're going to have Riddle pick the Volibear, so Flipper doesn't have to, and pick the Trundle into it, which makes a lot of sense. You can very easily dive the bot lane. We mentioned how important the pillar would be into an Ashe Seraphine lane, which is very mobile. You get Renata Kalista, which is arguably the best level 1 bot lane there is in the game, along with Lucian and Nami. And then they dived level 1, level 2 or 3, I think, and then they repeated again, and they got even more plates and even more gold onto Azita. And I think they started fumbling again a little bit in the mid game because they don't exactly know how to bleed their vision deep. It felt like when Tryndamere was flanking, they weren't ready for this. But you saw that when Riddle did not have Jax Plank around, when the Tryndamere was not a factor in these fights, they would lose because they did not have that AD damage that they needed.
What do you feel was the issue coming in from Noriki when they started with a good lead, but it just was not enough?
The bot lane difference.
Okay.
I feel like the bot lane was the enabler for Riddle in so many fights, especially with the ultimates that they had. With the Ashe, you could see quite sometimes catching somebody across the map and making sure that there is a kill enabled there. But with Seraphine, speaking of the ultimates, they can change the team fight around. I feel like in the last team fights, the ultimates from Seraphine were absolutely crucial. They were just hitting so many people and making sure that for some time there is absolutely nothing that Noriki could do in the team fights, and that was enough time for the damage from Riddle to come in.
And I feel like we have... Sorry for interrupting you.
No.
I feel like we've talked about so many times about how the bot lane is a rock for Riddle, and then the solo lanes are what enable the team, and then Stefan making sure that they stay safe, right? This was exactly the case again. Tryndamere snowball on one side of the map for Jax Plank, Azir scaling in the mid game for Vladdy. Then we had Stefan making sure that his lanes do not die to these dives. They were able to turn around the second dive that happened in the bot lane, and I feel like Kevo yet again playing on the weak side with the Seraphine, coming in later on clutch with all these ultimates. Again, this Riddle team agreed with Namera, a very solid number 2 in the league. And man, I cannot wait for the rematch with JDXL.
That is something that I really want to see. And on our interview again with us today, we have Jax Plank. I had a lot of things to talk on the desk about him, but I'm so happy that I got you.
First of all, Kalispera και συγχαρητήρια.
Καλησπέρα.
I have no idea.
I just said good evening, congratulations.
Ah, okay, lovely. Okay, welcome back, Jax Plank.
Hello,
Tell
guys.
me something. Okay, the mountain keeps rising. You guys keep being better and better every day. My question to you is specifically to you. Do you believe the team is relying on you split pushing too much, or do you feel comfortable right now?
I mean, we try a lot of stuff, guys. Like, it's still middle season. Like, we found out some play styles, but I think split push fits to us, and my play style is really good on split push. I think I'm not like a tanky player, and I think it works, so it's good.
You like to deal damage. I've seen that
Yeah,
before.
yeah.
You really like to do damage. I like that one. Can you give me a summary of this first half of the split? Because obviously the first week of the split was complicated for you guys. You had to play mid lane. You had to adapt as well. And all of a sudden you have a proper team working on every single parameter of League of Legends. Where do you see right now in the league? Where do you see Riddle right now in the league?
Yeah, I think we can for sure win the split. I mean, it was kind of hard to adapt early season because we had some issues with the players. But I think we are working hard and we are screaming a lot. And I think we can win the split. I feel confident for the team.
I have one question before you. I don't know if it's the same one. It's on everybody's mind.
Okay, throw it.
Rematch versus JDXL. Hit me with the truth. Where do you think this is going to happen? Like, how do you feel the game is going to go? How excited are you for the rematch with the composition now fully built in for Riddle?
Yeah, I feel like JDXL are not like the best. I mean, they are good, really good, but I think we can match them for sure. They are not that much better, you know. I think we can really beat them. Depends on draft for sure, and on play style as well. Like, I think MNS is turbo smurfing the split, but I think we can win them, guys. Yeah. It's,
Okay,
not
Trevor.
a big deal.
Right,
Last
so
question.
Obviously, Jax Blank, you're coming from the GLL. You've played among other Greek players and everything. So I just want to say, θέλω να μου δώσεις ένα μήνυμα στα ελληνικά για όλο τον κόσμο που σε βλέπει και σε καμαρώνει και πηγαίνεις πάρα πολύ καλά. Και πάμε προφανώς για Igi Masters και σας βλέπω. Είστε δύο στην ομάδα μαζί με τον Βλάντι. Οπότε δώστε μας ένα μήνυμα για το ελληνικό κοινό που σε βλέπει.
Ωραία. Θέλω να ευχαριστήσω πάρα πολύ τα παιδιά που με υποστηρίζουν και μου στέλνουν καθημερινά μηνύματα. Θέλω να τους κάνω όλους περήφανους, να δείξουμε στο NLC τι πάει να πει οι Έλληνες με το Βλάντι μαζί και να πάμε όσο πιο ψηλά γίνεται. Και προφανώς να εκπροσωπήσουμε την Ελλάδα από το NLC στο Igi Masters.
Right, so
I need a full translation
exactly.
of that.
I asked him to give me a message about the entire Greek scene. He says he's very thankful and proud. And him and Vladi want to show what Greece means in the NLC and of course have a good show in Igi Masters. Jax Blank, thank you so much. Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ.
Thank you. Thank you a lot.
See you next time.
See you, man. Thank you so much,
See you,
Jax
guys.
Blank. You know,
I've been waiting for this for so long.
now obviously I want to give it to
the
you.
Greek player to interview for so long.
I was just... I was lost. But obviously, it feels good to have a split pusher back in League. There's a lot of ways to play a League, and sadly, sometimes we fall prey to meta and way to work around with it. And I'm really thankful that not only Riddle are looking good as a team composition and all that, they have a few mistakes, obviously, but relying on the split pusher, making people tremble when you see that top lane challenge. That is really good to see at League.
I think what is very important to note here is why split pushing left the meta and all the tanks came in. Because the dragons are just so freaking strong. You want to start stacking early. You don't want to make sure that you're going to be pulled into a fight because you're going to have to stop Soul going to the enemy team when your items are not ready, when your levels are not ready, when you're not ready, when you don't have the vision. So split pushing went out of the meta because you needed 5 members right there to contest the dragon. This is what's happening as well right now. All the teams are willing to fight for Rift Herald. All the teams are willing to fight for early dragons to start stacking the map. I feel like Riddle are so decisive on which dragons they want to fight and how do they want to fight and what is the setup around them. And I think this is what makes them a very strong contender against JDXL, because somebody's going to have to micromanage what Jaxplank is doing on a side lane whilst also making sure that you're getting the objectives off of Riddle, which Stefan, by the way, is really good at stealing from you.
Their rematch is going to be a wonderful to watch, but looking into Nuriki, and now I'm looking at you, Solari, I want to understand, where do you think the plan failed for this team in this game?
Actually, in split pushing, I would say, because again, Riddle's early game was not the cleanest one, so you could try to play on that. But in order to do that, you needed always the clear priority on objectives. You needed to be ready to fight for them. And you needed ideally to fight when you know that the top laner is somewhere far away and he cannot join, because there is a lot of AD damage that is suddenly missing from the team fights when he's not with you. So they could have tried to push for that. They could have tried to also have this split, the side lanes pressure in order to be able to fight for these objectives on the same level. I did not see that. I did not see them understanding too well, maybe, this whole strategy with the top laner being sent aside. I'm even losing my words here, because come on, that is like what Riddle do. You need to play against it, and if you don't, well, you lose.
That's exactly what happened. So I want to see if Nuriki agree with that, as we're going to jump for their interview with Satse. I think he's there with us. Hello.
Hello, 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 guys.
Okay, we do get a smile. We do get a smile. It was a tough game to begin with, like fighting versus Riddle, the way they're playing with the split push. And tell me something, were you prepared to face this team knowing that Jaxplank would be split pushing all game? Can you run me by the plan of Nuriki to face off versus Riddle?
We noticed that they don't have like a clear approach to objective. Like against most of the opponent, they just tried to enter the Drake without any priority, any setup, print, and just getting in. They played a lot of rel to do that. Just getting in, brute forcing it, and trying to get a good fight out of that. But in this game, they actually shifted that kind of style. Instead of going for this 5-man engage, they've I think other than the Gangplank, the Jaxplank split pushing, they pushed a lot over the peak utilizing the Ashore. Nash did a really good job and picking us up during the whole game. Pick the hero 3-4 times in mid lane, and that's what create chaos in our lines.
A tough one, but tell me.
Yeah, a really quick question here. We had an interview with Azita as well, and he said that he's willing to try new playstyles, right? We usually know him as the Aphelios, Jinx, late game, hyper carry, God, and he did say himself that he does prefer this playstyle, being on that hyper carry late game with 3 to 4 items. But right now you guys are trying something completely different, a little bit more of an aggressive early game jungler into bot lane tower dives. We saw the Lucian, now we're seeing the Kalista. Can you talk to us a little bit about the shift in playstyles for your bot lane?
We just noticed that if we wanted to progress towards what it is like a good League of Legends, right now the scaling through the bot lane is very hard. Obviously you can play the Zeri, you can play some other champion paired with the Yumi and so on, but all these are not creating a good practice standard for what it comes to structuring the team. They more so rely on the opponents not being able to abuse you hard enough in the current meta. There is so many aggressive bot lane that will make it completely impossible to play this scaling champion Kalista Renata, but Kalista with whatever support, Lucian Nami, Ezreal Karma. They are all so oppressive that it is a gamble to play scaling. Yes, obviously you can gamble and you can get some win out, but that's not what we are out for. We are trying to improve as a team and not trying to lack out some wins out of it.
Okay, it's a way to actually grow as a team, step by step. Thank you so much for the interview, and it was a lovely game. Let's see what you guys can do on the second part of the split. Thank you so much. I'll see you soon.
Absolutely. Thank you. Bye-bye.
There you go. At least they have.
You know what? He did the wave verbally. He said bye-bye.
It is a wave? It's a wave for you?
I count it as a wave, yes.
Count it?
Yeah, yeah.
You count it?
Yep. Yes.
Thank you. There we go. So we got a wave.
Saying bye-bye while you smile is a wave.
So he gets at least 1 point.
Yes.
More than you got. So looking into the standings, how they are. Looking at the standings, how they are at the end of this game, if you look, Riddle still uncontested on second place. And look at this. Even if Astralis and Bifrost wins today, they're still not against Riddle. So Riddle are undisputed in second place. This is really good for them. Nuriki on the other side are falling a little bit further from that middle of the pack, and they really need those victories in the second half.
I'll give you the ultimate shuffle.
Do it.
Astralis lose and Bifrost lose. Total chaos in the standings.
Oh, I would love that.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my god.
Yes.
We all love some chaos.
I love chaos. I really like seeing the middle of the pack completely confused. What about you?
Same. I mean, we talked about it. The middle of the pack is always like where the most bloodthirsty teams are clashing with each other, and we want to have it. We love it.
Okay, if you guys want to see that defeat, I mean, it's not on me, by the way. It's going to be Astralis versus Dusty the next game, which means if Astralis lose, they're going to be tied up with Dusty.
Absolutely.
Chaos. Chaos is happening on the Northern League of Legends Championship as teams are preparing themselves. But before we do that, we have a challenge over here at the NLC. We have the Lee Sin Jungle Clear Challenge, where junglers attempt to make a full clear of their side of the jungle the fastest way possible.
If they don't forget their smite.
If they don't forget their smite. Texer, I'm looking at you. But this time we have Dusty junglers, Linkas, that made actually a good clear while I was annoying him. So take a look at what happened.
Enough blind jokes. Stop asking for more.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another Lee Sin Jungle Clear Challenge, this time with Dusty's jungler Linkas, and welcome, by the way. I see you're ready.
Yeah.
Tell me something. You never played Lee Sin so far in Summer Split. Why is that?
Not the best champion, I think. Right now in the meta.
But you know how to play Lee Sin?
I wanna play it, and I know how to play it, but my coach won't pick it, I think.
Okay, Linkas, think about this. If you win the challenge, like if you're on the top of the scoreboard, your coach will be forced to let you play Lee Sin.
It's a possibility, yeah.
It's a possibility, man. That way, okay, you just need to win. So you need to make a really good timing to make sure your coach sees this and he's like, okay, I'm gonna give it to you, Linkas. I'm gonna trust you. So think of me as the coach right now. Convince me to allow you to play Lee Sin. How are you gonna start? With Q, with E, with W? What is the plan?
I mean, it's either Q and E. I don't think W is good when you wanna do it as fast as possible, so I'm probably gonna go with E. Because if I go with E, then I think it's shorter cooldown by 1, and then I can also hop over the wall of Q later on.
Okay.
So it's probably just gonna be the fastest.
Okay, I'm enjoying this so far. Big brain. Let's see what happens in the clear. So you don't have any sort of leash. Are you used to this? Do you practice with no leash when you try to go for the practice tool?
I mean, yeah. I usually just use double smites, or sometimes one smite, just to make it as leashless as possible, let's say.
Okay, a little delay, but it's fine, Linkas, it's fine. How do you think you're gonna fare? Like, how is the timing going for you? You think you're gonna do like a 320, 327?
Like 325, I think, because I already failed a bit, but should be still fine.
But I'm not getting on your nerves though. It's smooth, right? It's smooth. Every single one, you have to kill all of them. Yeah, there you go. Oh, that is clean. Okay.
I forgot to have Ghost.
It's 500 IQ, don't worry.
Yeah.
And are you used to a full clear with Lee Sin, or would you tell us that making this challenge is really weird?
I mean, it's a bit weird, because usually you just go for proactive clear, but yeah, gotta do what I gotta do.
Okay, now you have access to the W as well, and I want to see the juggle. So at the end, you're gonna call in the Grump and the Blue Buff at the same time, right?
Yeah. Okay. I'll try to double cam them.
253. By the way, no scuttle. Don't texter this, okay? Don't you pull a texter on this. Oh, it's smooth. He leaves all the wolves. Ah, that is a perfect 3-7. That's the smite. How do you think you're going, Linkas? You think you're gonna do it? The 325?
I'm gonna be faster than MC for sure. That's all I'm gonna say.
Ooh, not even close. Hey, that is actually fast. 324, 5, 6, 7. 327, Linkus. How are you feeling about this one?
Should have been, according to my plan, like 7 seconds faster, but I'll take it. It's fine.
Hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. Thank you so much for this one, Linkus, and good luck with Dusty. Coach from Dusty. Come on, man. Let him one game. Come on. It's still soft in first place on the challenge.
It only boggles my mind how Taxa is second without Smite.
Without Smite? What is that, Taxa? I'm so proud of you and disappointed.
If anything, is that our best listen in the league?
I don't know. The cool thing is, Linkus will play versus Taxa now.
True.
And Linkus wishes he would be able to pick Lee Sin. He said that. Give me your thoughts on this one.
I already said that I'm not sure about Lee Sin in the current meta.
Why?
I come from experience, unfortunately. I have seen some games already throughout the split after the durability patch, and some junglers that have been popping off in the early game just don't work that well anymore, except maybe Volibear, just because of how nicely he can tower dive. Even after the tower dives got some of their power reduced after the durability patch, it's still so risky to commit to something extra on the side lanes, and that's exactly what you want to do when you pick Lee Sin. You want to be extra from the very early on, so right now, I'm not sure how worth it is.
I think it's like the tower dives. It's a lot of his matchup as well, right? He doesn't match up very well into Volibear, for example, or even into Wukong, right? You definitely don't want to be playing against these champions. And then Viego is a more passive sort of champion, which you don't want to be in Lee Sin's face. But he scales so much better. And if you cannot find the tower dive, you cannot find the kicks. Even though I will say that one of our big examples of how to use Lee Sin in the late game was soft again in that Bifrost game that they played earlier on in the split. I think this was the most successful Lee Sin that I've personally seen this split. Even though they didn't win the game, I think his kicks were spectacular. And talking about Lee Sins, I think Taxa is probably the best Lee Sin that we have mechanically in the NLC right now. So if anyone would pull it off, it could potentially be him.
But he needs to use that Smite. And we're talking about a team
He
Dusty.
will for Scuttle Crab, because at least in Summoner's Rift,
If we could include Scuttle Crab, maybe it would be the fastest. Maybe, I don't know, but that's not the challenge. But this is a team that we're still unsure of where they are. They're in the middle of the pack, completely in the middle of the pack, and they're like, they win versus everyone below them, but they lose versus everyone that is ahead of them on the standings. Dusty, I do believe we had a little bit of a graphic to show you guys about that one, but if we don't show it, it's okay. Just believe my word. And they're facing versus Astralis, a team that is trying to get on the third spot. How hard is this?
I'm going to try it for you.
Okay.
So usually Dusty lose versus anyone above them production and win versus anyone below them production. No, it's not happening. Hey! Okay, that happened.
Why did you do that?
Well, apparently. My words count more than yours. But as you can see, in their wins, if you look at their KD, it looks like it's a much more dominant game from the get-go. Gold at 15, they are ahead. They're getting a bunch of more dragons. Their KDA looks better. I'm really sorry, Arthur.
Nah, it's cool. It's not like I have feelings.
But yeah, I think it makes sense because they've lost to the 4 teams that made playoffs last season, right? And including them, that was the entire playoffs bracket that we did have last season. So they've lost to clearly teams that we consider to be top of the table right now in the NLC, both spring and summer.
But now versus Astralis, a team that is trying to rise into the stars. And it's quite curious that the team Astralis at LEC is popping and the team back at NLC is also popping.
I think our academies are doing great, you know.
They are.
XL, NLC, LEC. Astralis, LEC, NLC. The academies are like popping
Something is happening with the academies. Are they good
The
enough?
academy water.
The water?
The water.
Okay, looking into the Champion Select before we move on. It's really close to us, so the Champion Select is about to hit us in the face. What do we expect?
Just
protecting yourself. Do you want a card?
I'm protecting myself because it almost hit me.
Oh, it's that it is! Okay, Champion Select comes in. Astralis Talent versus Dusty.
Don't worry, it wasn't as bad as what Hipbrain said about Tryndamere and Ash. It's fine.
I agree 100%. I'm afraid of Hipbrain and he's sleeping on my house. So yeah, I'm locking every single door at night. Looking into Carlsen versus Kerberos. That to me is going to be spicy, interesting, and a bloodbath. I know you like that one.
I feel if anything, Carlsen has been a great neutralizer to any aggressive top lane that he's played against. Back in spring, he used to be a bit of a... If you put him on weak side duty, and if you didn't give him a bunch of resources, he would sometimes fall massively behind to the point where he wouldn't be very relevant in the game. But I feel like right now, holding his own, and then later on, if you do end up putting him on something like a carry, he's been popping off on that as well.
It's in general the team that tries to neutralize and loves to neutralize their opponents. They love playing from the mistakes that their enemies are making. They love catching these mistakes and punishing them. And I feel like that's why this top lane for Astralis is so strong, because it's exactly what they want to be doing. And I want to see a strong carry on the top side of Astralis. I want to see somebody who can be evolved into a hyper carry later in the game.
Because if he doesn't, we might get to see a Darius
Talking about
again.
hyper carries, talking about hyper carries, Lucian is up for grabs. Also, Senna is up for grabs. And talking about hyper carries, it's Astralis, it's Grisberg. I'm a little bit biased because I follow Crisp's career since 2019 summer when he actually won the Nordics, and I think that this pick is right up his alley, and it's right up Astralis' alley as well. They like to scale towards that late game and having this more front-to-back team fight, and Senna provides just that. Now, it's very curious that we're seeing a lot of Lucians being open up and available and not actually being picked, or even like Volibears. So it feels like the jungle prio has fallen secondary to whatever bot lanes or mid lanes the teams choose to pick.
Especially bot lanes, to be honest. Bot lane picks are feeling so crucial right now, both the AD carries and the supports. Really?
That's a 31 KDA Graves. Oh, you didn't know that one. Yeah. Oh, yeah. So here comes the Graves on the other side. You can go for something more passive, like towards the late game as well. It could be the Viego alongside with the Senna. This is a tough combo to deal in the late game.
Just to the fact that it's Astralis, I'd rather them not pick the Volibear and lock in something like the Viego, because they do like to play a little bit of a slower, methodical game where they scale into the late and then they start fighting. And that's exactly what they can do here. You know, Senatam Kent down the bottom of the map, just scale into Oblivion. Viego can just shadow lanes, making sure they're safe. Dusty have a Graves. It's not like it's going to be a hyper-aggressive Graves like Stefan does, for example, with the Graves. So it's mainly going to be junglers shadowing their lanes, making sure that they scale into the late game, and we're up for a very late game fiesta. I'm really sorry, Heatbrain, but this doesn't look very bloodthirsty.
You can see his face already looking at, this is going to be a 50-minute game, but also...
You know what can make it better? Koki Azir, but they're both banned.
But also, if you're looking into Graves, we're looking into a jungler, if he goes jungle. I don't know if he's going top, but if he goes jungle, which I think is going to be, you need a lot of CC to set up these plays for the Graves. If you really want to gank, if you really want to give advantage.
You've got Nautilus.
Yeah, what else do you mean?
Seraphine, a lot of that setup is right there for you. We know that Kerberos also likes to play things like the Camille on the top side of the map. So there could be more setup right there. But at this point, I think a front-to-back is so much more important for Dusty. So you're looking for maybe something active towards the top side of the map, just having Kerberos do Kerberos things and to snowball the game towards the top side of the map, while the rest of the team is possibly going to be surrounding Kerberos later on. Because when you have a Seraphine in the team, it's just so easy to run these short-range melee compositions, and Kerberos thrives in those situations.
And you don't need to aim for super aggressive early game here when you're playing against Astralis, because first of all, you know that they're going to scale. Secondly, you know that they can very well play from behind.
It's Astralis.
Yeah, so second of all, it's Astralis, but they play from behind very well. It doesn't make too much sense to try to shut them down early too much, because most probably they will find a way to bounce back.
Team that is still trying to go into that second spot, so important as well in finishing the first half of a split with the win versus Dusty would be really important for them. But there you go. We finish up with the bans.
So,
Camille is off.
I'm thinking with the bans that I'm seeing right now, and especially the Camille ban, we might be looking... We might be looking for a Gnar towards the top side of the map. Definitely don't want to be playing into Camille. Carlsen does really favor his Gnar, does really well into laning phase, blind as well into Kerberos. Now, what I'm really worried here is that, yes, this is Backland's Yasuo, but if you do pick the Gnar, there's still a Tryndamere for Kerberos coming up, and it could be another side lane nuisance for Dusty this time and not Riddle. So I really like this. Senkax has been favoring the Ahri very much. It's pretty good in the early game. I just would love to see how it will fare up against that Yasuo, because the Yasuo has a pretty easy button into the backline, right? Nautilus is just gonna point the click, and then Yasuo will just dive in. Who is he diving in with though? And I think this answer is going to come on the R5 from Kerberos, and it could very easily be that Tryndamere.
And I have a question. If you pick the Tryndamere, don't you have a lot of AD and rely only on the Seraphine to deal with the AP?
You do? You do, but there's not a lot of tanks that can shut you down. Yes, there's Viego who's tanky. Yes, there's Tam Kent, but he's also not a tank because he's support. He doesn't get to build that many items. And then all you need to do is just bonk that Senna. Okay, this is another Kerberos surprise right here. He's going to go full tank.
Or is maybe...
Or is it going to be the Prowler's Claw, Sion?
It's the Death Angle on the top side if he brings that Prowler's Claw. No, I don't know. But looking into both compositions, Solari, I want your take. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling very unsure right now. I am looking at these compositions, and they're both very strong, and they both have ways around each other. So here again, it will just come to the execution. But honestly, I have a little bit more faith in Astralis. They have the mobility, they have the Senna that is going to provide the support for her front laners, and she has enough of them to make sure that she's going to be very useful in the team fights. So I think this looks slightly stronger to me.
I do like the front to back from Astralis. It is their bread and butter anyway. That's how they want to play the fights. But does they always have that clutch factor that comes from the jungler in particular, Linkus? And right now, unfortunately for them, he is on the grave. So we're waiting for scaling later on. I just want to see how Kerberos is going to utilize that Sion, because as you mentioned, Solari, they do have a bunch of mobility on the side of Astralis. And honestly, I'm also worried for backline, because I'm like, you've got an easy way into the backline with a Nautilus ult, but who's diving in with you?
Gonna be kind of lonely back there if Sion doesn't follow you, while Dusty are trying to shoot for the stars. But in order to do that, they have to themselves. As we jump for another game, Hiprain, Nymera, how you doing?
I'm doing good, baby. How's it going? We're getting ready to go into our third game of the day. Very, very spicy draft coming out. Obviously, Dusty picking up this Yasuo, the Sion as well. I do think, you know, the problem with this is it's fairly situational in the way they have to set themselves up for fights. I think Astralis have a more reliable team. I think that's fair.
I think that's completely true, because when are you ever going to catch Senna? Because while I know that Trouble was saying actually there aren't that many tanks to deal with, trying to use everything onto a Tahm Kench is not really what you want, and you're probably going to have to do that because they're going to be the one between you and the Senna. Now, I think that Senna is going to be fairly safe at this point, so it is a battle between actually whose carries are safer. I think that Tahm Kench alongside something like a Mega Gnar playing Disruption with the mobility also on the side of Astralis, I think that, again, that front to back is going to be much easier for them to play out. Of course, everything else can still go very wrong. What happens if Yasuo gets a massive lead? Maybe something can happen with that, but still, I think on paper, it goes into those 5v5s, Astralis probably feeling favorable.
Well, we're loading through onto the Rift for our third game of the day, our first of the second.
I know it's been a quick day, but damn.
Going to be Astralis taking on Dusty. Some interesting picks. This is kind of the game to watch, or one of the games we've been excited for today. I think these two
for sure
really matched in capabilities, and also right now in the standings, there's only 1 point between them. If Dusty win this, they exit the first half of the tournament equal to Astralis, which is going to be a really, really big help for them going into that second half. But they have drafted themselves a team which is either capable of Omega snowballing or just...
Omega lulling.
Yeah, or going, well, Yasuo spikes in 4 more deaths, and then maybe...
Speaking of that, coming out of the first round robin with a winning record, though, Dusty haven't beaten anyone above them in the standings so far. We talked about that in the pre-game, of course, bring that up, because they have been a team that's been able to punch down, not necessarily punch up. If they were to win this, though, technically they would be even with them. Maybe that's the way that they could break that particular curse. But as we said, from the picks alone, they've got a little bit of work to be doing with that. It's not a clear draft win for either side, but if Dusty do go straight down the middle of this team composition, going to find a couple of issues with it.
Do you know what this game's lacking, other than Gnar? Some furry friends. Our pets.
Right.
There's the transition. I'm going to press a button. Let's see what your pets are doing. No, there we are. NLC at home. That's not a pet. That's a laptop.
It's on buttons 2 and 3, I feel.
Oh, okay. I'll close that then, and then I'm going to press that one, and then...
Yeah!
Oh, kitty cats.
Oh, I'm a cat person. I like cats.
I like all animals. I'm an animal person.
Yeah.
Recently, I was telling you about this earlier, but recently my my Instagram is just filled with ferrets. Like, I don't know how the algorithm...
How do they get in there? They got into the servers. The ferrets are everywhere.
It's been otters for a long time. Otters are my favorite animal. I love them. And then I guess they went, well, what about land otters? And they just gave me ferrets.
Ferrets are land otters confirmed. I hadn't thought about that.
Difference is otters have thumbs. They actually do. They have opposable thumbs.
They also have waterproof fur.
Yeah. And adorable little squeals.
I guess one thing which people forget about, you know, otters are technically apex predators. Oh, we have a lane swap. Right, that's more important. Right, this is actually going to be Yasuo into Gnar in the top side. Now, we saw this from Tatui, outgoing top laner of Singularity. Played that last week even. And reminder, this is something where the Yasuo counters mini-Gnar specifically. If you wind wall the boomerang, or the boomerang rather, you don't get to catch that and get the refund on it. So you don't get to continually spam out that Q, which is where a lot of your early game damage and access to proccing those hyper procs comes through. So there are plenty of ways to work around that. Now, what this does mean is that you're left with the Ahri into the Scion. I have played this matchup on time when people have made it here, and it can get a bit rough. You've got a lot of setup, and Kerber's probably going to have to flash away from this one.
He's able to dodge away on the charm, so he's
Lucky.
able to walk away because of that. So nice stuff there from Kerb. Able to hold his spells. I mean, no matter what, he was going to be in a lane where he was just going to be getting harassed constantly. So I guess, you know, might as well make sure that you put your Yasuo in as good a lane as possible.
So actually, I'm just remembering back to the last time I personally played this matchup. I was playing against a Scion who went Prowler's Claw, and I was an AD Ahri, so it's completely not the same as what's happening on the Rift here. It was a weird time. It looks like we're going to have more towards that tank. It's the Grasp. It's not going to be something like Glacial, which you can... Or something like Phase Rush, actually. More of the common era of Scion tends to be. And then, of course, Ahri continuing with that Electrocute. That's good damage, though.
That is very good damage, although Shield comes in from the W, and Kerb is going to be able to
imagine how much damage you'd be doing if you had Lethal Tempo right now.
Do you remember once upon a time, quite a few seasons ago, the #1 Ahri in Korea was a bot lane AD Ahri?
Yes! So the guy in NA that did this was a guy called Chubzilla, and I actually chatted to the guy a while ago because he reached Grandmaster over in NA, and that was actually quite impressive considering that basically no Ahri above like Master really happened at that point because the champion was much less reliable and much less people put the time in to really master that champion at that point. Of course, not the case now in current League of Legends. Has been so meta for this season for the first time since really Season 4, maybe a bit to Season 5, and Senkut's picking up this champion, has a sizable CS lead, but you wouldn't see it on the scoreboard because the Yasuo and the Scion are still in the same places.
They are. Kind of missed that, unfortunately, but it's fine.
Like, that's no CS lead. Hang on a second.
Hold up a minute. Stop the presses.
Okay, seriously, observers, is there any way we could switch the Yasuo and the Scion? Because my eyes are like drifting all over the place, going like, hang on, what's happening with the CS leads?
Like a chameleon.
Oh, right, okay, so what is this actually going to mean, though? Because actually what this has meant is Dusty have had points where the Scion has been pushing in the Ahri. Now, Ahri is pretty reliable on how they manage to push into these lanes. Typically, Ahri is very happy to get priority and out-trade. And we can see the out-trading, but there was a teleport back to lane. You've got the Corrupting Potion on Scion. And of course, all of Sion's abilities are really, really good at wave clearing. Kerberos walking up, getting vision. 2 pink wards actually put down on that bot side. But if you lose both of these, that's not only losing a lot of vision. In terms of early gold, that's really annoying. They're losing both pink wards in bot side. That's actually a fair amount of gold going over to the side of Astralis and lost from Dusty.
Yeah, that was Taxa just... He's very happy with that 60G he just cashed in on, and a normal ward as well. This man's getting more wards than jungle camps as of late.
And that vision was really important because you are aware of what's happening with maybe a Tahm Kench Abyssal Dive going forwards, Ahri roaming out a lane. You can see that Linkas says, as soon as they've lost that vision, Linkas turns up, pushes out that wave. I'm wondering what he's going to do with his vision now, because now he's going to go and try and reclaim some of that vision, which Astralis just cleared out. I think that is the appropriate response. They're going to go straight towards that dragon. You do have level 6s to play around. That Scion ult particularly already kind of annoying to play against, so Astralis kind of seeing the encroaching movements of Dusty towards that area. Just going to leave that one and leave that dragon to go over to Dusty.
Oh, there we go. Dragon is a freebie for Dusty. Picking up the first one. Crab as well and everything. Lucas finishing up his smite as well, so got that upgraded for himself, but buckle up. It's not going to be like our first 2 games. It's going to be a much slower pace game. These teams have a lot of scaling, a lot of late game they want to play towards, or at least a mid game. So at the moment in the early game, they're pretty cool and both quite happy, just chilling out.
Because it's so calm and chill, and it doesn't look like we're going to get a play right now. You had a fact about snails earlier. Now, I actually have a fun fact about crabs. Did you know there is a word called carcinogenesis?
No.
It means that evolution tends all crustaceans toward crabs. Multiple beings have actually independently evolved into crabs.
Oh!
Crabs are just apparently the peak form of nature. So maybe that's why we have scuttle crabs on the Rift. It's another great example of this word in action. There you go. Fact from me today.
That's a cool crab. I like. That's a cool crab. That's a cool fact.
Cool crab. Yeah, it's a cool
my mind's becoming a crab!
Gives you 100 gold when you kill it.
I mean, that is creepy because crabs are.
It's really strange.
Aren't they related to scorpions?
I'm not.
Does that mean we're gonna get scorpions turning
Scorpion
into
crabs?
Oh no.
This is like weirdly getting towards like something either Skyrim or Elden Ring, and I'm not sure either is a really great end point at this point. Look, there's another crab-like thing in the top river. They're everywhere.
200 years since humanity died. Nothing but crabs. Crab horses. Crab giraffes. Crab lions.
Well, as we're having that wildlife rift tour around it, we're going to go have the T-Tours as the camera pans up towards, again, one of these crustacean-like fellows on the top side. Shelly getting leashed by Astralis, taken by Dusty though, and I really like how they are using the threat of the Scion into the Yasuo combo very early on to push Astralis out of the areas of the map which they might want to be fighting on. Typically, with this mid-jungle duo of Ahri and Viego, you're expecting early control, and they haven't actually been given it, have Astralis. This would be a bad mistake to make there from Denvox, Nate.
Yeah, but he's going to get himself licked. Throws out the charm, but it only lands onto one. The root follows up, and Denvox is able to jump out Kabar. Able to flash forward, lands the tongue lash, but in comes Linkus with the blind. Den goes out of it, and it is first blood to Linkus.
Oh, just a little too far, and Kiba thinks maybe he's got enough damage with the passive, that acquired taste. Lands the stun, of course, with the Q, but one of the big changes they made with Modern Era Tahm Kench after those changes was you don't get to keep that acquired taste passive on people that you get the fully stacked Q on. So they couldn't get the Devour afterwards, which is obviously a large amount of damage on that enemy target. Then Voxley manages to play it safely enough, gets away with a bit of a gift there.
Yeah. Free kill for the jungle as well. Linkus going to be feeling very, very happy on that one. Obviously, Denvoxy doesn't have any summoner spells up available, but neither does Kiva. So, obviously, a little bit easier to punish the Seraphine than it is the TK, but you do still have that as a potential window. And it looks like this lane swap is now over. The Yasuo happy with the farm they've been able to get. So, observers, I know we asked you to swap it, but it looks like it's time to swap it.
Well, just in time to really confuse us again. So, Backlink going to head back towards this mid lane. Gone for that Zeal first. We see this a lot on Yasuo and Yone because getting something like a Noon Quiver, it's great in terms of attack speed. But of course, with the double value you get on crits, any amount of crit chance is better than having 0 crit chance, of course, because it means you have a chance to crit. And I believe the way that League codes its crits means that it's very important to get... It was back in the day where you used to get 1% crit runes, because that actually gave you significant chance to crit, even though it was, of course, quite low chance for it. But now you have that Backland in a position of relative power with his back, a lot of attack speed, of course has the lethal tempo as well. That's going to be a lot of knockups if you get on top of someone. So see what Backland can do. And what this also means is that this Yasuo has now escaped the early Ahri matchup, which I am a big fan of. I think that Ahri really, really does punish melee champions. You can see, of course, there's like a 30 CS lead for Senkux over Kerberos in that last part of the laning matchup. Someone like a Yasuo can get very much punished by Ahri, but now you're at a point where you can start all-inning, dashing through that wave as Backland is doing right now. And I think Dusty, with this lane swap, have found some advantages over it, even with the CS advantages going on the side of Astralis.
Kiva just able to get out, but the depth charge comes in, and Backland will jump in, catches him out with the last breath, and Kiva goes down to the Yasuo. They're going to keep the pressure up, finding the knock-up, and a double kill for Backland on the Yasuo.
And that is why the vision control is so important. Seeing them fighting over it the entire game so far. Carlson looking to make a play on top side, though.
Yeah, that's the ult, but he is out of time, flashes away. It has been an experience for Kerberos this game, unfortunately. Had to lane versus the Ahri, now comes into the Gnar, who's kind of had a chill laning phase himself, and he goes, well, I'm not really set up for anything here.
So with this, cross map not really able to be capitalized on for Astralis. It's a Herald down. Of course, remember that Astralis tried to avoid the fight around that Herald, and it has felt like Astralis have had to avoid the fight so far. When they get to 5-on-5s, maybe that'll change, but at the point it is right now, Tahm Kench not tanky enough. You don't have that first item even as a farming Tahm Kench, and I actually feel like that Devour kind of sends Chrisberg to his death. He gets popped over the wall, doesn't get to be able to get spat out because Tahm Kench dies. The flash then has to come through, and Chrisberg sadly goes down as well. So 2 kills to that Yasuo. You know what we're talking about pre-game, just as we load onto that rift? Maybe things change if Yasuo gets a large lead. 2 kills, it's getting towards that point. Dusty, through some innovation in the early game, a little bit of imagination, they got themselves into pretty good point of power now.
Yeah, we were kind of hitting on how Astralis had a very consistent team. Like, it's very clear their conditions. Dusty, it's also clear their conditions, but it's obviously harder to hit those conditions to actually set yourself up. But you now got 2 kills on your Yasuo. He's pretty comfortable with the position
this
right now.
is a pretty bad mistake.
Voxney is able to get a plate and a double root, but I mean, there's not really going to be too much more you can do other than go down here. They're even going to make sure that Keeper doesn't get the assist as he misses the lick. But nice, easy kill picked up for Taxa there on that Viego. And Dusty, I mean, I don't think they're going to be able to go for a dive top lane onto Carlson. He's strong.
I mean, you have a Sion, right? You need the Yasuo there. If the Sion is in that lane, you don't really have any kind of pressure on that Gnar. He's already got those Tabby against an entire AD top side. Now, while Linkus does manage to go into the enemy jungle and steal away some camps, Taxa is trying to do the same on bot side, but Taxa currently 2 levels down, and Linkus fails the smites. Doesn't even get that kind of rubber band experience, trying to prop himself back into that game. And now Taxa gets gifted that kill on bot side, probably because he was so far behind that curve, but isn't getting access to farm to keep himself relevant with the Graves, who's absolutely farming up a mountain.
Yeah, he is starting to worry on that front. If you look at the items as well, see, the Divine Sundra has been finished up, but Linkus got that Eclipse and had that Eclipse for quite a while now, so should be closing in on getting at least a major component towards his next item. Backland hasn't finished up that Immortal Shield Bow, but has obviously sidetracked a little bit into the Zeal, as a lot of Yasuos do. And actually, now they're looking for Taxa. Taxa being denied his walls. Backland making sure that gets picked up, but he has himself the knock-up, misses out, but the death charge is going to be broken by the Heartbreaker, so they can't chase for more. And Senkark's able to jump away. A cheeky wind wall just to make sure that there wasn't anything coming out. And that is going to be all she wrote as, Voxney able to dodge away on the top and the knockup.
So a swing and a miss on both sides of the map, but what Dusty did was fairly intelligent around this attempted pick onto Taxa, because Linkus obviously steals away part of that jungle, scouts out Viego on that bot side of the jungle, says, okay, well, he's going to take X amount of time to get towards that top side. We're going to go revisit that. We have the vision to go make that play. Stop Taxa from getting another camp, and then, of course, get to force out the Ahri ultimate at the same time. Again, just making sure that they're controlling where Viego is on the map for that minute of play. See if they can do that a little later into the game and control where Astralis as a whole can go, because Dusty do have pockets of vision to start making plays around. Instead, with their flash just to be back available, obviously a big threat towards Astralis once to do on the map.
I mean, speaking of those pockets of vision, though, Astralis have found themselves in a pocket, able to move through into the jungle and threaten Den Voxney for the tower dive. They're not feeling it as Sten has come back onto the map. The question for me now is, where is Linkus going to go? He's got this Rift Herald in his pocket. Ideally, I'd actually like to see it go down mid. Just try and funnel into backline as much as possible. Opens up the map massively. You were talking about this vision control as well. It leans into that. Linkus is just perma-invading right now. If you continue to take towers, or you take mid lane tower, you can continue to invade because it's safer to do so. You have more ways out of the jungle. You also just have more safety because you can push the wave up. People are further back, so it's harder to check for you. And Linkus, you know, this really opens up the map for him as well as it does for Backland.
And I think the reason that Dusty can do that, if we look back at what's happened in the game, we talked about, oh, you know, X-Champion survived early laning phase. Because Yasuo isn't behind, is very much even, and has those 2 kills, every time there is an engage in the enemy jungle, especially because it's Infernal Rift too, Sion is probably going to be coming through into that enemy jungle, and you're going to get knocked into a Yasuo. That is pretty much instant death. Taxa can't really escape that, or is blowing either flash or ultimate, which he really doesn't want to do. Have to see how Castle can continue to do in this 1v1. I think that's maybe the breaking point for Dusty right now. If Carlson gets control of a side lane and stops Sion being able to answer, maybe Astralis can start forcing up again, a free bit of space for them to work around, because they haven't had that for a little while yet.
Oh, Curb needs to be quite careful.
This is what's
Carson's
happening.
about to gnar out. Actually, he can get him against the wall if he's lucky. Dodges out on the wallop, and Curb just about able to get away. But if you look in the mid lane, there's a congregation of players. They are looking to set up for a potential something. It might just be slap this Rift Herald down, get control of the mid lane for the Dragon.
But look at this, ward on the screen right now. Carson's actually just turned...
Oh, they got him!
Okay.
Down he goes. Easy pickup as the railgun comes out, gives Taxa a life for a moment. The Ignite is ticking, and he dies. Backlund picks it up. They don't even need the Herald. All they need is Taxa down.
And I wonder if Astralis felt emboldened by thinking, hey, we have the winning side lane matchup. Kerberos doesn't have the teleport. Maybe we can teleport in, but they lost the mini nod. They didn't pull the trigger while the rest of that Rage Bar was enabled, nor did they even have the Devour in place to save Taxa. So now another kill down is onto the jungler who's already so far down. Dusty picking up a good amount of chained mini victories together. They got a couple of those small wins back to back, and they get that bot lane tower without having to invest that Herald. Now you've opened up both outer turrets on the side lane, which maybe gives you an extra ability to get that mid lane as that last outer tower piece of the set.
I've got long left on this Herald though, so Linkers needs to use it. Even if it's just for the charge, it's going to be super important for them.
I think he can. You just burned the center roll. That's a big thing. Kerberos has teleport now. I think this is as good a time as any to do it. Backlund even has his ultimate up, right? I think now is the time to put that down.
Okay, he's doing it. I was a bit worried he might just forgotten he's got it in his inventory. We've seen a few people do it this season as well. Forget about their Herald.
It happens every so often. Oh, Carlson hasn't seen him.
Oh, Carlson, he's caught! There's the last breath! They interrupt the jump out, the collateral damage comes down, Carlson's about to gnar out, and Backlund says, no, you are not. A flash forward into that Steel Tempest.
And with that pick, they still have the Herald. Linkers gets the warning. He knows it's going down. Where does he want to place it? He has a couple of choices between mid and top. Backlund happily going up towards that top lane, and Linkers, you got to use it, buddy. It's in mid. Oh, Kiba, no!
Kiba jumping in forward. He's going to catch himself the catch up. A Sten goes golden for the moment. They get the shield on. They get everything to follow up. Teleport's coming down as well as in comes Curb to make sure this charge goes down. Backlund takes the top lane in the meanwhile, but a great charm comes out from Senkox, and Taxa comes in. They get the jump back. Then Boxy throws out the encore onto 3 members. He loses his life in the meanwhile, though, as Curb has to flash away. Linkers has been slowed. They try to keep the encore up. Oh, the charm goes wide as the Herald does get the charge off and gets a whole bunch of tower onto that mid lane.
Okay, so Dusty, they make a mistake. They don't have Yasuo with their grouped unit. Remember, that's such a huge part of their combo. One Nautilus Hook goes into an ultimate, and Backlund follows up and kills someone. If Yasuo isn't there, they lose a large amount of their damage. Astralis, I was a little worried at first, thinking, oh, what the heck is Tahm Kench jumping into this river bush? He's alone, but of course they had that information first. I think it is actually the right choice to go in here, even though it does look like a 1v3. I think this is the right play. When the Yasuo is not there, you can see again what happens when you're looking for this pick. Of course, with the center and the Ari's ability to follow up, it gets quite close. But at this point, Dusty are ahead of the curve. They have their solo laners ahead of where they want to be, but with good play from Senkox playing the angles well, very nearly turns into a snowballed fight for Astralis nonetheless.
Yeah, almost goes bad, but it doesn't quite. Close but no cigar, as you might say, is Kiba just holding on for now. This tower very, very low, and it's the last bastion of the outer turrets for the side of Astralis, and gold lead right now, 3,000 to Dusty. Then Voxney quite happy just to catch these waves in the mid. He's got the damage to clear out of it with that obviously that double spell from the passive.
Whichever one that is. The high note? Is that the high note? I'm trying to remember. There's the beat drop, there's the high note.
Beat note's the beat drop is the E, which is the snare / slow.
Yeah.
High note is the Q. I can't remember the name of the W off the top of my head.
Well, neither can I, because I have the excuse of I'm a color caster. I just need to know what they do.
I know what the W does. It shields / heals if it's a double.
Well, what it also allows to do is obviously group up, but again, get so much power in that grouped up unit.
No way!
Oh, gosh. Taxa didn't have the smite, couldn't end up securing that.
Up.
Backlund walks in, takes more jungle camps. Taxa's managed to pick up a little bit more XP, only the single level behind now, but Dusty doing, again, a really good job of just using that veiled threat and saying, yeah, you could walk up into your own jungle, but what happens if we find that engage? Continually pushing forwards, taking camps, and Considering Dusty are this team, again, that hasn't won a game against a team above them in the standings just yet, this is actually very encouraging for them. This is looking like a controlled game. A couple of mistakes here and there, but it's by no means looking like they're outclassed at all. Looking like they're on par ahead of Astralis in this game.
Look at the base now. Infinity Edge just finished up for Backline. Be working towards either the likes of a Mortal Reminder or like a Phantom Dancer or something. That is a hook. That is a big hook into the knockup. The last breath comes down. Double knockup as well. Massive encore as Astralis are scattered. Linkus flashes forward and just pops. Chrisberg, Dusty can turn their attention towards that Baron with those three.
So a singular set of picks. It's the Nautilus ultimate which leads into it this time. And 6-0-1 after that fight. Backland picks up that big, beefy eye edge and goes straight into that enemy team. Astralis, we said that they were kind of falling a little bit behind, playing respectful against Dusty, that they had to play respectfully, but at this point, Dusty make a handful of mistakes. Astralis make a killer one in the heat of the moment in that mid lane, which they've tried so hard to protect. They lose the mid lane out of turret. They lose the Baron. Might lose the Dragon off of this too. See how close Carlson is to finishing it. He's soloing it right now. No, Dragon. He's peeled off of it. He's peeled off of it. Okay.
Decides not worth it. Dusty gonna say it's worth it though, and they're gonna pick up their third Dragon. They're on soul point. Curb looking to blast cone out, will be able to do so, and oh, Carson's not close enough. He doesn't flip over the wall. Curb gets out for free. Dragons taken, towers taken, Baron taken. It's all about these towers now to finish up.
So Taxa, I kind of understand looking for that hook, but that is very dangerous. You know, I think the idea is not everyone's quite in position yet. We land this stun, maybe this is the chance to find the pick before the fight really starts, but it's right into that Nautilus. You clump up for it, and Backland takes that in his stride. Back to the mid lane again, the scene of the crime. What can Astralis do at this point? They've tried a lot of times now, really struggling to make these kills last.
Yeah, they're just buying time though. If the encore goes out, Sten has to queue on to the tower to get away. So they do burn a little bit there from Dusty, but the encore on a relatively short cooldown, especially when you go like the likes of this Leandri build. Obviously you get a passive ability haste per item you finished up. You've got the Ceres as well, which packs a fair amount of ability haste itself. So already 1/3 of that ultimate has come back off timer, and Sten, yes, he uses the stopwatch, but he has a Zhonya's.
He actually has built the first item zones, yes. So, and I think that's fair. I think when you're up in this front line, you don't need that much time to buy. You're looking for surviving through until the encore lands, and then surviving until Yasuo follows up on some kind of knockup. I think that's enough to just be alive for a couple of seconds in that front line. Of course, the extra AP does help in terms of bursting out the first target too. Nautilus, of course, an AP heavily scaling champion. Astralis going towards this top lane, trying to defend it, but Sion has the angle. Oh my god!
Charge! You're only going to cax onto one. They're not going to chase for more. No knockups available. Yes, there is a knockup available. Tax flashes out, and there's the big pop into the wall from Carson, but he doesn't have any follow-up. It was a good ult, but it just wasn't enough. Back up as Backland is into the middle of everyone, taking them down. Hops up on the trampoline with the blast cone, and Backland survives. The heal comes in from Den Voxney, and the Baron push continues. Astralis are falling apart at the seams as Dusty are just picking up the tempo. We're already 25 minutes into this game, but there is a 7-0 Yasuo in the base of Astralis, and they are down 3 players.
Oh, we are in for some really quick games today. First two were at a rocket pace, particularly that first one, but coming into the third game of the day, Dusty really not slowing the tempo either. They've been quick to pull the trigger, and even when they haven't, they've been finding advantages outside of that. This Dusty lineup, one that we had so many thoughts on from Spring, being this strong team in that second half of that split, being one of our top teams outside of our eventual 2 finalists, continuing to find themselves a string of form at this point. We were worried about them coming into this saying, okay, you know, they haven't really found those results outside of against the lower placed teams. But even in this fight, they just managed to play around their advantages. Link is putting out so much damage on the backline as Backland goes straight forward into the hearts of Astralis.
I didn't realize how he got into the back of that fight, because I was like, wait, he was right at the back, and then suddenly just in the middle of 4. It was because there was the depth charge, and he just bolted off the depth charge.
Around the back.
Beautiful stuff, and Backland 7-0-2, shield bow, got himself a chain vest, so I think he's actually going for the...
Probably GA at the end. Looks like it's GA at the end. I think that makes sense.
Could even go
Could go Death Stance.
That's the one, thank you.
Could
potentially go Death Stance, although GA, I think, especially when you're diving in solo.
He has
like
the
that.
stopwatch already, his same combined gold cost at that point.
Oh, yeah. I did not even look at that.
So, there is that, but then also you can just sit on stopwatch. And
True.
Also have a Death Stance. Stopwatch, obviously, one of those items where as an AD or a tank champion, you can sit there and just go, well, stopwatch is actually better for the one fight, which might end the game, and feels like you're in that kind of position, heading towards that soul point, a minute on that, and Dusty, they couldn't get that many towers with that. Well, actually, no, I was about to say. No, actually, they could get many towers with that Baron buff. Even without it, they're still crushing down some structures, resetting towards that potential killer fight for the Infernal Soul for Dusty. Astralis really, really struggling to find ways to engage, to get onto their targets. We were a little worried from Champion Select, or at least we were, saying, how are you going to get towards that center? How are you actually going to get towards this backline access? Turns out with a boatload of gold on a Yasuo, tends to help you.
Absolutely. Well, he has finished up that GA, so going for that. Didn't decide to pick up on the stopwatch. Instead, played for the team. Watch this, Yasuo's at home. He bought control wards, so he could actually.
Had some bad experiences with Yasuo's recently, Jake.
Recently, for the last like 10 years, bro, or whenever that champion.
It's getting close to it, actually. 2013, of course, his release date, and playing like he's a 2020 champion in this one.
I went to the 10th birthday where they announced Valorant and all that.
Oh yeah.
At the XL Centre. The XL Centre in London. Amazing.
Location.
Can't believe this game's still whole, but I can't believe Curb also isn't going down. They just don't do any damage to Astralis. It's looking for potential knock up onto multiple people. Carlson! That's a big gnaw! The railgun comes down, and Backlund, untouched, unhindered, able to find one, gets himself another knock up. Linkus flashes forward and takes down another. Backlund continues to be a nuisance in the middle of everyone as Chrisberg is trying to get a little bit more bonus damage out, but Taxa jumps away. Backlund has the GA, so he's okay to go down here. Passive lifesteal as well. And the bait is being smacked down by the minions. Chrisberg and Sencux have to make a miracle happen if they don't want to lose this game, as the first base tower will fall, and Dusty won't let anybody go away, get the reset off as Chrisberg quickly swims away in the shadows, but down goes the second tower to the super minions. If that one minion can sort this aggro out, it looks like it's not going to do so. So the tower may stand for now.
Yeah, but it'll go down to a stiff breeze. It'll go down to it. And Astralis managed to find, off the back of yet another Carlson engage, he's found some decent Mega Knowers. It just felt like it's just too little too late against the gold value. They managed to find themselves a good fight.
Yeah.
It's just not enough. Again, you don't even pop the GA of Backlund. If Backlund's alive and Linkus is alive, you are losing that DPS department. Rarely do you see a Graves and Yasuo get this far ahead in the pro games anyway. To this point, you're getting out DPS'd at this point by these short-ranged AD champions who are continuing to roll over this. Infernal Soul on their back now. Baron also looking very, well, it's just gone, hasn't it? It's going to be absolute DPS down. Astralis looking like this is going to be the death knell.
I think the death knell was
probably about 5-10 minutes ago.
They're doing that like coffin dance. They've been doing that for the last like 5 minutes.
NLC says goodbye. So we're going to see, of course, what happens in this fight, because this was Astralis kind of brute forcing themselves into this river, but this is the problem you have. You need to be so decisive on your engage. And credit to Astralis, actually, they do find a pretty decisive engage. Chrisberg, Carlson getting a large amount of AoE damage off, but again, too little too late. Not really able to finish off absolutely everyone they need to.
I mean, Carlson is trying his hardest. We have seen multiple good Gnas from him. The problem they're having is Dusty just has stopwatches. So they gnaw in, everyone jumps forward, throws their stuff at the stunned people, and they just go, huh.
I mean, at the end of it,
that's it.
Backlund has his shield bow pop, doesn't have his GA pop, doesn't have to even like blow his flash at the end of that too. That's back up at this point. And now on 4 items, the next longsword, he's no longer playing for the team. He has a longsword. Where are your control wards, friend?
You don't need them. What are you taking other than the base? You know where everyone is.
You're taking the tactical advantage of seeing them in their fountain. Light it up, boys. See what they can do with it. Carlson going forward again. Doesn't have the flash this time, though. Dusty again, seems like they are very much on the precipice sending this one out and finding their first win against one of these upper table teams.
Kerberos quite happy just to slowly chip away at that tower as Carlson's trying to find himself the wallet, but can't quite find it though, unfortunately. 31 minutes on the clock, definitely the longest game so far today, but still a very fast-paced game as Dusty have just played this match so well. Backlund jumps in, they cancel his ultimate out, but he is not happy about that. In jumps Kerberos, they're looking for the knockout. Carson's going to find himself caught for the moment, and there are minions to taxi through. Taxa flashes away. They find the charm on with Senkugs, but it's not going to matter as Backlund will take down an inhibitor. The last inhibitor tower will fall. There are only 2 towers left. They flash in. Senkugs goes gold, and Senkugs will survive for just a little bit longer, but his base probably won't. And Sten is a madman with these hooks. Hook after hook is landing as they find themselves back onto Backlund, but he's still got himself the Guardian Angel to keep himself up. Another knock-up coming in. What a gnar! But it means nothing. The base is in an absolute... It's in a state. The Nexus is going to go down. 32 minutes on the clock, and Dusty just clap Astralis.
I think the really sad thing for Astralis is that last minute of play, you can see like 2 or 3 times how that comp is supposed to work into Dusty's. You can see the Devour out of the Yasuo ultimate, the Senna ultimate over the top when people try to dive in onto that first target, but they're an Infernal Soul down. They are so many thousands of gold down, and even with Carlson getting multiple Mega Nars towards the end of that game, it was too little, it was too late. Dusty's early pressure, the lane swap, which allowed them to get this Yasuo on the board, the early kills onto them, allowed them to very cleanly and efficiently snowball through this game. Dusty, while they hadn't had that punch upwards just yet, might be starting to make their climb.
That was a big, big win there for Dusty. It ties them up with Astralis in the standings, so they're going to be very happy with that one. But also, you know, they just executed on a comp which was realistically probably quite hard to pull off comparatively.
It required them to get that early game lead, and they got that. And actually, that's not something that many teams could do in this league, I don't think.
Amazing stuff there from Dusty, but we're going to let our analysts break this game down a little bit more. So Archeron, over to you.
Thank you so much, and what a beating there was by Dusty versus Astralis. We were looking into a team they need to win versus the team that is on top of the standings. They're done with the bottom of it. That was a lot, and Solari, I need you to help me through this early game, because once Dusty stepped into Astralis' face, they didn't stop.
Exactly. If there is one word to describe their playstyle, it's consistency. They knew what was their plan, and they were sticking to it from very early on, and they were keeping on going. There was never a moment when they would lose the momentum. They were pushing forward constantly, not letting Astralis a moment to actually regroup and do what Astralis tend to be doing. So try to get back into the game. There was no moment they could do it, no moment for bouncing back. It's always Dusty on top.
And it all came off of the back of Backlund. He's the only remaining member of a Dusty that almost made it to EU Masters through our playoffs in spring. And the only member that stayed in the same roster is Backlund. And he's been popping off. Earlier in the split, he played his LeBlanc to a complete control and destruction in the mid game, and now his Yasuo looked so freaking clean. I also felt like the swap that they did in the early game was so important to just get the game and the lanes rolling, right? Yasuo, typical counter in a Gnar lane. You can't use your boomerang to shove in the wave really quickly. You cannot auto-attack through the wind wall either. And of course, Sion is Sion. He's just a big, beefy tank in an Ahri lane. You don't have much skill pressure on him, so I love the fact that Dusty went in with this plan of swapping in the lanes, allowing Kerberos to be in the middle. And even though I felt like maybe they won't have many openings because Astralis was a little bit too mobile, I felt like Astralis just lacked a lot of damage. And my question here is, have Astralis fallen back to the same habit of we're just going to Resident Sleeper in the early game and just hopefully we scale enough in the late to hopefully get our team fight on? And even though Carlson tried and had some insane Mega Nars, the damage lacked, the cohesion lacked.
And Dusty did a really good reply to the champion select that Astralis provided us with. This is why we're going to talk with the Voxne that played with the Seraphine on the bot side. There he is. Welcome back.
Yo.
Well, this was a decisive, insidious push from you guys versus Astralis. Run me by the plan facing Astralis before the game started.
Yeah, so we had our usual draft meet before the game, or earlier today. And we were kind of talking about our different strategies, some of the different things we thought would be good against them. And yeah, funnily enough, we actually ended up predicting the all 5 champs, the pick order they actually picked. I've never had that happen before, but we were like Senna, TK, Viego, Ahri, and Gnar. And we were like, okay, so we're going to do the Yasuo science swap if they do that. And
And then they went on and won the game. Exactly. No, he's going to come back. Don't worry about that. But just getting the prediction, the entire prediction versus Astralis, to me, solidifies what you were trying to analyze. Astralis are falling back to the same trap.
It's stale and it doesn't work. It does if you're so solid where you're not going to give too much to the opponent team. But at this point, you're playing Senatan Kench. You're going to naturally fall behind. You're playing Ari into a Sion, which means you're not going to have kill pressure, especially when you have a Viego in the jungle to pair it up with Ari.
I'm really
then
sorry.
Voxney, welcome back.
Welcome back. You can continue your point about you just predicted the entire draft. Don't worry, man. Don't worry. It's not on you. It's not on you.
It's on you.
It is?
Maybe.
I don't know, but it's not on you. Don't worry about that. But yeah, you predicted the entire composition from Astralis. So you think Astralis are falling back to the same trap of we pick to the late game, and if we get there, we win. And this is why we had such a good reading of Astralis?
No, I just think we had like a really good read on how they drafted the last couple of times, and I think that was like maybe a pattern. We were ready if they were to bring something new out, but I think it was just like, okay, if they do this, if they do what we expect them to do, or like what they've done a couple of times before, we're going to be prepared. But also, we were like, okay, well, if they do these other things, we need to be flexible and be ready to do that. So it wasn't like we were like, okay, they're for sure 100% going to do this draft, but it was just one of the options. We were like, okay, this actually could be what they end up drafting, something like this. We need to have an answer prepared for that. And yeah, I think we played very consistent after that. And in the game, we were very clear on what our win con was, and we played to that, which I think made us win in the end.
And then Voxner, we know you, especially in the Nordics, as one of the better hyper carries that we have, especially like on things like Jinx, Aphelios, or whatever you name it, you play it. But we've seen you on Soraka, Seraphine, we've seen you pick the Vayne. Tell me how all this adaptability that you bring to the team helps your team create drafts that maybe will catch your opponents off guard.
I think it for sure helps right now in the meta. Like, I think there's so many viable picks and options, and usually it's like a rock, paper, scissors, or more like complex version of that kind of in the meta at the moment. And like having access to more of those like tools just give you the ability to counter certain drafts a lot easier. I think all of us are kind of flexible in that way, which I think is like a blessing and a curse. We need to figure out which one strategy are we actually going for, but we have so many different strategies we can bring out. So I think that's the main reason why we could bring this out. We were able to flex the Sion mid or like put backlane top. He had no problem laning top lane. We had Kerberos on mid lane. Like, we were kind of versatile enough to pull it off, which I think is a huge benefactor in this specific meta when there's enchanters on bot, hyper carries on bot, like engage supports on bot. There's Senna lanes, there's Swain, and all these crazy stuff.
Okay, one last quick question on that one.
Yeah, take it.
Have you guys ever argued on who's going to get their hands on which champion? I don't know, because there's like a Yasuo in the mid lane, right? Maybe Kerberos was like, oh, I want the Yasuo top. And maybe you were like, oh, I want to play Yasuo bot lane, with Nautilus. Have you ever guys had that? Always like arguing in quotation, right?
Not really, because I think we are pretty clear. When we pick a champ, like, it's a flex, right? So it's if they put this on mid, we put Yasuo mid. If they put this on top, we put Yasuo top. Or so it's more of a where is it actually best, or like what is our strategy if they pick certain champions in the meta. I don't think it's like as flexible as you just put it somewhere. Like you pick the Yasuo and you're like, okay, you can just put it anywhere. It's kind of like, okay, well, you have the Yasuo top side, so you cannot just put anything on bot, right? We had the Seraphine, which is a very good weak siding pick, and they also had the Senna Tam Kenshi that's not really good at punishing it, right? So it depends on a lot of factors in those scenarios. So we don't really argue about it. It's just about like talking about, okay, where do we actually think it's best to put the different picks?
Okay. Cool. Thank you so much for that answer, and good wrap up on the first half of the split. Good luck on the second one. You guys are climbing to the top of it, and let's see what happens. See you, mate.
See you. Thank you for the talk.
He always waves.
Yeah.
Then Voxner always waves.
Very elaborate as well. But I did want the beef a little bit. It's like, yeah, like backland is a good Yasuo, but I can play it better in the bot lane, like Kerberos being like, you also you had to play Yasuo better. I play Darius that way, and I can play it on Yasuo. I want a little bit of that, like, fun beef between the players. But it's cool to see the flexibility, right? Everyone playing everything and knowing that, oh, we pick Yasuo, we can put it anywhere on the map.
I would say to you, this is like a smile for this team because this is a team that was in the middle of the pack and now they're really close to second place. So is this what we expect as we move onwards in the league, like more action in the middle of the pack and maybe more blood, as you put it out most of the times?
I hope so.
You say that a lot of times. Yeah, I'm afraid.
Maybe
is that it? Hmm?
Maybe it should be.
Maybe it should be. Thank you for that answer. As we do have Tuxer on the other side from Astralis, the jungler that is ready for us. Tuxer, are you there? Oh, there
Hello,
he is.
man.
There
How
he
are you
is.
doing?
How do you feel knowing that if you smited the Gromp, you would be first place uncontested so far?
I knew it, man. I knew you would start with that question.
Oh, in the Lee Sin thing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I feel a bit scammed because you guys said that you might be able to like take the 450 HP away from the Gromp and then give me like a bit of a better time. But you didn't even do that, so.
I'm gonna let you know, and this is live, okay? Everybody's listening to me. I made that proposition, but I'm a host. And my word means that. So yeah, you would be first place if they took those 453 damage, but it's not happening. I see it's not happening. Okay, moving on to this game. Obviously, you guys picked up a lot of late game, but it would be a quest to get into that late game. Was the plan just slowing it down as cold as you could get? Run me by the plan, yeah.
I think we actually don't have that much of a late game comp. I think we can do a lot early, especially with Ari and me. I think we just missed a lot of opportunities. We could have done so much more early game. We should have gotten the Herald as well, and we just mis-executed completely.
Taxer, I want to take a tweet that you actually put out, I think it was last week, if I'm not wrong. It was after 2-0 week you guys had. And you're like, I'm really happy for the 2-0 week, but we're still hesitant and we're still slow in the early game. Have there been a bunch of steps that you guys have taken towards being a little bit more active and a little bit more proactive towards like the other teams you're going to be playing that are on the top of the pack?
I mean, we're definitely working on those things and we are aware of it. And I think we did a bad job today of doing better. But I mean, we all know it's there and we're just trying to get better every day. And hopefully next week or on Wednesday, it will be better.
Okay, we're going to wrap up the first half of the split. How do you feel in your position right now? Because you're now tied up versus Dusty, which means they take the upper lead. How do you feel your chances are moving on to the second half of the split?
I mean, I'm really confident. If we play good like we do in scrim sometimes, then I'm sure that we will be able to like maybe even go undefeated. Who knows? If we get unleashed and we actually grow some balls, then probably we'll be fine.
Unleashed Astralis? I'd love to see that.
Like the way you just replied the entire sentence, like, I'm gonna quote this one entirely and I hope no one punishes me.
We're gonna grow some and get unleashed and go undefeated. There you go.
Okay, I'm gonna play Lee Sin.
Maybe.
Okay.
I
would like to see that one. No, thank you so much, Tax. It is always a pleasure to talk with you, and good luck on the second half of the split. I want to see that undefeated, uncontested Astralis. To the stars! You know,
Unleashed.
Unleashed. How do you feel about this confidence in a player?
It says a lot. I want some actions behind the words always, but the words feel very confident. One thing I really want from them, not for them to unleash themselves, to be honest. I want the adaptability, because we saw how adaptable Dusty were in this game, and I feel like Astralis are lacking just in the game that we just saw, but in general. Like you said, Trouble, a little bit stale with the tactic they're going with. There needs to be something new added, and then maybe that's what will unleash them finally.
In my opinion, if I may, I would like to see Tuxed unleashed while he's playing Lee Sin, just ripping his shirt off. And that would be a really good post. And this is why. We're going to look in the standings, and afterwards
this is
we're going to
why
play a
you're
game.
the host and not his coach.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes.
Guide me through this one, Solari, because out of a sudden, Dusty are now 5-4, looking into Astralis, and even though they're tied, I do believe since they won versus Astralis, that pushes them a little bit above.
They kind of broke the pattern that was with them before, with the losing to the teams above them and winning with the teams below them. So now there is a chance after the pattern's broken, you never know what exactly is going to happen. So anything can happen.
I'm telling you, man, if Bifrost lose to Vanet and next 7 most likely win versus Singularity,
oh boy,
it's complete chaos.
Yeah, so far it's been working, exactly what you said before the previous game. So your plan is working.
I'm scared for these two on the desk, by the way. Moving on into what I was talking about, like Photoshops and posts and weird stuff. We're going to jump into NLC Social Clash. What is this? This is a game we had, a special moment at the NLC where our teams on social media, mostly on Twitter, just make weird posts and teasing other teams, players teasing, coaches teasing their own players as well, and we give them some points. And at the end of the show day, we see who's at the first place, and we see who's on the last place. So at least it's an opportunity for you to showcase.
On the last place, we punish our social media manager.
Exactly, Doku. I know he's going to talk to me about this one, but I'm looking at you, and thank you for the donuts. Okay, NLC Social Clash. We're going to start with an honorable mention by a second division team.
Oh.
Natives that just ratioed Immortals.
What?
Not
as in
Immortals themselves. Yeah.
Okay.
Not the weekend we would have wanted, but we will come back stronger next week. GG. And all of a sudden, Natives, unfortunately, ratio. And it's not even close.
Okay, I'm sorry, but they have like 25 likes. Even my dog could have ratioed them. I'm sorry, Immortals, but come on, man.
Well, they're getting really ratioed on this.
I'm sorry.
Honorable mention for Natives. We love you guys. Division 2. You're a part of Division 2 as well.
Yes.
I know you'll be casting that soon enough, so take a peek at that one. Now, on to the third spot for this day. We have Torok with any bot line still looking for Team 7-0 NLC. Paid possession. We'll take anyone, honestly. Just emails at seteslowsandstun@gmail.com. Because apparently his bot line is not aware that Set stuns and slows.
I have a little bit of an insight, and I found it really hilarious that they both did not know what Set E did, right? Because Set E will stun you if he will slam you with someone else, whether it's a minion or a champion. If he grabs both of you and bashes your heads together, you get stunned. If not, Set will just walk up to you and pull you back, and you get slowed. Guys, I'm a Katarina pool player playing in Platinum when I knew that. Come on.
Oof. Is it another
Venza, come
is it another ratio
I
from
think
you?
this is a ratio.
Damn, I'm ratioing everyone right now.
Oh my
I don't know
god.
what is happening, but there you go. 1 point for Torok. Moving on into the second
me?
one. No, for Torok, not you. You get an imaginary point, okay? I'm just giving those away today. Second place for today, it is Singularity. With a lot of changes on their team. Today we break the cycle with everywhere I go, I see his face. Defeat. Oh wait,
You know
so
what?
far.
We stand a team that can take the L and meme about it, okay? G2 do it very successfully every time they lose, and they've lost like on the biggest stage in the World Championship at the finals, right? And they memed it still, so big props to Singularity.
I mean, they're promising us today that they break the circle with a new team, but they're facing X7.
Hey.
And the
They're
first
facing their
place,
demons as well, okay?
the first place, by the way, goes for F7 as well. As they're looking to that one and say, agree with this tweet or draw 25. And look at it. MC with a lot of cards on his hands and smiling. This is so well done, by the way. Yeah, it's a reply to the second tweet.
Singularity said, it's NLC day to day, we will win.
Yeah.
And MC pulled 25.
But look at the picture, though. It's so well done. This is actually so well done.
I can't actually tell. This has to be Photoshop, but it's like so perfectly Photoshop.
It is. I don't know if MC just picked 25 cards like, let's do this picture. No, it's not. It's a Photoshop, but it's really well done. So this is why I'm going to get 5 points, I guess. Yeah, it's 5 points for you, X7. So shall we look into the standings? How teams are faring out?
More points than they have wins in the NLC, just saying.
Ooh, X7 with 18 points in first place.
Did I ratio them too?
Yes.
Stop rationing people!
Baby.
Riddle with 17, Vanya with 16, and then Team Singularity popping off. By the way, Dusty, you're missing lane.
Yeah,
you're
Doku,
missing
come
social
on.
media. I don't know. I'm just saying if Dusty don't find any sort of points, Doku will suffer. Our social guy.
I don't think Dusty cares about social media manager.
And to me, that's the most wonderful part of the day. Bifrost versus Vanir is the next game in store for you. Yeah, no segue, just straight up Bifrost versus Vanir.
Not that pregame.
What do we expect for this one? Because we have a lot to talk about, but can we talk about Diamond Prox versus Creox?
we definitely can, because I feel like they're two, I'd say, very similar junglers to the point where we saw that Dharmaprox is very willing to drop levels, to drop CS, just to get something going in the early game. Maybe gank, especially towards things like the Wukong or the Volibear. He takes them early, he'll gank a lane, put them ahead. I feel like Creox is really good at doing the same, especially in the earlier stages of the split, where we did see the lights of his Lee Sin come into play. He was very creative with his pathing, he was very creative with his ganking, and he was getting advantages through that. I feel like Vane, ever since the change in meta, have fallen a little bit behind on that regard. Creox is not as aggressive in the early game, and I think that initially hurts the team.
I'll give you one even better. Let's see their match history against each other to understand what's happening. So far, Diamondprox has a little bit of an advantage. Also more titles in LCL playoffs. It's on Creox.
You know what hurts? That Creox has made more playoffs,
yes,
but has won less titles.
I'm not even sure what exactly it says, to be honest, but yeah, the difference there is quite big. But I'm loving the playstyle of both of them, to be honest. It's this thing that enables the carries in their team, and it just leads to such interesting plays in the middle game.
It's really interesting to see Diamondprox, not only because it's Diamondprox itself playing, but the way that he reads the map and allows Bifrost to do such plays. Last week, or last day, it didn't quite work out for Bifrost, and they need this victory. You were talking about this as we were looking into the standings. If Bifrost lose today, not only it kind of mixes up the entire standings, but also sends a message that Bifrost not always get to the late game.
I feel like with the changes that Bifrost made this split, swapping out Seaboy from Diamondprox and Duel for Highway, there would be a much stronger team. I just feel that they haven't necessarily found their footing. And even though we had Bifrost as this team that if you do play against them above 25 minutes in the game, you have lost 100% because their team fighting is impeccable. And don't get me wrong, their team fight is still impeccable because the hyper carry all the way down the bot lane is still the same guy playing the same stuff, right? But I feel like a lot of their power in the previous split came from their solo lanes, and I just don't think Fury and Shikari have been as dominant. Is it due to the fact that a lot more dominant solo laners have come into the play, like Kerberos, like Vladdy and Jaxplank, and they have shut them down? Or is it because this particular meta doesn't necessarily shoot them? Because if you look at the meta, LeBlancs are out, Aries are out, these are the bread and butter of Fury, so he should technically be pretty good playing this.
I'm going to play a game with you, Solari. I want to know from you, what do you expect from this game, but you're not allowed to say blood or chaos. There you go.
Oh, no.
I got you.
No.
I'm kidding. Okay, what do you expect from this game between Bifrost and Vanir? What do you
A bloodbath.
And chaos?
Yes.
A chaotic bloodbath.
Chaotic yes.
bloodbath. Well, let's see what happens as we jump into the Champion Select for the fourth game of the day for NLC Week 5, Day 1. It's the last day for the half of the split. Moving on to Wednesday, it's all about those rematches between these teams. This is the last one between these two teams, Bifrost and Vanir. Okay, Wukong. Diamondprox has been using that unstoppably.
Yeah, Wukong, Volibear should definitely be in the picture for Bifrost to give towards Diamondprox, try to get that early game rolling. Especially the fact that they do ban the Viego as well says to me that we don't want you on something that's going to go further into the late game. I wouldn't be surprised if right here Bifrost even ban a second jungler, either the Volibear or the Wukong, and try to force Vanir to either ban that third S tier jungler or leave things like the Lucian open, and Odi will grab this for sure.
It is an OD difference, by the way. It is OD, one of the best AD carries, but if you look on the other side, you know that name. It's Merbs. He was on Division 2, and he's now on Division 1. He's playing for Vanir, and he was really aggressive. So you have two aggressive AD carries versus each other. Where do you see, like, picks? Zeri is off. Lucian could be off. What do you think they can fall back
You still have things like Twitch, for example, things that can work if you think you can go into late game but don't want to make it too much of a late game. You can pick something like that. Yumi is out, but if you want to go with something that will give you sustainability, you and the whole team, you still have things like Lulu, for example, completely open for you. So you could pick into that, and then you can try to dominate the lane too.
Oh,
the Wukong
Wukong is in.
If Vanir do not pick the center right here, or is it Odi is an incredible Senna player. I think the best that we have in the NLC so far. So I would not be surprised if we see something in a Senna, like a Senna Tamkens for the sort of Bifrost on 2-3 if Vanir don't break it apart right here. And I don't necessarily see Merbs as a Senna player. So I would love to see what they will reply to here. They can also go for something like they're showing the Rakan, but also like the Xayah Rakan could be something that they're looking forward to. But of course, Xayah works really well into heavy engage. So Wukong would be one of these champions. And Kraox might fall back to his Lilia, which is pretty good scale to the later stages of the game. Yeah.
People are using this actually versus Wukong, and this is a good jungler. Let's see if Kraox is capable of picking that one.
It is a hover. I do not like this. You're hovering all the wrong champions, Kraox. I'm just saying. And out of all three, you pick this one. We gotta talk.
The hoops with Lilia, and then you go with Udyr. I'm disappointed.
I mean,
They're giving us the cheap version of
technically speaking, right?
Okay, yeah.
Lilia and Udyr are the same champion. Just one is AD tank and the other one is AP. Pretty much. They both hop, skip, jump, run. That's it.
Fusion of the highest order for me as we move on. AD carries for OD. We want those hyper carries. They're going for the Kalista. This is...
Nah, it's not gonna happen. You know, Fury always
It's
loves
a
to hover
hover,
your
so I'm
champion.
just giving him the props that he
Right, so Kalista, obviously, together with the Nautilus, is a very oppressive bot lane, and I'm actually really surprised that we've seen Zaremba's Rakan that early into the game, because it gives such an easy counter pick towards the bottom of the map. Like, picking Nautilus into Rakan, it's like the Rakan dives in once, he gets stunned, rooted into place, and then stunned by the anchor as well, right? So that gives Kalista a very easy way in, and also having Nautilus around Udyr. Yes, Udyr dives in, but then all you have to do is like auto-attack the Udyr, and then he's stuck in place, right? And then the Kalista can like hop, skip, and jump around the Udyr the entire time. So far, I really like what Bifrost have. We talked about Diamond Procs and picking that Wukong early on, trying to get something like the bottle ahead. They picked the Kalista here, so I'm expecting the top side of the map to be a little bit more under the radar for now.
Midlanders should also be banned. I don't know if you're looking into.
I don't know. There's still an Azir in there, man. There's still an Azir, and I think
there's
Azir
also
is,
the Yari for the Fury.
Azir is just so strong against Kalista because you place your soldiers at the front, and then Kalista cannot actually navigate around. You also put the wall. It's really difficult for Kalista to play the game. So I think Azir should definitely be maybe one ban from the sort of Bifrost.
You need some control around the movements of that Kalista, and I feel like that's why there is that Rakan that went as a first pick for Vanir, but also it's taking Rakan away from Bifrost in a sword, because with that Wukong, you want to have something that will either follow up him when the engages, or actually be the one to engage first. Yeah, they have Nautilus now, and together with Kalista's ultimate, that is the follow-up. But Rakan just allows so much mobility for you with his engages, and you want to take that away. And this way, Kalista is actually in a little bit mispositioned. If that Rakan decides to go into her, it's going to be hard for her to run around, to jump around the fights. And with Xayah, who is almost unpunishable if she has the ultimate, this can be a hard matchup.
You take that mid lane from Fury. We talked about the Vanguard alongside with the Yari. There's still other picks for Fury yes picked. He's a dangerous mid laner, I would say.
I'm just very surprised that the Azir has actually gone through here, because I feel like it's very dangerous into the Kalista. You can basically not allow the Kalista to play the game. You've got soldiers, you've got feathers, as you mentioned as well. It's going to be so difficult to navigate against, and I feel like this is the perfect pick right here for Ericsson. Ericsson loves his control mages as well, so picking the Azir here should technically be very easy. Now, on the other hand, Fury can choose to pick a kill lane. You've got Nautilus, you've got Wukong, you can go towards something like Elisandra to lock people up. You can just even go towards an Akali. If you so wish, you're going to suffer a little bit in the early game, but then you'll have easier fights later on, or go towards something like even a LeBlanc.
They're leaving that one for the last pick for the blue side. They're going to pick in the Narn to at least have something on the top side alongside with the follow-up from the Wukong. Okay, I can follow you as a Mega Narn. We have a lot of things to throw alongside with the Wukong.
Heavy
we need
AP damage
that
is not Victor.
I know you want the promised one.
Heavy AP damage that is not
He's going for the
Victor.
He's going for the Victor. I know it. I know it, Fury. You make me mad, but I love you nonetheless. Last pick, it's going to be for the top side versus the Gnar. We could look into a counter pick or something more stable for the team fight, because it seems like Bifrost are heavily inclined towards that team fight capability.
It could be either, and I'm very curious about the pick for Dreampool, because he's an interesting player himself, and I was thinking about the possibility of Camille here, to be honest, because again, you want to have as much control around Kallista's movement as possible, and with that, you're just maxing out the ways to make sure she cannot jump around in the fights, and if she cannot jump, she's not safe. If there is control on her, if there is somebody who can get to her and stop her, she's very vulnerable. Even Nautilus with her is not going to save her because he's not going to give her the sustain. You lock her, she dies. That's it. That's the whole idea.
I also really love the fact that you're picking Camille into Gnar. You've got kill pressure towards the top side of the map. You bring Udyr up there, slapping the Gnar once. Camille jumps onto them. You lock them down. Shenanigans are happening while we're doing analysis. That's great. Yeah, Camille jumps straight into the backline. You get kill pressure onto the Gnar. And we talked about Shikari and Fury. They haven't been doing the best this particular season, which is unfortunate to see for Bifrost, but at least right now Vanir have locked in themselves one lane that they can play through in the early game.
We're talking about a lane that, as a new player, by the way, Dream is a new player for Vanir, and it's a dream for Vanir to take down Bifrost. Is that going to happen? I don't know, but certainly Nightmare and Hiprain are going to guide us through this game. How are you doing?
I don't know what's happening either. What do we do? Who knows?
I genuinely thought he goes, surely Nymera and Hiprain are going to know. No, we have no idea. We'll find out, I guess. Hello, we're getting ready to go into game number 5.
Four.
I swear I can count.
It's so weird because the games have been so quick today. It's really messed with our sense of timing.
Yeah.
We had 3 really, well, they weren't necessarily all one-sided, all really quick.
I'm going to be real with you. The last 2 years has messed with my sense of timing. It still feels like 2020 to me. My brain just can't function and like figure out time. Like we're almost at August.
It's okay.
Like, we're the end of June.
Time is actually a human construct.
Yeah, true.
It's very strange. And I have a physics degree. I'm qualified to tell you that. I'm not going to qualify it with anything. I'm not going to tell you why, but I'll say what it is.
Well, I have a degree. Well, actually, I didn't even finish the degree. I've got a diploma in drumming. So I can
That's pretty cool.
I can tell you how to hit things.
So does that mean if I say a pun, you could do like the but like in a...
Well, if I had an actual drum kit on me, yeah. But
Okay.
I mean, you just did it with your mouth, so...
True. Well, that's because I don't have a diploma in drumming.
That was most of the stuff I did at uni, was just... No, my uni was insane. I had a... Well, it was a music uni, so...
Right.
A lot of
presumably, it would be quite strange to get a drumming...
musicians-
Well, it would be quite different to get like a drumming diploma from somewhere that wasn't about music.
Yeah, no, we did it at maths college, mate. I mean, there's a lot of mathematics to it, to be fair.
True.
Like,
I actually did some things about drums in my physics degree because you know it's really difficult to actually perfectly model a drum because it's got 3 different areas of axes of movement. It's almost impossible to do real time, which is why it's always useful to have a real drum kit over like a synthesizer one.
And for any drummer who's watching, and myself obviously included, can tell you, a real drum kit just feels better.
Yeah.
It just feels so much better. Anyway, do you know what feels good? League of Legends,
Yeah,
baby!
League of Legends, woo!
All right, so Bifrost versus Vanir right now. I'm curious to see how this goes down. It's our second Udyr of the day. I know Trouble's been fairly passionate about how much he hates it. Obviously, Dan on XL pulled it out earlier and made it work very, very well. This time, it is into the Kalista. Last time we had the Kalista with him. So I'm curious to see how that's going to work because typically, the biggest counter to Kalista is hard CC. If you can just lock her in place, you can absolutely melt her. Flash bear slap onto Odie.
But it doesn't have the flash, it's the ghost. And that's the first thing I noticed. Because I sat there going like, well, that kind of helps in like early game duels because you run into the Yoda and he just walks you down with so many auto attacks. Even on the lethal tempo, right? It's really good dueling potential. But that isn't going to help you against the Kalista, who's going to hop away from you, is going to have a Nautilus blocking, and it's not going to help against the gravity field. I think that Victor, against most of the enemy composition, is, as the desk was saying, kind of problematic, right? Because you've got the Xayah that kind of outranges you with feathers. It's going to be the crit Xayah, so it makes it a little better. It's not going to be the poke QE combo, which is kind of difficult for you. Camille can get on top of you quite easily, but that Udyr is going to have an awful time. That is the one thing which Victor really brings to this composition. It devalues Creox's impact on the game once you get into larger and larger confrontations. So that's what I'm starting to look for from Fury and see how much he can limit the impact of that Udyr as one of the big go buttons from Vanir, as you were saying, that targeted CC onto Kalista.
Yeah, and I guess the kind of big workaround here for the Victor as you get into these big confrontations is planning and foresight, getting the vision down, finding good angles to come in with a flank, because he can gravity field one spot. He can't gravity field multiple spots, and especially if we get the likes of, you know, I mean, a Mountain Soul obviously is going to increase the value of the Victor because there's more tight chokeholds to walk through. We're not going to have an Infernal map, so you know, there's less ways to kind of quickly find a quick cut around. So it's kind of about that foresight and planning and preparing. So you know Dragon's coming up. Okay, let's get vision around the red side jungle, figure out where we can get our Camille and our Udyr to come in multiple angles, and Invicta can only really stop one of those.
So, let's, again, talk about angles. It has been the real talk. It's something which I've talked about actually a lot with a lot of these team competitions, even over the last 2 years, really, when we have had a lot of objective fights where it has come down to choosing your terrain well. You talked about that in regards to different soul rifts, but just in general, making sure you've warded out certain options, certain angles so they can't just sneak up on you with a flank, and someone like a Camille can obviously make massive use of that Rakan, similar kind of thing, and that will be a big factor in this game. Of course, we're not nearly at the point where we have to start talking about 5v5s yet. Got an early game to go through just so far, and Creox has started to make some moves.
Yeah, just a little bit here. His highway's going to take a whole bunch of damage, but he's going to be okay. Do you know, it's funny, you know, when you're at school, you're learning about angles, you don't expect them to be applied in this way, right? Like, you don't think about it in this way. But you know what we're still not using? Algebra. I've not used any algebra here, man. I'm just saying, it's a waste of time.
I'm trying to think if I... So, the only way...
You did physics, so you're a little bit niche.
I feel like at this point, I just sit here and I'm like, God, I gotta make this useful for something. What do I do? I've spent so much time on it. You can use it to find the optimal way to make a certain length of fence into a really high area, like cattle pen. So if you need to make like...
If you needed a cattle pen?
Well, I haven't yet. I might do at some point in the future.
Yeah, just so you know, Freaks actually pay us in cattle.
Oh,
so,
right, yeah.
It actually might be quite useful.
You know, that's how it works over here. I got beef with so many people now. I've got so much cattle. Oh, God.
Invoice cattle.
If anyone has any inventive ideas of how to use algebra in modern life, I'd quite like to learn at this point. It'd be quite nice. Did it for a very long time.
I pity you on that. I mean, I was horrific at maths. I was so bad at maths.
Yeah.
I passed my maths GCSE on my 4th attempt.
Oof. It's a bit
Weirdly enough, I'm dyslexic, and I actually did really well in English.
Well, the thing is that there are different ways that it can kind of evolve itself in terms of reading speed and then also comprehension of numbers. Multiple ways it can kind of manifest itself.
Yeah.
Speaking from experience as someone who oddly can get a bit confused by numbers sometimes. Really chose a weird direction in life, didn't I?
Yeah, you did. You did.
Well, now I'm here casting video games and watching this early game be a little quiet, which is also why we've not really talked about the game as much. I promise we are actually looking at the screen, and most of it has been quite nullifying. It's been very even across all of our lanes. Creox has been getting a bit of vision into the enemy jungle. Again, we can see some red side wards about the place, but that's it. We're 7 minutes in, and we haven't really had more than that, even though you expect a little bit from the Udyr. Creox has been doing what Udyr, not Udyr, well, yes, Udyr definitely on that kind of thing, but Olaf used to do in terms of just hyper clear, go really, really fast through the jungle, and then just have like 30 seconds to a minute to respond to the map and see if anything happens. He's not here to respond in bot lane.
Good hook into the flash, but Merbs is able to get away. They do burn a flash there from Merbs. Zambera actually... nice to hold his own flash, let Merbs flash, and then jump to Merbs. Yeah. It's okay for Merbs to burn flash. Typically, an AD carry losing flash is pretty rough, but Merbs is not too far from 6. Once you got that Feather Storm, it's not quite as impactful in that sense, but it is a get out of jail card as Diamond steals away on Gromp.
Takes that one away from Veneer's bot lane. That had just backed off because they're like, well, we're going to lose this next wave to tower. Maybe they're looking for a dive. Didn't expect Diamond Procs to actually be just around the corner in terms of waiting for that bot side, and he is still here. He's got an ignite on him.
Can Zambera live? The heal has kept him alive as Diamond is taking so much damage. Ericsson decides he's not going for it. Gonna catch the rest of this farm and this tower here. But they may just come for the old switcheroo now that Zambera has flash and igniteness and ignite less and has actually been forced onto a reset. There is a world where they could go for a dive. Creox is using this opportunity to just strip the jungle away. But Merbs should be able to hold on to this tower. Should be getting 6 fairly soon as well, so it's going to be even harder.
Yeah, we're back in the 2021 jungling, 2020 jungling, where it's just like, yep, okay, cool. Power farming it is. Just run all the way through the jungle, and you start losing control of one side, and you spend too much time on one side of the map, you lose a quadrant of the jungle, and then suddenly one of these hyper-clearing junglers gets ahead of the curve. Heck, we even kind of saw that last game with the Graves versus the Wukong. Graves goes through a quadrant, suddenly you're 2 levels down, because that's kind of led into a couple of different advantages for the enemy jungler, and Diamond Procs did manage to blow all 4 summoners in bot lane, that's definitely worthwhile. It's definitely something. And of course, stole away a Gromp as well. You know, so it's not like you're not falling behind in complete total farm. But still, seeing this Udyr kind of just hoovering up different jungle camps means that is something to track as the game goes on and see if Krios can use that individual lead for anything.
Diamond is on a ward, and they've actually brought Zambera over, but it looks like Venir are quite happy to give this up. They are happy with the way that actually the jungles is going, as Zambera goes from a full top side clear, there we go, into the bot side, and now he's just going to strip away even more jungle camps.
Whoever continues. Fear the mighty suction power of Udyr's hoovering of jungle camps. He even counters jungles. The bargain bucket leaves one Raptor to stop that recall, the reset rather, the respawn. Right,
there we go. Words are hard.
They can be. Diamondprox is going to see that one, able to at least clear that out, so it's not going to be left on a very long... Wait, buddy, friend. He might actually just be walking down bot side to try and look for a play on the timer. Maybe he's trying to play around a tight timing course. Has the Herald. Maybe just wants to run straight bot and use this before Venir know anything's up.
Yeah, they're coming out with a Hex Flash, actually. Merbs does have the Feather Storm. Is just going to pop it to dodge away on the ultimate. Nice little bailout. Could come out in time, but it won't. Diamondprox has been denied a lot of jungle, but will be able to get himself first blood. Herald can get placed here as well. They do have Creox. If Creox decides to move down, it looks like he's going to do so as he catches Diamondprox, actually, and the Ghost has been popped. Diamond has to be so careful here, but Creox pops that Ghost, and they are going to get the plates. They are going to get the gold and get away with it, really. So Venir, actually... Creox has been having a very good jungle path and very good jungle, like 1v1 in that sense.
The individual leads are going well for Creox. I can definitely understand that, but now we're looking at, once again, Odie being made into a Kalista Wrecking Ball. We've seen this multiple times from Bifrost. Last time I personally saw it was versus Eminem in that crazy late game fiesta. But before that, it was a hugely impactful early game from Bifrost to get Odie to 5-1. Crazy turret plays, crazy farm advantage. So Bifrost are well practiced at getting their AD carry ahead and relevant in the game. It has been, as you were saying, at the cost of Diamondprox's jungle, and he's not even going to get the Raptor respawn because he didn't clear that out. Fury, you're going to spot that, buddy. This is a little sad. The individual advantage is going to continually go over to Creox.
This is not great for them. Creox has that smite up and available, and I think Venir should be able to finish this one up. There it is. Hook goes wide. Creox may just have to sacrifice his life. He has no ghost, but they find a cheeky knock-up, and Creox goes down. A pick-up there as Highway is sent up into the face of Zambera and Ericsson. They've got the hook. They've got the follow-up, and Bifrost. Jungle might not be going well, but the problem for Venir is everything else is actually going pretty smoothly.
The Highway, making like it's deep purple, screams across that fight as a Highway star right into that backline. And you can see the power of this Kalista into even something like the Azir. You look at Kalista, it has trouble when you're standing in the Azir's shoulders. Finally cleared out. But when you have the Kalista ultimate, you can't stand and fight around your soldiers. So Venir peeling off of that dragon weren't really in a position to fight, and because Bifrost can so quickly change the area which the fight is played around, they can take these big fights. Really look at how they threaten Venir on the retreat, because it's all well and good. Ericsson is here starting to set up soldiers. Cool, but what happens when you only get 2 autos off? You can't sit there and put down soldiers forever. You've only got so many charges. You're not even in a position to defend that. Bifrost walk in, get themselves a couple of kills, and as you were saying, while some things in terms of individual advantages in that jungle aren't going well for Bifrost, everything else is turning up pretty strongly.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, this is actually resulting in a 3,000 gold lead over to the side of Bifrost. Obviously, those tower plates in that first tower blood definitely going to be paying tribute towards that. Venir now do have to look towards, okay, we've played for Dragon Soul, and then the prize of that is a Cloud Soul. So it's like, it's not awful. Udyr actually quite likes it because it slows down his internal cooldowns. But even so, it's not the greatest Drake for them to kind of be heavily invested.
Does it do that anymore since it changed back to the slow resist and the out of combat moves?
Oh,
does it do that anymore?
Right.
Because it used to when it was ultimate haste. Now, I'm not sure, let's be honest, a couple of things have tended to go missing from minute patch changes. Occasionally, champions have ended up retaining some buffs from periods of time where they probably don't need them anymore. But
yes, you are correct.
So the observers ended up highlighting the individual gold. I'm not going to ask them to go back to it because you'll have to take my word. Okay, they're so kind today. But you can see there, even though the XP advantage was over the Creox for so long, gold advantage massively in favor of Diamondprox. That one, not massive. Okay, it's in favor of Diamond Frogs. I was just looking for a word on top of that. Surprisingly in favor of Diamond Frogs. Of course, gets that kill, a couple of assists, gets some plate gold on top of it. The Wukong is starting to get items. That's not the best position for Veneer to be in.
No, not at all. As Ericsson actually gets a Chaos Storm onto him. This is more just zone him off the wave.
Well, it's kind of unfortunate because you see that they've just used that Shifting Sands, just used that E. So Ericsson can't go and disengage from the Chaos Storm. If you have to sit and just walk through the Chaos Storm, of course that's pretty bad for you. So Fury thinks that he's found a kind of an opening to punish Ericsson, but with the slow landing from the Azir Q, it doesn't really get as much as he would have liked.
Oh my word, Dream Pool does hurt. We haven't really looked at top lane.
Haven't.
Top lane, I mean, today top lane has been a little bit quiet, other than our last game where we had a swap.
We had a Tryndamere do some work.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I guess.
Had a Tryndamere.
Laning fight effect.
Okay, laning phase is like, yeah, they're just kind of there.
A little bit underwhelming for them. Diamond Prox is basically the third man in this bot lane. Wherever Highway and ODR, Diamond Prox is normally about, and Merps is suffering for it.
Hear me out. We have a mountain dragon. We have an ocean dragon. Why not have an island dragon, which only affects top laners? Wouldn't that be a fun idea? Top laners get like 10% serotonin. Wow, you feel good for being left alone by the rest of your team.
It puts a wall up, and the game is just like, you've either got a gank by going to your base and walking up and then reset.
It's like top laners, when you get the soul, just have like a Jarvan Cataclysm just circle around them at all times. Come and get me now! Leave me to 1v9!
I feel so bad for Skarner mains. They have to flash over the wall to get in. I'm sure a lot of top laners would be quite happy with that.
Yeah, I'm sure many would find that very entertaining. Well, you know, you heard it here first if that ever ends up hitting the development pathway. But
yeah, me and Jamada were talking about dragon ideas years ago, and I mentioned an ice dragon.
Right.
And like, it basically kind of ended up being what Hexdrake is. Like, it has
with like a slow or something.
But we had the idea of it, like, you'd be quicker on the river because it's like ice, but your character would like slide.
Oh, that'd be so
it'd be
cool.
like team fights. People would be sliding around if you fought at Baron and Dragon.
That reminds me of a mini game I used to play on the PS1. It was a Crash Bandicoot game, Crash Bash, where it was like one of the big like icicles, knock them off the arena kind of things. That's what it reminded me of first. Like, yeah, it's slide around the rift. Be horribly unbalanced. I imagine playing like 1,000 boost speed champion on that. Rammus just flies up into the horizon.
Just slides into the top lane. Anyway, we're going to see this Rift Herald actually get placed down here in the mid lane, and potentially Bifrost might look for a little bit more. Herald is the only thing really tanking tower, though, so it should be able to get cleared out fairly quickly. As the depth charge just gets thrown down, and the tower will go out. So it's just going to be the mid lane tower for now, but the dragon is up, so maybe we might see some attention go towards this dragon.
We're starting to see some real problems from Veneer at this point. They actually haven't achieved anything with Camille into Gnar, which is typically a preferential matchup once you get a bit of golden pocket. Kriox hasn't achieved anything in terms of actual helping out his team on the Udyr, so these lanes are stable at best. And now you're getting to the point where you have to respond to Bifrost in the 5v5, which is what we said, oh, you know, we're not there yet. Well, we are here now. Fury putting down those Chaos Storms, putting down those Grav Fields, make it so hard for Kriox to find that engage, which kind of leaves Zaremba to do it alone if Dream pulls on a side lane. And Veneer don't win out in situations where that's the case.
You know what Veneer have got a lot of?
What have they got a lot of?
A lot of animals. There's 3 birds on this part.
But they don't have a crab.
They don't have a crab, no.
Maybe if we leave it 30 minutes, they all evolve towards the same crustacean.
One crab bird, please. Let's see what animals you guys have got at home.
Oh,
that's Archerom's dog.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, it's so
Toga
precious.
is adorable.
We have more. I'm going to start pressing loads of buttons. Let's see what other pets we've got here.
Oh my gosh.
Little kitty. Look at the Toby.
You know what?
Tobies.
This has been the best addition to the broadcast we've ever had. I love seeing so many of these pets. This is wonderful.
Wait, has he got trousers on?
Is that
He's got a pair of boxer shorts on.
I was wondering if that was that,
It might be
or like a nappy.
Yeah, it might be a nappy.
Yeah, sometimes your pets do. I am so happy we saw all of those pets. Thank you so much for showing us your animal friends.
I don't care about your opinions on our league and what teams you like. I care about your dog and your pets. That's what I care about. Someone did tweet at me and I've asked for it to get shown up, so hopefully we'll bring it up later in the broadcast because someone has something to do with the conversation we were having last game, actually.
We'll save it.
Merps, though, might not be a pet that's that loved. Goes out for a quick Feather Storm to dodge away on the depth charge and the Cyclone. So, you know, 2 ults burnt for 1. Veneer probably kind of okay with that, but Diamondprox and the rest of Bifrost just getting the inside track on this mid lane. They should be able to get here in time, although actually Highway kind of gatekeeping them in the jungle, so they may lose their mid lane tower for this.
You know, we were talking about a little bit of that terrain control before in terms of actually how do you can't control all angles, X, Y, Z, but with Bifrost getting control of the map, getting vision, being able to push up in that mid lane, you get to actually fight around the sides instead. Dreampul's trying to force the issue though.
Yeah, but he's gonna get
my gosh.
Use the Hextech ultimatum to get away. The hook shot, no! Diamondprox gets him with the monkey bop. They have to put up the tower, and now Zambera's running away from the team, and he will go down. The tower from Ericsson will buy a little bit of time, but Veneer, they got bored of waiting. They wanted to pick up the tempo, and they paid the price for it heavily.
And Bifrost have so much control at this point. As we were just talking about, they have control over the territory they want to fight around. They're pushing up in mid. They're forcing Veneer to come at them from these small jungle entrances, which Veneer obviously don't want to do into the Victor, into so many other of these champions. So Veneer try and change that up, but it's not clinical enough. Dreampul is too disconnected from his team. The timing's off. Bifrost sniff it out, and Dreampul is just left to really sit there and bear the brunt of the mistaken timing from Veneer. And Dreampul, of course, came in for Hesero in this game. Yeah. The Hesero was subbed out. We were looking for Dreampul. Has had a quiet game so far. Not necessarily always a negative thing, but this one is not a good look for that Camille. Really sad eventuality there as they're just a little disconnected from their team.
That was, I think, just a little bit too deep of a TP.
I think it's the right play. I will say, I think it's the right play. I think that's the right call because you can't, as we were saying, fight around those jungle entrances. It just seems like both sides of the equation there in Veneer weren't quite on the same side of the coin, same page, whatever, but...
I didn't done their algebra in preparation.
We found the algebra.
Haven't been able to put X and Y together and turn that into a kill so far as Veneer might just be losing another member as Monkey will send them sliding, but Ericsson looks to take him down, and Monkey. Down goes Ericsson. A cheeky pick up there for Diamondprox's third kill of the game.
Our battle will be legendary. It lasts like 3 seconds. That's it. I want my movie tickets back. Give me Kung Fu Chicken 3 or whatever.
Kung Fu Chicken?
We don't have a panda in this game. It's the best I've got.
We don't have a panda. Riot, what are we doing? We're literally you're releasing Samira again. Why aren't you releasing a panda?
Oh, we could. Well, there is Panda Annie. There is an Annie.
I mean, it's kind of close, I guess. It's not the same. I want a dedicated panda.
I actually want a dedicated panda. Maybe we could get a Nunu skin out of it.
His whole thing is he sits on the fountain and eats bamboo. He doesn't get in on the rift at all.
At least he's not hibernating like the rest of the bears.
It'd be a good bard skin. Panda bard.
Well,
his chimes and bamboo, and because he's never around, he's always just rolling around doing his own thing. It's the perfect champion for a panda skin.
Oh my god.
Yeah, by the way, this is
so
a
much
21-minute game with 6 kills. That's why we're talking about these kinds of things.
Oh my god. I wish I had more to say about this, but legitimately, again, like we've kind of said what needs to be said. Bifrost, they are controlling terrain, they are making sure that they have the engage options of it, are just, again, starved of options, as we've seen many of our losing teams be today. It has actually seemed like the story of most of our games today have been, you get ahead and you just silence the enemy team's options. You get vision, you get to just play around the area of the map that you want to, and it feels like on the losing end, our teams haven't quite had the same creativity as we would need to see from them to really come back in these games.
Yeah, unfortunately for Veneer, every attempt has been, on paper, a good attempt, but...
Yeah, it's the right choice.
The thing with Bifrost is they have a lot of single target CC. There's a lot of crowd control.
And they have a lot of gold.
And they have, yeah, they do. They also do have some fairly large wallets. It's not going to be a perfect game, though, as Veneer will be able to pick up their second tower, along with the fact that they've got 2 dragons as well. So it's not the perfect game by Bifrost, but it's pretty clear, it's pretty crisp, it's pretty clean. And also, sometimes a perfect game does involve sacrificing something so you don't sacrifice something bigger. And I think that's what Bifrost have done this game is, you know, they didn't contest those dragons because it would have just been a big mistake and this game could have slipped away from them. So it's easier to lose a dragon than a couple of teammates.
And what's happened in this game, which we can get back to our panda talk after if you want, but I definitely want to say this.
I'm out of panda facts.
One thing pandas are legitimately the only bears that don't hibernate because they literally have such a bad diet that they don't have enough energy to hibernate. It's really interesting.
Do you know, I love how you're like,
okay, look, one more thing. Look, I really like how Bifrost have been consistent. They're looking to fight.
Oh, they are, and that panda bear slap ain't gonna do anything. Odie able to find the kill, the 7th kill.
It's just
23 minutes.
It's just, this is just really easy League of Legends from Bifrost. They're playing it out so consistently, which is something that we've asked for them from this split. They've had a couple of awkward communication issues partway through this split, particularly in their 3 losses. They've looked a little disconnected. This one has been really by the book. We haven't really had to say much about Bifrost in terms of what they could be doing to improve, because they've continually just been playing towards what their comp wants to do, and they've been rolling through Veneer without too much opposition right now. That's the word.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is what happens when a movable force gets met by a movable object.
Well, Veneer are continuing to stumble back towards the ropes on this one, and after what was a very hard-fought victory for them, or rather, well, a very important victory for them versus Noriki to get them up to that 3-5 scoreline, it would have been such a good thing to cap off this first round of the NLC, the first round robin, to get themselves onto 4-5. As it stands, it does look like Bifrost are going to be walking away to get sole position of 3rd place, I believe, behind Riddle, and then, of course, them behind JDXL above them. But they will be clear of Astralis and Dusty, who just evened up their own scores coming at the end of the first round of the NLC Summer 22. So Bifrost would be good for them to kind of keep themselves up towards those top of the standings. Of course, last split finished in that 2nd spot, losing out to X7. 2 series in that last playoffs, but again, still a team to really be feared in this scene they're showing.
Oh yeah, completely. We got 2 minutes until that dragon spawns up. I think we'll probably see some...
Craig, what random animal facts can we fill 2 minutes with? Oh, no, he's actually thinking about it. Okay, I'm interested in this now.
No. Brain, no work. Cats do sweat. That's a rumor.
I didn't well, I know that a lot of animals do sweat, but humans sweat more, which is why we would just run marathons. That's what we did back in the day. Now, I couldn't run a marathon, but I know that we are built to.
Yeah.
Which means I'm failing in my primary function.
Cheetahs pant as well.
Huh. I thought that cheetahs also... Oh, no, it might be leopards, actually, that used to, like, hide things up trees to go eat later.
Really?
Yeah, I'm trying to remember which one it was. It's cheetah or leopard.
Spiders of the cat world. Squirreling it away.
The spiders of the cat world. Again, that feels like a brand new sentence. I feel like not many things... I feel like that has not been said before. Maybe it has, but...
It's literally the first person to say spiders of the cat. To be honest, 90% of the things I say, I'm pretty sure I'm the only person that's ever said those.
And that's why I'm still here, captivated by whatever's going to be said next, as we are waiting again for this next fight on the Rift. It has been a measured affair. It's not been explosive necessarily, but Bifrost doing it by the book.
It kind of feels...
teleport into this.
It kind of feels like a Nexus explosion waiting room, this game, unfortunately. Veneer kind of running out of options here, as the inhibitor tower has been left exposed. They've got 2 super minions topside as well, so someone, i.e. Dreampool, is going to have to go handle that, meaning the mid lane inhibitor will be left exposed. And Bifrost, they're in the base. They didn't even need Baron to do so. They can go off and get Baron and Dragon if they want, or they can maybe just look to
And of course, because, you know, we're conservationists here, there is no fighting allowed. We're not allowed to... again, there are too many animals on the other side. This is all about species protection, I suppose.
Pretty sure Vestians are not a particularly common folk in
no, they're not.
Runeterra, so...
Well, we talked a little bit about the Rune King game earlier. There's a lot of stuff about the Vistani, which are Ari speaking now. Which is my thing.
Oh, so sorry, Khan, mate, and they're on the Rift.
Yes, but they weren't... So they're obviously a different tribe of Vistaya.
Yes.
So they didn't have direct law in Rune King.
Is it true that Wukong's dating Ari?
I believe it's not true.
That's some copium. He's having some serious copium.
I believe that's not true because of stuff which happens, which I won't spoil, in other things.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so, well... We'll see about that one.
Anyone, obviously, you can't see his face. When I mentioned that, I genuinely saw pain in his eyes. Like, actual pain in the eyes.
Stop putting me on blast like this, dude. We've got the Baron being started. Gonna be DPS down, Veneer. Can they get a Baron steal? That might be a ticket into some kind of miracle for them. It's a long shot, but Baron flips have been known to do great and terrible things. There's no flash on Kriegs to get into the pit, though.
Oh, what a depth charge. What a Nata follow-up as they jump it in. Looking to keep this fight going. There's a lot of feathers down. Everybody's being pulled in place. Highway has jumped forward, but down goes Kriegs. Highway has to jump away as the feather storm comes out. There's a lot of feathers remaining on that ground once again by Merz. If he can find a good one, it could be huge. The flash, the reposition, the feathers don't quite hit the dragon. Sorry, the elder, whatever it was. The worm is down. Ericsson will fall as well as Bifrost find the team fight victory, and a pair of birds will run back to safety, run back to the fountain, but a scuba diver is hunting them. Oh no, the bird is not the word. He's going to interrupt them, but he will lose his life. But the base is in ruins. Tower number 1 goes down. Tower number 2 will be quick to follow. It was a very reserved game there from Bifrost, but they made it work, and they find themselves the victory.
Meticulous is the word I'd use. It's a fancy sounding word for what was a very methodical game, right? This was by the book. There were a couple of worries early on in terms of actually Diamondprox falling a bit behind. What happens if Diamondprox walks into the Udyr when he's down several levels, doesn't have the same amount of gold in pocket? Well, that never really came to happen because Diamond immediately went towards bot lane, broke that open. Odie got on the board. They started snowballing through him. And this time, unlike the game versus M&M, Bifrost really, really just put this game to rest. There was no real opposition in it. It was just there. It was done.
I mean, we struggled talking about that game and breaking it down. Do you know who's going to struggle harder? Our desk. Over to you, Archeron.
Kaka. There you go. This is the level. This is where we are right now. We almost got a perfect game from Bifrost as well. It was almost there, but
Okay,
Chikari.
guys, it can't be perfect if the opponent team has taken dragons. You need to have all dragons, you need to have all structures yourself, you need to have all kills. It's not a perfect game. They already have 2 dragons.
Obviously, the Katarina main would have to say this. I mean, I'm not. Do you main any champion? Is that any champion that you only play him like your favorite champion?
Oh my god, I would be between Shyvana and Janna.
I did not expect that.
I did not expect that either. I like the Shyvana, I like the Janna.
I'm excited now.
Both extremely annoying.
I know, right?
Katarina main as we look into Bifrost and to wrap up this first half of the split with the big victory, almost perfect versus Vanir, I would say.
I enjoyed it because it was a very slow bleed from the side of Bifrost, right? Diamondprox, again, you know you're going to get out-farmed. You know you're going to fall down in levels to an Udyr. This is what Udyr does. That's why we don't like Udyr. Udyr likes to farm. He likes to flex the fact that he's like, I'm 3 levels up on opponent jungler. And your team is like, please, we've been getting ganked like 50 times, please. We've all died. And he's like, but I got us a dragon, but we're dead. But I got us another dragon. He's like, but we're losing the game. Do something. He's like, but I'm 2 levels up. Don't pick Udyr. That's the lesson here. But again, Diamondprox is more than willing to drop levels, to drop CS, to get his lanes ahead. He went down there in the bot lane, grabbed one kill, gave one to Odie. 100% kill participation from Diamondprox in the early game, and that's why he got the Wook on his hands. That's why he plays the things like the Volibear as well. He's trying to get Bifrost rolling from the early game, and that was very, very clean. They didn't necessarily have to overextend for kills. I felt like also Vanir kind of fell into their own trip of like, we're going to do nothing and hopefully we scale it into the late game, but then you also have a Udyr, so what do you necessarily do in the late game? I felt very confused from the draft of Vanir, and as for Bifrost, I think that was very clean.
That's my look as well, because you see a Kalista on the other side, you pick the Udyr, so you're not going for the ganks specifically on the bot side, so you're letting the Kalista go into late game. It seemed like Vanir didn't really have an answer towards that late game. What do you think about that?
That disappoints me a little bit because if you... If you are not necessarily looking into the late game, you need to be super proactive in early game. By picking Udyr, you're kind of killing the possibility of doing that. So what are you left with? Kind of only the mid game?
Farm.
Or farm. Where does the farm get you if the enemy team is farming on you, though? I'm not sure if it gets you far. But then you try maybe to do something in the mid lane, but by the time you get to the mid lane, you're already way too behind, and the enemy team is so dominant, they don't let you step up at any moment. Like, there was only 1 kill throughout the game. I was expecting the kill finally to happen at some moment, and it did happen with Xayah, who I kind of expected to get the kill, to be honest. But still... It's
a good feeling to look into Bifrost and understand that they are not only a late game team. And to talk more about that, we're going to ask Chikari, the top laner, Welcome back to the show. There you go. Okay, you picking the Gnar, you see the Camille coming in from someone that is new on the other side. So you know this is a challenge. You know she's trying to get the kill on you. How do you adapt into that one? Because you don't have a lot of information about your opponent, do you?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I think the way I adapted was, I think Gnar blind pick is just, it's so safe at the moment. After the durability changes, he just feels so safe. It feels really hard to punish the Gnar. So since I didn't have a lot of information to work with, I just thought I'd just blind pick the Gnar, and I'm probably going to be safe no matter what.
Okay, I just love this right now because I literally wanted to ask you what the state in the top lane is, because usually picking Na, you fall into the trap of getting Camilled, Irelia, train the mid and the tower, and then the whole breaker just opens the entire map. Talk to me a little bit about the durability patch and how it's affected you and your playstyle.
Honestly, I think it's benefited me quite a lot. Like I said, like I love playing Gnar, and I think Gnar is one of the champions of like the lowest base HP in the game when he's in his mini form. He's like the same HP or nearly the same HP as Sona or something. So it really benefited him. I think honestly a lot hasn't changed for top lane. I feel like in other roles, like it changed a lot more on top lane. Like I still think Gangplank, Gwen, Ornn, like Gnar, etc., Camille, all still very good. It just was a lot harder to punish people in early game as top, at least for me.
I love the idea that...
All players are safe than playing on an island, right?
No, it is, it is. It's really complicated if you bring an assassin or something like that into the top line, like those that really want to go for the blood and you play something safe, like the Gnar. You are the one in command of the land, so you saw the Camille, but deep inside, you knew you would be the one commanding the lane, wouldn't you? There you go. That's the smile of a cheeky one. I know that one. Now, you end up the split with a really good position into the standings. Are you comfortable right
now? Yes. Although I know we need to do a lot more, and like I think we're capable of it. So yes, but we need to do more. Is my answer.
Okay. Now my last question for you was, it wasn't a perfect game. You lost a few dragons, you lost turrets as well, but it could be an unkillable game. Why did you do it on the bottom? You had to do it, didn't you?
I had to do it. I had to punish my team for not playing around me. Guys, why are you not coming top? I'm going to grief it. That's what I did. Sure.
I'm just going to say, Fury did it as well. They had the perfect game, and Fury just went in and just straight up died early on in the
This is just revenge.
So he's like, yeah, if he can do it, why can't I?
I love it. Thank you so much for another great interview, Shikari. It's always a pleasure to have you here. And I'll see you on the next half of the split. See ya.
See you.
I love it. I really like to talk with you.
I actually really enjoy the talk about the Na as well, because he's like, Na could very easily get punished by things like Aurelia, Camille, Trindame earlier on, but he's like, because that mini-Na form is a problem and a liability if you do get jumped on, giving that extra HP on the mini-Na has made him such a safe, blind, pickable pick that I just never thought about, oh my god, mini-Na has almost the same HP as Sona. Like, I'd never looked at it that way. So it was super insightful to have that from Shikari.
And it's good to have more mentalities about how to play the top lane. It's not only about I play aggressively, so I should be the best in the league. It's not about I play safe. It's about what your team needs, and the better the top laner, the better you can adapt to that lane, right? I guess so.
You are absolutely right. No, I love how the changes in the durability patch have influenced the early game for so many champions. But for Gnar, yeah, he's so easily punished in general. And having this possibility to just have the safe lane allows him to go into the mid game, allows him to go into the team fights much stronger than before. You don't need to rely necessarily on the Mega Gnar form as much as before. And it's huge for him and huge for the team as well.
Now looking into the other side, Vanir obviously finishing up the first half of the split with the loss versus Bifrost, a team that they need to defeat to jump into the top of the standings. We have Ericsson with us for the interview. Welcome, Ericsson. It was a rough game. It seemed like as soon as Bifrost took control of the early game, there was not a single reply from you guys. It was really hard to come back into the game. How did you feel as soon as you saw that?
I mean, I feel like we honestly just let the game kind of slip away from us. I think we didn't really respond well in the early game. We weren't really, I guess, like covering the right lanes and like just having the early game plan like in our heads. So I think we could have done like a lot more in that aspect. But also, yeah, there was some individual mistakes, and that kind of just like a lot of small details that just like made the game snowball because they have like Kalista and stuff. So it was kind of hard once they snowballed to come back into the game. Yeah.
Yeah, it looked pretty difficult as well in the mid game as well. And I want to ask you, I want to go all the way back to like draft prep and draft itself. Obviously, we saw JDXL pick the Udyr as well, and you guys are the second ones to pick it today. Please run me through like sort of the process with drafting Udyr. Does he fall like straight into the category of, oh, there's Wukong, Viego, Volibear, and then Udyr right now?
Yeah, I mean, I think depending on the team, like you can even go like Udyr over the Volibear. Just depends on like how you want to execute the game. Like I think Udyr is like really strong just for like farming really fast and like being a nuisance in the team fights, just running around stunning people. But yeah, like today we picked the Udyr, and yeah, I would say it was like a decent pick. Just we didn't execute it well enough to win the game.
I'm talking about the composition and moving away from this game. I would like to talk about your top laner now, Dreampool, joining the Vanir roster. What has he brought to you guys so far? Obviously, one game into competitive doesn't mean a lot, but obviously you may have a few scrims with him. So can you run me by what can we expect from this top laner so we can get to know him better?
I mean, I think he's a really vocal top laner. He really like calls for what he wants in the laning phase. I think this guy has like very insane knowledge, just like what he wants to do in the laning phase, and he's communicating like basically what he can do at any point of the game, what items you need, blah blah blah. Just like he's giving a lot of room for us to just like have this game plan, which I think is like really beneficial for us. So yeah, I think it's been a great asset to the team. We just need to keep playing together and get like more comfortable with each other.
Now you're going into a part where you know those teams, you fought against them. So let's see how Vanir is going to fare at the end of the split. Thank you so much for another one, Ericsson, and I'll see you soon. Bye.
Yeah, see you guys.
You got it. Also, you need to stop stealing those questions from me. Look at this. Udyr, massive lead. See? I'm kidding.
Great minds think alike.
There you go.
Again, hitting on the Dreampool situation right there, I think it's so important to have a player that's on the side of the map that is so extremely vocal, knowing when to call your jungle towards the top side of the map, knowing when to call a fight towards the top side of the map, knowing to call when you need, which item you need, how long do you need to stay on the map, when do you want to pray through a side lane. I think it's so important and so beneficial for a team to have such a vocal side lane. And honestly, I cannot wait to see sort of Dreampool play more games into Vanir and see what that, not necessarily shot calling, but that vocal on the top side of the map sort of a person brings to the team.
And that is the big question. What is going to happen with Vanir as soon as they get the synergy moving on with Dreampool on the top side? But Solari, help me through the standings. We're almost done through the day, but I want you to guide me through these ones.
I wouldn't guide you from the top and the bottom because you know how it looks like, but the middle ones, trouble. We knew it was coming, and here it's coming. Everything is changing so far. Bite first on the third place, Astralis on the fourth. Dust still looking for a possibility to jump higher because they're right now on the same page with Astralis, and they have the possibility to get closer to Bite first even, potentially. And right below them, X7 with 4-4. It actually looks like they have a chance to climb higher. There is not much time left, but everybody has this possibility to go further.
And it's the first time that we also have a third place on their own right here. XL solidifying themselves first, second for Riddle, third for Bifrost. No ties between the three. We have a very clear 1, 2, 3 in the league. The surprising factor is that X7 is not between these three, and it's Riddle this time.
Which leads us to our next game. But before that, I see Dusty is playing the Twitch. He's all like, sneaky, sneaky. Nobody's listening to him.
Oh, hello!
I was expecting this because she's always making the impersonations of the Twitch. So I wanted you guys to hear this one, which leads us exactly into X7 versus Singularity. It's going to be the last match of the day. And we do have a lot to talk about this one because X7 are looking better, stronger. They're adapting to their composition. They're playing a little bit more aggressively, and they're looking to Attila more like, okay, you can be aggressive. They're taking the leash of Attila. Attila's just going, no, 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 no. On the other side, though, Singularity, though, changing the entire roster. What can we even expect?
Except Pizzione, which was the addition, I think, a week and a half ago.
I would say so. Into the mid lane.
I like the dude because he hovers Katarina all the time. so he knows what's up.
Analysis. but now he's a bot laner.
Now he's a bot laner, and the last time we had this, I think it was Monk in Eminem. He was playing mid lane for them with the AP Kog'Maw, where we were like, oh, this guy uses the Kog'Maw passive better than anyone else. And then he went over back to bot lane, which was his initial lane as well, right? So, yeah, definitely. It's going to be very interesting to see what Piccione will bring. Is he going to be traditional AD carries? Is he going to bring that mid lane flair towards the bot side of the map with like mages and a lot of the enchanters that we have seen in the league as well? And of course, when you bring an entirely new roster, what in the world can you expect? How do they play? Is it an early game team? Is it a late game team? Are they going full crazy? What are their champion pools? Because so far we had Singularity as this team where they had so much freedom to pick whatever the heck they want. Hell, Pop brought out the fiddlesticks last game. So I just cannot wait to see what type of game they're going to play. Because if it's the traditional, I don't think it's going to work versus this X7.
My question as well is X7 is a really aggressive team. And if they're fighting versus someone that didn't have a lot of time to scrim, if X7 step on their wounds, is there any way to Singularity come back? Because you're still adapting to the team, the communication might not be on point. How can you recover from that if X7 just go ham on you?
I don't even know.
Man, I'm feeling it today.
Yeah, you do though. But I don't even know. I also don't know what to expect from them, but they have a really hard task against them because I expect X7 are going to go very hard on them. I expect they are going to push this aggressiveness onto them and they will not give them any chance to recover throughout the game. So this could potentially be a quick one unless Singularity find their footing in the game. But we don't know if they will manage. We don't know how well everybody in the team understands each other. How well are they on the same page? Are they not? That's what we need to discover in this game.
Trouble.
And I feel like if X7 go with the same sort of story that they did in the last game, where MC was on the volley bear, a big facilitating jungler, or the Wukong, I think he shined on both of them. These two junglers are very proactive in the early game, and in the hands of MC, he's made them work back to back. They played a little bit more aggressive towards the bottom of the map, getting these kills onto Attila, who this time was not on the edge, or was on something more aggressive, like the Tristana that can take over the towers, it can take over the map, and you can transition her around and take even more structures. And then we finally saw the power of Chasey on one of these split pushes, like the Fiora. Temp was obviously chilling on his control mates on the Victor in the mid lane, but this is what Temp does, right? So they had three volatile lanes where you have Fiora on one side, you've got Tristan on the other side that wants to push, and you've got Victor that's perma pushing as well, and they managed to pull it through with all three. Now, the problem is you just don't know how Singularity want to play. Do they have a curveball to throw X7? Because we saw a bunch of teams throwing curveballs at X7 earlier on in the split, and X7 were like, Viego, Azir, and Senna, you know, and it just didn't work at some point.
Trouble, you want to do it? Give me the champion select. We just hit the button. This is exactly what we need to do. There you go. This one worked, okay. I got nervous.
Hey guys, that's not Pop.
It's not exactly that. It's not Pop, but you don't know what Scrudy actually brings as well. So a big question mark coming in for Singularity. And as a coach, you have to do a lot of research. And I see a lot of confusion in your face as well.
All right, let's say, okay, let's all agree that X7 have done their homework and they know they're not playing against Pop.
Obviously,
okay?
Yeah.
So Scrudy also plays the Karthus. Now, I think the problem is mostly what do you buy from the side of Singularity to shut down X7? And I think maybe even taking away something like the Volibear for MC, or do you want to handshake the Wukong into Volibear and see who can make a bigger impact in the early game and maybe ban something like the Zeri here?
Are you ready to risk it? Are you ready to risk the handshake in such a scenario? Apparently, I was just asking, but well, my question has been answered. It looks like it is going to be. And they are picking Zeri for themselves, already looking into the strong and scaling bot lane.
Question is,
give it.
That is another Korean mid laner in X7. And another Korean mid laner in XL took that Zeri AP mid the way Kai'Sa was built. So is this going to be an Attila Zeri or is this going to be a Temp Zeri? Now, knowing Temp, he will
let it go to the bot lane.
Resort back to his control mages, exactly, and create space for the Zeri. But this is where the handshake happens, right? Scrudy has chosen the Wukong. It does put it higher. It's a champion that can be proactive in the early, but is also extremely useful later on in the fights, whilst Volibear has to make it mostly work in the early game, because later on into Seraphine and all that, you have to unfortunately ulti in to reach the backline rather than just queue into it. And of course, Tempt right here picking another one of his scaling champions. Now I wonder what they're going to choose to play aggressive, because picking the Volibear, you're looking for this aggressive play in the early game. You're looking maybe for the potential tower dives after level 6. So if we're looking at bot lane, maybe something like the Nautilus will come through, something like the Leona will come through, because you definitely want to be diving that Seraphine Rakan, if that Seraphine, of course, gets transition bot lane, which we mentioned. It is Piccione, it is someone who was playing mid lane. Could he potentially transition all these mid lane champions into the bot side?
Even open more for a Merza into the mid lane. Maybe we can
played
get
the
Yasuo's.
Lucian last time.
The Lucian as well. The Lucian is bad on this one. Well, let's see what happens. Do we get another Seraphine bot? Is this the new trend? Seraphine bot alongside with the...
How new is it? It's not really a new
It's not new, but it's coming back, you know?
But it works.
Fashion trend.
It works. She has so big range that she can stand pretty safely against quite many bot laners. And
Now
she
that
has
I'm looking, you really look like Seraphine, though.
You're so original. I've never heard that before.
Oh, people have told you that before.
Yes.
I have no idea.
It's like they prepare for trouble and make it double.
Yeah.
Really? Has anybody told Nightmare that he looks like Ari?
No, but they've told him he looks like Victor. I think that would be a very original one if you told him he looks like Ari.
We have the bunny meta.
I think he's missing the ears.
He's missing those ears. Okay.
Right. Going back to that,
Yeah.
Nautilus has not been banned, and I feel like from what I'm seeing from X7 right here, if you want to play aggressive, you do need something to try and dive towards the bot side of the map. So you're looking again into Piccione, you're looking into the Leona, you're looking into the Nautilus on the bot side of the map. Works pretty well with Zeri, sets her up for success. Also in tower dives, and Merza most likely is going to be bringing in Akali unless he goes all the way top lane.
It could be to the top lane, and maybe we have a physical one on the mid lane. What could you see in the mid lane? Maybe in Yasuo. Let's see how it is. We do have a few knockups.
It works so well again with Rakan and Wukong, you're right.
Just the thing. On the other side is going to be the Renata to finish it up. We just need the top lane to be revealed from X7. It's Chasey.
Also, I was thinking,
Yeah.
if this is a blind pick now, which we had Shikari say it's such an easy blind pick, doesn't get punished very often, Yasuo is something that's really good into that blind pick now, so we could potentially even see that be transitioned towards top side of the map. X7, though, are going to result in a more front-to-back composition like they like to play. Kasing, man, guys, you're like spoiling me now. Stop it. Stop it.
Everybody likes trouble. There you go. Massive AoE for X7. But I'm just going to say, Yasuo wall kind of blocks the ultimate from Renata. I only see plus on this
And
one.
the Arnold.
But I'm not going to see Yasuo.
Ah, man, I think this is definitely... I love this.
Sad.
I think this is definitely like a Yasuo angle, like a full Yasuo angle. You block the Ornn ult, you block the Corki rockets, you block the Renata ult. Yorick just came in.
It's the Grave Digger!
We're going full hole breaker. We're going to take the entire top lane together with Maiden. And that's exactly the curveball we were talking about. Is X7 ready to take down the Yorick? Yes, you have a very proactive jungler, but you have Volibear together with Ornn. Is this going to be enough to stop Yorick from a side lane? You're going to have to be bringing Corki, you're going to have to be bringing Zeri, and then the rest of the map is so active with having the Akali, the Wukong diving in. So I'm liking what I see from this newly formed Singularity. I'm loving the fact that Piccione is taking also mid laners and enchanters down the bot side of the map. And finally, we get to see some Akali. I think Merza brought such a good flair to Singularity last week that we saw him, especially on the Lucian. I think he smurfed it on the Lucian. Can't wait to see him on the Akali.
Final take, final game.
The problem is Yorick, potentially for X7, because it's going to take more than one person most of the times to go and stop his constant split push, so you will have your team really separated. So it's going to be hard for both teams, actually. So if you want me to vote for somebody, I will actually abstain.
It's a take, I would say. He's not going to give a vote on this one. You might see a few zombies coming back from the earth to fight for Singularity, maybe a little bit more help versus X7. It's the last game for the first half of the split, and we do have a few zombies on the studio right now. Hip Brain and Naimo Zombie? I don't know how to say this.
Hip Brain. It was so easy. It was there. The ball was coming. All you had to do is bat it out there.
I was trying to attempt the Michael Jackson Thriller. That's about as good as I could get in that. Great song.
Oh, it is a great song. Wait, not the Dimira version. No offense. I mean...
You haven't heard it yet. You've only seen the dance. But get to see these two teams do a bit of a tango on the Rift with a Yorick involved. And last time I saw Yorick...
it was Kerberos. Last time I saw one.
Last time I saw one would have been Apperman in the LJL. He 1v2'd the champions that won LJL in 2020 summer. It's been about 2 years since I've seen the pick.
I remember there was a time where like Kerb was one. I can't remember who the other top laner was. Who would just you'd literally ban the Urgot versus them. It's been a while, not Urgot, sorry, Yorick. Been a while since we've seen the Yorick come up. Obviously, a split pushing Menace. We saw split pushing really punish on Eminem in the first game from JDXL. We also saw it with the Tryndamere earlier on today as well. The split pushing seems to be something that's showing up more in these damage reduction patches and the durability patches because, you know, these towers are still worth the same amount of gold as they were before, but it's harder to get those golds through kills. So eyes kind of on Singularity to see if they can make this work. Obviously, Scrooty gonna dodge away from that Sky Splitter, but eyes on top lane.
Eyes on that top lane, particularly because when we have had our faults with X7, has been where they would basically just try and outscale, play very passively, and just say, when we get to a certain point in the game, our champions are very good and we have the hands to pilot them. It wasn't necessarily about massive coordination. It was a lot of individual plays. It was the Azir, Senna, crazy late game, infinite scaling kind of comps. In this game, Yorick forces the issue though. So you need to have more coordination. You need to be able to play around those side lanes. And if you do, bring Ornn and Volibear, who are lore rivals, actually. Thinking about it, we've chatted about that at some point.
Oh, they are?
Yeah, they are. They're the Freljordian demigods which fight each other.
True.
Yeah.
Well, they're working together versus a man and his pets in the top lane. Do you know why I'm saying pets? Because they got more pets, baby. I believe this is the one I wanted to talk about.
Oh my god, it's ferrets!
Look at the ferret.
They're called Cookie and Caramel. Oh my god, that's so sweet. Literally.
And yes, I do have great taste in animals. I love ferrets.
Oh.
It's their little burglar masks. They're so cute. I love them. We actually have everyone loaded up. So
we also have fighting in the bot lane level 1.
Oh, we do. Pichone should be okay, but heavily punished by X7.
How rude.
Yes,
we were
are
talking
looking at
about
your pets.
ferrets.
All right, I'm going back to pets.
So go. Aww. This boy said first pick Yuumi, in draft and win the game GG Nurki.
Honestly,
but the thing is though,
he looks so much like my my girlfriend's Winston.
Aw.
Just like that.
I grew up with a cat. I grew up with a cat called Socks, who was black with white feet, so it looked like she was wearing socks. It was adorable.
This is apparently cute.
Oh,
okay.
Oh my gosh, it's a Shiba as well.
I was told this last one was cute.
It is. Well, it didn't disappoint. That's actually adorable.
Your pets never disappoint at home, guys. Please send them in.
Send us more.
I would quite happily turn this show into just a pet showcase.
Normally, we go through like one of these per game and go, oh, we'll play this one clip later. And the games have been fairly slow to allow this, but we have had so many people sending their animal friends to us. We're like, sweet. Show them off. Get them on stream. It makes our job more enjoyable.
It honestly brings a smile to my day. We're kind of, we'll rate your dogs and your pets and stuff. They're all going to be a third.
Oh, look, level 3 dive. Volibear's hit. Let's go. Level 1's on Pichone.
Two-man knock-up, though. They're looking for a little bit more. Pichone, he's going low, but he's not going down. Pichone finally falls. First blood to Attila.
And it is going to be a couple of summoners blown on either side. That level 1 really enabling X7 to play towards the top lane. Now Chasey in trouble, uses that searing charge, but those ghouls are on target.
And Monkey's coming in. He's got the slow, he's got the bop, and slow onto Chasey. The hammer comes down, but they're not going to chase for more. Chasey will be able to survive this gank as Singularity unable to make it work topside, and crucially, no summoner spells burn either, but this bot side,
we have seen this so much today. I wonder what's going on in scrims or elsewhere, because we've seen this bot lane dive, yes, but the immediate cross map coming in, it feels like the bot side has always been winning out today. The top lane cross map has rarely actually led to much after this point. We've actually been seeing a lot in the LEC as well. Europe really starting to get towards this early bot side tower dive again. Seems to be becoming increasingly more frequent.
And it's an interesting thing as well, is actually Temp's getting ganked here, caught out by the monkey bop, slowed by the red buff as he is losing so much health.
Ow.
wow, chunked out heavily. But kind of going back to the point about the bot lane, obviously, a couple weeks ago, we had the durability patch introduced. Things obviously changed up. Towers do more damage. People have more resistances. But remember, resistances are based on level scaling. So the more levels you have, the more resistance you have. So if you gank early, it's all right. And I think people have wrapped their heads around how much damage these towers do. So they have to drop tower aggro earlier than they would. And I think there's just been enough scrims, enough practicing on these tower dives to get a good hold on when you can actually pull these dives off. And that's kind of what we're seeing here. Constant dives in the bot lane and constant punishment for especially these Seraphine lanes.
Yeah, and we are seeing that Attila and Kaseng starting to link up a little more. And one thing which was said by, I'm trying to remember who said it in the community, but they were talking about too, of course, this bot lane was the Vodafone Giants bot lane of last year. We saw them at EU Masters. They got through to those quarterfinals before they were beaten by Misfits Premier. In fact, that was the quarterfinal we cast, actually, in my first EU Masters. Oh, yeah, nice. Back to Summit. Yeah, so anyway, we've seen this bot lane on a couple of different teams now, and their 2v2 wasn't necessarily the speciality. It feels like in this game, they've got a better handle on it, though. Of course, they're against a new bot lane duo. Of course, Piccione was playing mid lane last game for Singularity. Now moved down towards bot lane to incorporate Mirza, who, of course, came in to replace Piccione, who was mid lane at the start of the split. And it is a newer bot lane, but still, Attila and Kaseng looking comfortable in it.
Yes, they definitely are. Nice little trade there, though, from Piccione and Pearson, able to get that off. But MC thinks about starting up the Cloud Drake. Cloud Drake does a lot of damage, by the way. It has a
single target damage in the game for the Dragons.
Just smacks away at you. MC, though, obviously has that maul, has the ability to recover a bit of health, obviously smites the shields and Kasing, so he'll be okay to pick this up. So first Dragon will go over to X7, and they're going to keep the tempo up, because if you look already, there's a fairly healthy gold lead starting to be built up for X7.
So that is going to be through, I believe it's one plate bot lane. You got the kill, first blood down bot side. You have 20 CS lead in bot lane, almost the same in mid lane dominance. I mean, dare I say it has been the lane dominant team of the ERLs has actually been Karmine Core in the past, actually, and of course currently as well. Feels like X7 showing off our own NLC version of, well, it doesn't matter what else we'll do, we'll have those lane advantages, those CS advantages, and making sure that they're holding Singularity into account.
Sips needs to be a little bit careful, but should be okay. I'd actually like to have a look at the individual gold, just to see how far ahead these bot lanes are.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
That area is going to be a problem. And I actually look at what Singularity have, and you don't have that much of an answer to Zeri. You are looking for Rakan to get right on top of that target in the CC layer, everything. It's going to be very hard to do that, though, when Ornn's looking to disrupt you, when Renata ult is disrupting you, when Volibear is doing the same thing. I'm looking at Attila and I think, look, dude, this is your time to shine.
Yeah, MC, though, does need to be quite careful, has to ult to get away. And then kind of go back to that gold lead. You'd be happy with just a 400 gold lead.
Oh, Club's coming in. Singularity went deep for this.
They're looking for it. The two-man knockout comes in to the wall bang onto the two of them. Scroody falls down to 10th. Sips is flashed onto, and Chasey will continue the chase. The Igniter's being thrown down. He does catch him with a flesh wall, but Kasing will finish him up. A beautiful kill there for X7, back to back, and Chasey set the team up for that.
And Singularity, this is a team which has changed every member besides Piccione from the start of this split, changed so many members throughout the course of this season. Got to start asking questions about, well, we have expectations about them, or rather ones which need to be set about their communication, about their, Attila has to flash out. Got out of that replay early. You could tell something was happening, because when the replay flicks back, you tend to know something's going to happen. But Singularity, we have expectations that need to be set about their level of coordination, about their level of individual play. And currently, in mid and bot lane, we're going back to the replay. Okay, cool. Crisis averted. Talking about the coordination, individual level of play. They get that individual level of play in terms of catching out MC, using that wall so well to catch him out, but then coordination with the rest of the team, understanding where they are on the map, is a little bit lacking in this case. They'd overchase, doesn't seem like they'd really recognize that until far too late, and they lose 2 kills, which is not the best start against this top side.
Not the best start against all of X7, if we're going to be honest.
Yeah.
Bot side, pretty good. Yes, Attila has now burnt Flash, but obviously has the ability to jump over walls because Zeri obviously has a lot of movement speed because Zeri, and still has an exhaust. Not because Zeri, but just because that was what he chose. So does have that to work with. Now, Scroody is waiting around. Kasing is coming in, but the big thing is Kasing hasn't hit 6 yet. So doesn't actually have that big ultimate that can kind of turn the tides of this bot lane action. And Attila's actually almost level 7 because Kasing's walk around. What an encore into the beat drop, into the cyclone, and Attila is ignited. Attila will fall down. The bailout's thrown down just to get a little bit more time, but it's not going to do enough. Pachone, that encore was absolutely stunning.
It was lethal, and Attila thinks he's safe for the time being, but with the level 6 hit from Scrudy, enough damage just about comes through. Bailout very, very close, and you're absolutely right to point out the fact that Kasing didn't have that level 6. If you have that, potential of an escape very much on the table. Crossmap is going to come in through though. MC going to secure that Herald. We'll be tracking very closely where that's going to give one of these carries one of their leads. I'd imagine it's going to be staying away from this Ornn lead. Chasey is surviving right now. If you feed this into Corki or Zeri, you're very happy with how things go though from the side of X7.
Chasey's doing quite a lot of damage, actually. He saw how much that Bellow's breath did. I expect to see this Rift will get thrown down in the mid or in the bot. Obviously, Corki, a champion who kind of needs as much gold as possible. Yeah. I hit on it earlier, but he's a champion that relies quite heavily on quite a few components. Obviously, you want that tier. You obviously want Mana Mune, which is kind of a component until it's fully stacked up into the
and then
mana.
You need the Hex Drinker for AP matchups.
Yeah. And then you still need a lost chapter. Like, he has a lot. His like initial buy is very expensive. The payoff once you got that like 2.5 items, including the Hex Drinker, is enormous. But he's a champion who is very, very reliant on gold. Once he kind of hits those, like after that 2 items, every item afterwards is like a big spike.
What really saves Corki though is that their first couple of levels are really impactful just in terms of base damage. Phosphorus Bomb, notoriously high damage. Actually, that's why he was played as a bot laner for so long. But that was before a load of changes came through. But his his level 1 Phos Bomb is just so nasty to play against in so many laning situations. But now we get to talk about a little bit later into the game, which is the special delivery. The package has been picked up by Tempt. Dragon is spawning now, but with Singularity resetting, it looks like they are more than content to just going to let this package time out. And Singularity going to be losing more damage on mid, going to be losing that Dragon while they're avoiding the package. It's not like they're avoiding losses across the map at the same time. They haven't got their lead in top lane they would have loved for their Yorick. I think that topside skirmish has really led to that eventuality. Jungle matchup starting to go away from Scrudy as well. MC picking up more and more farm, picking up Dragons, Heralds, and then both carries on the bot side similarly ahead. X7 just pound for pound out-muscling Singularity.
Well, they've taken power bot side, and that gold went to Attila. He is set up, but they are looking to drop the package down here. Sips is not got flash. He's caught out. He's going down. He's slowed, and that is Tempt with the kill. Maiden will fall as well, and now Attila has actually more time to get more plates. So this is even larger gold leads coming in momentarily for the side of X7.
And Sips just doesn't have the information on top side to play safely at that point. You can't just play safely for absolutely forever, but Singularity not really set up their top lane for success in that one. And again, it feels like that ill-fated top side catch into turnaround really has spelled a really difficult situation for them. It is a huge amount of gold for this point in the game, going over the weight of X7, partly through those individual plays and partly through, of course, the CS leads in every single lane. Singularity, again, we were kind of talking about how we needed to kind of see where they were currently standing at in the grand scheme of the NLC. Sat at 0-8, maybe a chance to, at least on paper, reset the mantle, reset the slate a little bit for this roster, because they need to. This is the end of the first round robin. Setting at 0-9 would be such an unprecedented comeback for this team. It would be so difficult to come back from, but as it stands, not really got a lot of hope in this one, at least in the early game.
Quite a lot of damage coming out from Attila there. Only 1 minute left until the plates actually fall off, so I don't think Attila is going to be able to...
Oh, have you ran into Zeri's crit W now? Have you run into that?
No.
Yeah, so this is the thing that we've seen with this is the thing we've seen with AP Zeri, where effectively what changed was when you have the full charged auto on your passive, your right click doesn't slow anymore, but it does more damage. Well, if your W goes into a wall, it basically automatically crits, and yes, that does benefit from Infinity Edge. But what that means is that when you build AP, because it automatically crits anyway, the amount of damage you get from Zeri's W is absolutely absurd. So watch for that W, it becomes such big damage. See if we'll see it in this fight.
You'll only throw the Encore onto one. MC has been CC locked though, but Attila's over the wall, and that is a big ultimate coming down from Kasing. Massive hostile takeover, but it won't result in any kills, as MC's trying to desperately get this plate before it falls off. Not going to do so, unfortunately, and they are going to step away.
But even though you're surviving in topside, most of the time when you see these plays, you look for a cross map. I see nothing. I see Chasey.
Sips got chunked. Sips got chunked by Chasey.
Exactly. I mean, Chasey gets to push in bot side. Yorick is losing the push versus Ornn. Now, Chasey did come in from LCK Challengers, did come in as a hot prospect from Korea, as so many players have done to the ERLs over this last season. Of course, X7 being home to a number of them. But even with that, you don't expect that in the Ornn versus Yorick matchup. This matchup, which was last pick, this matchup which Singularity would love to have side lane pressure, to force X7 to play coordinated, to play to their own tempo across the side lanes, has absolutely failed so far.
Yeah, seeing Tempt just chunking out Merza. Does have to be a little bit careful because Pearson is in the area, but has been spotted out on the board. And ow. Was that a big one, or was that just a regular?
It was a big one. It doesn't have the Ludens on top of it or anything, but it's still... trust me, you see that red mark under his mana bar, and you're like, ah, yep, really need to dodge this next one. Pops on the mini wave, and Merza, while he might have some kill pressure later into this game, has struggled to find any kind of winning trades against Tempt so far to force him back and get some kind of ability to skirmish. He's been under tower so much so far, not really able to impact the map.
Yeah, unable to do so. Dragon spawning up in a minute's time as Chasey has got the ultimate and has a nice little flank here. Tempt has to be somewhat careful.
MC's here too. Looks like they're baiting the play.
They are coming in. They're jumping in. They're trying to find Tempt, but they can't get so, as MC and Chasey were there just to scare them off.
Oh, Sips.
Kasing and Attila will be looking for Sips. Sips is actually able to do quite a lot of damage to Kasing, and that might be enough to scare them off, but MC, he's found himself a bird, catching them off for the moment. The first respawn going to go a little bit wide as MC has to, oh, they get the Ornn horn off, and here comes the interrupts, here comes the turnaround, hostile takeover, lands onto Scroody, he throws out the ultimate, and they find him with the W from Attila. An absolutely amazing pick there for the side of X7. They get themselves a kill in return. Sorry, they lose MC, but in return they gain 2 kills.
Even with that, you know, Piccione is the one left on the side lane. This is not the champion you want on the side lane, pushing the turrets. Piccione away from the fight. You would have loved that encore, would have loved that Enchanter to be buffing up your entire team. Singularity, they're already at such a large deficit, but they're struggling to even find fights within their own jungle. Only 16 minutes into the game. We've had some short games today, but X7 starting to ratchet up that pressure, find fights in increasingly deeper territory, and Singularity not in a great position to respond. We'll really need to see them find some more gripped up fights or get some kind of side lane advantage, and they're failing to find either right now.
I mean, what we're seeing is passively teams getting ahead and then just going,
closing the door.
It's done. And like, we've had games being a little more backwards and forwards and even still being a fast-paced game, but especially these last two, it's been relatively relaxed. They then pick themselves up a gold lead, snowball that gold lead to the point where then the other team just don't get to play at all.
I think that speaks well to the fundamentals of playing from ahead. I actually think it's a sign of a good team if you can close out very strongly, because if you have to continue to play around objectives and set them up in the right way, get your vision in the right place, and yeah, I know we talk about vision a lot on broadcast, but particularly in these games, one of the reasons they look so low effort, low energy rather, is because just the vision stops them from getting caught out. Would love to have some vision of that. Wukong going over the wall though.
Here comes Chasey though, he gets himself the 2-man Ornn knockup. That is a massive encore though, coming in from Piccione. The package has been dropped as Tempt looks to take out Piccione on the back line. Merza trying to jump around with the ultimate, but he can't do diddly squat. A double kill for Attila as X7 just take over the fight once again. Every time Singularity don't have an answer, Sips will get the shutdown gold on the tower, but he might get shut down in response for this as MC's in the wings. Sips tries to put up the flesh wound, actually catches MC. That might be enough to keep him away from the stun, but he misses the slow with the miss. There's no towers to go to, and
he's just accepted it.
That is not an okay amount of damage for a Corki.
Oh gosh, Tempt has, even in X7's woes, Tempt has been just incredible. I think in spring it was a tale of 2 mid laners, really. It was really Tempt and M&S for most of spring. Of course, Fury had honorable mention for his late split performance in spring too, but Tempt has continued to be, in this split at least, even when X7 have been on the low end of their own performance, continually a threat, continually in the right place at the right time and doing so much damage.
18 minutes into the game, the gold lead, 8,000 right now. X7 kind of showing us why they were one of the top teams last split.
And that they can be again.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing, is they've not had a great split. They're 4-4 right now, but only at the end of the first round. But their line would probably be higher, as Pichone able to just about dodge away on the Ornhorn, but in comes the Ram Man, looking to find the knock-up. And
that is no flash on Seraphine. But why is Pichone in a side lane alone again? Why are they there? This is not where you want your Seraphine. Have your Akali in a side lane, have your Yorick there too, and they're now stuck in the fight without their Enchanter.
He's been caught, he's going to jump over the wall. Mirza misses out on the perfect execution, and they're able to fend the kill. Attila gets another screen. Goes down, it's a double kill. Picked up for Attila. Sips is taken down by a rocket, and he will be sent back to the grey screen to join the rest of Singularity. As the only Pearson will survive. The big worm spawns. X7 are on this side of the map. They might just start it
They will take it on spawn. They have enough damage. We saw how much damage that Temp was doing against champions. Let's see how much you can do against this Baron. It is going down. And X7 pulling Singularity apart at the seams. Pichone in a side lane alone yet again. And this time gets punished with a death for X7. Quickly find a fight on the top side afterwards, knowing that the Enchanter isn't there, knowing that the Encore isn't. And Chasey manages to join that fight to X7. Being much more coherent, playing around their points of power and punishing the mistakes as they come. Confident performance from our reigning champions in the NLC.
Very, very confident game here. And it looked bad. Attila got caught. Attila got a lot thrown on him, but he was just able to survive thanks to the shielding coming in for Kasing, and able to get out in time and then just start to tidy up the fights. Obviously, having the Mortal Shield.
That's the one, yeah.
Definitely helps somewhat as well.
Also helps when you've got aim hack on your Corki rockets, as Temp seems to have so much damage again. Hits their own breakpoints. You talked about how Corki was such a gold-dependent champion. He's actually going for the Blighted Jewel into the Void Staff, presumably next. And this Corki is absolutely nuclear. At this point, Blast Cone is going to spot out some members of Singularity. MC.
One hell of an ult. They're finding the knock-up. Look for the Encore. If he can land it, it might be good, but it's only on to 2, and now they have to run away. Pichone is being chased, and I will Sarah see you in hell as they throw down a massive hostile takeover. 2 members of Singularity fall. Sips can do nothing but run away as the bear runs him down. The Sky Splitter will slow him. Tempt will take him down, and X7 will force Pearson to flash away as Mirza. It has just not been the game for Akali, unfortunately. He thinks he's safe, but there is one scary bear coming in to chase him down, and Chasey will continue the chase, but they're cooling it off there. They're stepping away.
Oh my gosh, X7. I mean, we were talking about quick games. It is 22 minutes into this game. This is not what we have come to expect from the durability patch. It's meant to slow games down. It's definitely made some of the fights longer, but definitely not this one. One of the key moments I'd love to highlight from this, and I'm sure we'll see it in the replay as well, is Kasing utterly blocks Mirza from this fight. Mirza just has no way in, gets hit by a handshake, and suddenly it's just, okay, cool, fight's over. That was the only way I think that Singularity could maybe come out with something better from this, try and use that Akali diving through clumped up members. But while all of this is going so well from MC, just look at this, Kasing punts him out. Mirza doesn't get an ult across, doesn't get a shuriken flip onto anyone important. This Akali achieves so little from the prime positioning of Kasing, and of course that disengage play. MC and crew have so much damage to capitalize rather on the rest of the plays being made.
And now Sips once again on the receiving end of a whole lot of hurt, but he is going to be okay. They're not going to be able to pick him up quite yet. Got Soul. I think that's the big thing. They've got Soul,
yes.
They've got Baron, and they've got Herald. Like,
oh my gosh.
This game is just a trifecta of doom.
I think from this point, with the amount of charges Herald's going to have, I don't think we can possibly get the Chant Dancing Herald. It's almost certainly going to die. They're getting, oh, that's a good amount of damage.
Someone's going down. They got a big ultimate. MC's under the tower, and they are scattered. It's like a shopping list. One by one, they go down. It's a clean ace for X7. It's going to be a clean victory to follow as well. I mean, the inhibitor falls. The towers are going down. Namira, this game's over.
I mean, is this League of Legends or Halo? That looked like a Mac round, an orbital strike onto Singularity. They've been absolutely bunker blasted back to 0-9. A first round robin only marked by defeats.
They basically mirrored XL here. It was not a great start to the split. 0-9 for Singularity as X7 drop a tactical nuke on them. Game's over, 24 minutes on the clock, and X7 just slaughter Singularity.
Was that our fastest game of today?
No,
I have a feeling.
XL were 23 minutes.
23 minutes.
On like it was like 22 minutes 59 or 23 minutes on the dot.
The fact that I had to consider that, though, after how ridiculously stompy that other game was, is still ridiculous in its own right. I know that we were talking very much at the start of the day. Something that Solari said is that actually when you look at the standings, you tend to look at this mid-pack because the top and the bottom tend to be sold fairly early into the split. When I look at X7 like this, and they are currently only set at 5 and 4, we could see very much some late charges into it. I think there's a couple of chapters left to be written at the top of the table if things carry on like this.
It's 36 degrees outside in Berlin, but I swear it's winter because we've had so many snowballs today. It has been an unbelievably fast day. We're actually going to chuck a snowball over to Archeron to break down the rest of the day. So over to you, mate.
Catch it. Catch the snowball.
Oh,
Thank you. Wow.
No, that was a really good segue here, Brian, and really good cast from you and Iman as well. Congratulations on the entire day. And what a clean game it was from X7. The way MC was reading the entire map. Okay, I have the volley bear. I can early dive as well. I can give us that lead. It was really hard. And we talked about this. If X7 gets some sort of lead at the beginning of the game versus this new Singularity, it may be quite difficult to come back from. And it was difficult.
I think the most important thing is that when X7 realized that they had to enable MC so he can enable the team, that's where it started rolling for them. Because it doesn't matter what you put Attila on, he's going to perform. It doesn't matter what you put Kasing on, he's going to perform. But I think it's so important not only to give comfort to MC, but to give him an enabler. So it didn't matter when they gave him Viego because it's more of a passive jungler. But when they did give him that Wukong and that Volibear, he's just going to tear them up apart.
This Volibear definitely was the fire starter for the whole team and for the whole game that went afterwards after this early aggression, because it was exactly what X7 needed. They needed to make sure that whatever Singularity tried to pull them, especially with that Yorick who could be potentially always split pushing 24/7, never leaving the side lanes, you want to make sure that if this happens, their team gets nothing from that. And to do that, you shut them down early and you make sure you keep going on and on and on them.
And it seems like the Yorick was completely shut off. We didn't get to see the Yorick we were expecting.
You know what I would really like to see, though, if we're ready? I would like to see the Nidalee jungle extraordinaire.
Oh, the return?
The return. Do we maybe have him for an interview?
We do have MC for the interview with us for this last game of week 5, day 1. MC, hello there.
Hello, hello.
There you are. Okay. I would have to say that your volleyball is looking quite clean. Don't you agree?
Yeah, although we played against the bottom teams, I think it's been some good games.
And another additional thing was I was having a discussion about this new patch. People were telling me that, no, it's impossible to dive. It's ridiculous. But you guys are finding a way with specific champions. Can you guide me? How did you find this? And how are you working with these early dives until 8 minutes in?
I think Volley is one of the few junglers who can easily dive. And I think both games, the enemy jungle went top lane, which made it really easy to dive the lane, especially like these weak lanes like Seraphine, Ezreal, Yuumi. So I think that helped that the jungler didn't cover. But yeah, Volley is really strong at diving.
Okay, I just want to dive a little bit deeper into this conversation. MC, we saw you have an amazing run with Riddle in spring. You guys took out XL in the playoffs as well. And your role, I feel, in that Riddle is so much different than your role in X7. How has sort of that transformation and transition worked for you? What was your role in Riddle and how have you transitioned to that role in X7?
I think with Riddle, I was kind of one of the main carriers of the team. But with X7, it's more of... I think the meta changed as well, but I'm more of like a supportive player, I would say. Like with Volley or... It's just the meta how it is. But I think it also depends on the champion pools. Like I think if, you know, you can play a lot of AD mids, for example, I can play my AP junglers. But if we don't, then, you know, I don't mind playing some Viego, some Volibear. Yeah.
There's another thing that I want to
answered my
point
own
out.
question when I was like, where's the Nidalee? Where's the Rumble?
Yeah.
Where's the Diana?
There's something that I'm enjoying. While I was watching X7 in Spring Split, we saw a lot of action of Haru and Tempt. And as soon as you joined in, it didn't seem like the chemistry was as it was in Spring Split. But now, the way you're playing with Tempt as well, is rotating as well, facilitating the team and becoming a carry of his own while accompanying you into those lanes. How are you feeling the synergy between you and Tempt is evolving?
I think it's getting better and better, of course. I think obviously it's not going to look as good as Haro because, you know, they're both Korean. They've played with each other before. But I think as time goes by, I can just see it getting better and better. And hopefully we can do more together.
Maybe we get to see another Menace.
I just hope I get to see Nidalee again, man.
Yeah. We get to see the Nidalee again one day.
I want to play Nidalee.
You always want to play the Nidalee. I know you do. Okay, it's the wrap up for the first half of the split. How are you feeling in the position that X7 is taking right now in the split?
Not the best because it's not what I was expecting to go. You know, obviously 5-4. But I think if you look at our scrims, we've been really improving a lot. So I'm hopeful for the second half.
Okay, me too, MC. Thank you so much for this interview and good luck.
Thank you for having
starting
me.
on Wednesday. Have a nice one. The synergy is building up. We might get to
play
see.
Nidalee as well. Come on, man. You know what? I want the rematch with JDXL, and he picks Nidalee again.
Okay, that would
But
be
this time, Tempt like slams down the Yone. You know, that's
with
it.
the physical AD in the mid lane. With
Oh hell yeah!
Okay, we're building up. We're building up some sort of story right here, but it seems like the team is adapting, and even though they're not at the top of the standings, it seems they know what the future is holding up for them. So it's good to have a team that knows where they can go, even though they're not there.
It's not just they know where they want to go there, and this desire, this passion can actually drive them pretty far. If they keep that adaptability with them, they could land up pretty high.
Now we have the opportunity to talk with Singularity, with Jojo, that is standing with us. Hello, Jojo. Okay, how you doing before we start?
I'm doing all right, you know. It's not a game we expected to win, but yeah.
It is a hard take. If you look into your position, completely new team, obviously, and facing off straight up X7. What was the game plan? What did you tell the team? It was like, okay, we just need to take this easily.
Yeah, we actually didn't play with Spike today because he was stuck outside of his town. So we had to put in Pigeon in the AD carry position, which kind of we didn't get enough practice on that. We obviously weren't expecting to play with him, so it was already like gonna be hard from the start. So we just kind of put everyone on comfort and tried to play our best. Obviously.
Okay, so obviously this is a very hard topic, but the team has had a complete restructure, and I'd like a little bit to pick your brain on how do you pick players from zero, right? How do you start restructuring a team? How do you put the pieces together?
It's always hard. I think we kind of picked players that have played together in the past, and our head coach has obviously had experience with Scrudy and Zips in the past, and also Pearson. So we kind of thought these people would work well with our head coach, and they were luckily not playing, so that was kind of easy pulling the parts together.
That's really cool, especially if they've played together before, if the coach knows them. I think this is thank you so much for the insight, because we obviously it's a brand new roster, and we're looking forward to seeing what these guys can do together, right?
And even though it's a new roster, we did get to see a few lights inside of this game. We saw some parts where we were like, wait, this is actually interesting. So my question to you is, what is the objective for Singularity now, the renewed Singularity, I would say, starting on this part of the split? Because you're starting at the half part of the split. What is the main objective?
Well, just to pick up as many wins as we can to the end. We play against Veneer on Wednesday, so I think we have a good chance there, because they didn't look too great today. Obviously, they made their change themselves as well. So yeah, just taking a step at a time, and hopefully we can pick up some wins.
Okay, seems good enough. Let's see how this fares out on the second half of the split. Thank you so much for the interview, and I'll see you soon.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
It's a wrap up. Obviously, it's a new team, new phone, who this, so they have to
I love the insight.
practice.
It's just so important. He's like 1, 2, 3 players. They've played together before. They're not playing for any team right now. The coach knows them as well. Put them in. They surely have synergy. They surely like to play with each other because they played with each other before. They probably have insights for other players as well. So I really like the thought process of how do we rebuild, make sure we have some players that have played together before, right? M&M have done this as well with the top side of the map, with Soph, Kalem, and Chimera as well. And their synergy seems to be flowing too. So it just works.
This is the wrap-up for the first half of Summer Split 2022, which leads us into standings to understand, are we going to wrap up the first half? If you can help me through this one, as JDXL are going to get the 9-0 and Team Singularity with the 0-9, like completely apart
Symmetry.
right now. Yeah, symmetry. But looking into the rest of the entire standings, X7 just jumping today.
And they want to jump higher, and that's what interests me so much in this team right now, because they have places to jump. They're not that far from anybody else. They're together with Dusty, they're together with Astralis, and if you look at the next one, the Bifrost, who's sitting firmly, the only team on the 3rd place right now, they're not too far as well. It's 6-3. You can still get to them, and you can try even to get above them if you really want. The same goes with Dusty, the same goes with Astralis.
My sights are set on Riddle. I'm like, just 2 wins away from XL. You are replaying XL, which means you are maybe taking 1 win off of them, which means then you're 1 win away. X7 want to replay XL as well. So it really feels like it's like a revenge battle to face in JDXL as well, and who's going to give them that first defeat. And mind you, when that first defeat goes down, and once you know how to make them bleed, other teams will see and they can follow suit, right? So yeah, my eyes are peeled on Riddle and their rematch with JDXL and how far they can actually push each other.
Because I love that segment, because you're looking into JDXL completely on a hero pose. We are undefeated, but now X7 and Riddle are hungry for that victory. And if they do, XL are going to fall off the podium, and then you have to understand if they're capable of withstanding that mental pressure that every single team is looking to take them out. It's easy to be first place, but it's hard to keep at the first place. That's what I've always learned as a player. Now for the play of the day, the one that caught our eyes with the MasterCard. Let's see which one it was picked for today.
Well, you know what? It might or might not be from that 9-0 undefeated JDXL. And it was, of course, that mid lane fight. I think FGG had a fantastic hostile takeover. Flash is in and he's 5 members. And even though we're like, yeah, but in this team, nobody's really a heavy AD hitter, right? It doesn't matter because the CC comes down, and for that amount of time, everybody's hitting each other. There's chaos. You're all stuck in the mid grinder. And as you can see, also Cries runs away with a triple kill right there. So that was FTG on Rel. It's like, but FTG on Renata is even on. It's like the triple kiss.
It's a 5v5, and in the end, only Venzer dies, and GD is like,
I mean,
seems fair.
Seems fair.
Seems fair. And they just move along and just win the game. So this is the team.
I think Venzer dying is kind of like the humanoid dies from LEC. It's like,
it's okay. We can take those. We can take those. Also, we can take a look into the next day, the schedule of week 5, day 2. It's rematch now. M&M Gaming versus Dusty. Wait a minute. Bifrost versus Riddle on the second game.
Ooh,
this is just an appetizer, because straight up afterwards we have JDXL versus X7. Is that the 5th kiss?
I'm licking my fingers right here. I'm done with the appetizer and I'm ready to go into the main dish.
Luniki versus Astralis as well, and then Team Singularity versus Vanir. When we heard Jojo say, this is looking good for us because Vanir didn't look really hot today, so they might be able to take this one. What do you see in this part where you're like, oh, I want to see this game?
Honestly, it's almost all of them, but the second and the third games are definitely the biggest one. I mean, Bifrost, who are so strong right now, together with Riddle, who are also just ridiculously strong in what they do on the map, what they do as a team. And both of these teams with pretty much a similar sort of playstyle are going to collide with each other. Yes, I'm going to wait so much for this game. But the third one, I mean, do I even need to explain anything? It's EDXL, it's X7. I mean, I think we've said enough about them today.
Yeah, I just looking at the Riddle versus Bifrost, because they're both sitting like 1 win away from each other. Riddle want to take this victory to get closer to JDXL, and Bifrost, if they win this, they tie together with Riddle. And if we're looking at the JDXL versus X7, I'm like, block your calendars for Wednesday, please. Get your blankets, get your popcorns. This is gonna be a banger. And I'm wondering, like, because
it's gonna be a bloodbath.
Yeah. Chaotic bloodbath.
Yes.
I remember like X7 came in with a little bit of the jitters in the first game versus JDXL and it didn't work out. This time they look to be working on 4 cylinders.
Aside from Singularity, all teams' changes are now completely filled into the teams, so we might get a few surprises. And I want to know from you if you saw any surprise today. Last words for the day, and I'm gonna throw it back to you as well, Georgia.
Renata Ultimates. Finally.
Are you converted?
Yes, finally I am the Renata believer.
She believes in Renata.
Supremacy.
Now I do.
What about you, Trouble?
I'm also a believer of the FGG church, actually. I feel like, if anything, I don't think anything pretty much surprised me today. Riddle played pretty well. X7 are keeping on track, and XL still clean. So I think the top side of the map, the top side of the standings at least, are looking really strong. And I think this is the thing that I have my sights on a lot: how strong are our top 3 teams moving into EU Masters. This is what we need to be looking at because we're winning this one, boys.
Okay, let's. NL Copium back in business, baby. It is the wrap-up for Week 5, Day 1. We are done with the first half of the split. Moving on, it's about rematches and it's about taking over the NLC Summer Split 2022. I wish you the best day. I wish to see you on Wednesday as well. And until then, keep feeding, my boy. I'll see you soon.